Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerrilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. Well, it's actually good afternoon, but what the hell? Wasn't expecting this. I was having a kip on the sofa and then briefly woke up, looked and decided to turn the telly over to see what was going on, and then suddenly it's a 1 o'clock start, so I've had to get up, get myself a coffee, come in here, turn it all on. Unfortunately I'm joined by Forthy. He's been waiting around all morning. Al Hodge is due to be there, and he is in the waiting room. I don't know if he's got the memo that we're actually about to start. Now how long we get, who knows, because according to my weather forecast it's a 97% chance of rain at 1 and 100% chance of rain at 2, which leaves 3% chance of no rain for the next hour. But we are going to start, and Forthy is going to give you your ball by ball. I'm just introducing the show. Morning, Forthy. How are you, mate? Well, afternoon, actually.
Yes, very well. I've been hauled away from Netflix, rather like yourself, and here I am.
Well, yeah, I was falling. I was watching We the Dealers, followed by, and then I was trying to watch a movie, and then I fell asleep. So. Such is life, eh? I suppose we haven't got a lot of time, so I guess we should play some jingles for who is out there. Who is out there? Presumably Ratchin will just come out.
He is gonna be a star. He is Ratchin Ravindra.
Yeah, that's him.
And Devon Conway's still out there.
He is indeed. He has a jingle that goes like this.
Devon Conway's here with a double tunnel debut. You'll never ever
fancy batting.
Like you get from Devon Conway.
We'll give the jingle to the bowler after he's there. Morning,
Yes,
Al. You've got the memo.
Hello there, Al. First ball of today's play at 1 o'clock, so not before time. Atkinson round the wicket to Ravindra, his first ball, because the night watchman fell at the end of proceedings last night. And in fact, that completes the over. What do you know? So we'll get back to Al shortly. I think it's there on socials.
It is me on socials. So, right, we had first, but it wasn't you, Mog, actually. It was Tim Wilton. Davis, he said first, and then disinterested. I didn't expect this. First, you weren't first, Mog. So there you go. Shit, he says second. Rob Miller says second, but you were actually third. Morning from Nevis. Come on, New Zealand, says. Who's that? Common sense must prevail. So common sense must prevail. Okay. Who else have we got here?
Must it prevail?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure this game will. Rob Miller says, how long will we be here for? Well, I don't know. Just check the weather. It looks okay in London. Well, it does, but it's very blustery today. The clouds are scooting over really quickly, and so the weather is changing at an inordinate pace. Lots of other people with us today. Leah's there. George McPherson's there.
And Ollie Robinson is there, as is Devon Conway, and he's facing him, and he defends that one off the back foot. He's 12 off 27. He's been a fixed point as New Zealand, I think, collapsed, but 36 for 3 is not the start you want, chasing 254. I'm assuming there's not going to be a lot of play today, but were there to be any, and plus we're going to get tomorrow, I assume, Al, how do you see the state of play in the match at the moment?
Well, 33 wickets fallen in 2 days. Would the ECB in a county game start docking points for
You
the
do
state
wonder.
of the pitch?
It's a fair point, isn't it? That one was played sort of half forward, Conway, and it kind of spat a little bit and got him, I think, on his back thigh, but no run, no dramas.
Yeah, I'm assuming, and this is just to appeal to Annie Chave, that as a result of the state of this pitch, Somerset will be docked 25 points in their division. I mean, that's spat up and hit him in the unmentionables. It carved in as well. It's still swinging all over the place. Good news for England as they pursue victory in this match. Robinson in again, third ball of the over, and that one just goes straight on, left well alone by Conway. Ball. It's that confluence, isn't it, that in order to win this match, they need to score the highest innings score of the game, and the pitch has never looked more borderline unplayable.
Well, yeah, but the other fact is that the pitch is only about a day and a half old pitch in theory. I mean, it's not like a day 5 pitch, is it? So, well, although it's played like that all games.
It's been a day 5 pitch since day 1.
Robinson ran the wicket again, and Conway lines himself up quite nicely, dabs it down on the offside, and they hurry through for a single, first run of the day. So something we didn't think we'd get to see too many of, and we've had a single today.
I don't know whether you feel this as well, gentlemen, but what seems to have exacerbated some of the terrors of the pitch. Gary might give me a half-hour treatise on kind of a lack of fundamentals that might be making front foot towards the pitch of the ball and all of that sort of stuff. That feels like.
No.
Or is it just the pitch?
Just the pitch. And the overheads too. I mean, the pitch has been nibbling around consistently, even when the ball is old, and sometimes extravagantly. The bounce is up and down. I mean, the ball. There were 2 wickets yesterday. Bethel and I can't remember who else. Smith maybe went under the bat. From length.
That's absolutely unplayable. And that one goes through. Ravindra, he plays and he misses. I think you talk to any certainly top class batsman, they'll say they can handle more or less anything. They can handle swing, they can handle pace. You can't handle up and down movement of that degree. Absolutely.
And it puts uncertainty in the mind, doesn't it, as well, because you don't know when it's going to happen. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it completely bamboozles you, and then it gets in your head, doesn't it? And you think, and the thing is, it's not particularly spitting up; it's just keeping low.
No, that's right. That, by the way, was an absolute Jaffa, but you have to have an asterisk against absolute Jaffas on this pitch, because even County Trundlers could bowl Jaffas on this pitch.
Right, well, that's the end of the over, and
Super chat! A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're paying their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
that covers 2 super chats. Jay's first in with darn it, failed at first yet again. Hooray, Al, he says. Brian in Brisbane says, for $2 Australian. Afternoon, tune in radio has a different game. Does it? Oh yeah, I forgot to turn it on. I'll do that now.
It's a game, all right, and it's not this one. It's Gus Atkinson, and he's at the top of his mark. As ever, he's looking phlegmatic, stoical, and nothing much phases him. Even if he got a hat-trick, you imagine he'd have the same expression on his face.
Yeah.
It's an admirable quality in a way. Runs in like his face looks. Down, got ball.
I will say to Brian, it wasn't a different game, it was a different day, it was yesterday. And now someone wants to be let in.
No rest. Is it just? It is just. I assume it's just Bear in the studio.
I'm assuming it's Will. Up and down like a yo-yo he is.
You can see your curtains behind you, Al.
Yes.
That's not an unusual statement if you're sitting in front of the window. Atkinson comes in some way and defends it. I think, by the look of it, from the very little small database we've got so far, I think New Zealand have decided there's not much value in doing anything stupid. Just don't lose a wicket, hope for the best, and we'll probably be off in half an hour.
Yeah, if not less. I mean, it looks very dark already, doesn't it? I can't. I mean, this is it. The weather forecast today. I mean, even at 5 o'clock, it's like 82% chance of rain. I mean, basically, this morning was the best chance of play at 50% from the weather forecast I saw yesterday, and it was raining when we got here. So, you know.
That's when they had lunch. Okay, so there's that's quite a nice looking shot, but straight out into the covers, straight to the man at cover. Yes, if you've missed all the hoo-ha earlier today, the one sliver of opportunity to get an hour's decent play in, cricket being cricket, they decided to have an early lunch as the sun shone down on Lords.
Well, it gives a chance for the pitch to dry.
Yes, I think the consensus in it's a very tired square and some very tired pitches. The whole thing needs.
Well, I asked. Well, it's funny you should say that after this ball.
Atkinson in again, left well alone. An extravagant Steve Smith-like lead by Devon Conway. Over to you, Bear.
Well, I asked Tone about this because that was my thought. You know, squares get old and they get tired, and therefore the ball, you know, they just lose pace, etc., etc. So I asked Tone because he goes to Middlesex a lot, obviously, and I said, "Well, when was the last time they relayed the square?" And he said he thought they relayed it last year.
Did not know that.
No, I didn't either. No, see, there's groundsmen already going around.
Listening to
they're off, aren't they? No, they're just talking. Oh, no, they're off.
No, they're off.
They're off. That'll be it for today, I think. You can see through there was there's spots of rain on the camera. Everyone. How many balls did we get in there? We've got like 20 balls.
No, not even that. We had an over from Ollie Robinson, 1 ball from Gus Atkinson, and 4. So we had 11 balls. Not quite 2 overs. They'll be getting their money back in the crowd. And I guess Lords will be praying that they get another 19.1 in.
Quite exciting when I went on a train trip last year in England. Everyone was just looking at their clocks, hoping that the delay would be over half an hour when they got their money back. And there was a big cheer went up around the train when it was over half an hour. Anyway, they wander back into the long room in desultory fashion, and I suspect they'll be back to their crosswords. They'll be back to whatever else they'll be doing. Doom scrolling on social media, past the thinkings of the old captains and people who are one of my people.
What is going on with your mic? Come on, Forthy, you have to tell me what you suspect it is, because you just keep going in and out, and you never used to do this.
Well, Jamie has rearranged my room, and he's set me up with a super duper new equipment. Since then, it's been worse. So
it's like as soon as you. What it is, it's like you've got a compressor or something on it, so that when your natural intonement drops, that's when you drop away. So when you're speaking loudly, it's as clear as a bell. As soon as you start talking quietly, you just turn into burbling water.
Well, I'll just have to be Gary permanently and just...
Yes.
Sorry about that. That's
enforced happiness.
Well,
what can we say apart from this is disappointing?
it is. Well, we could stay on and babble, but there's not really a lot to babble about, is there? We've had a couple of days play. It has been an extraordinary couple of days, really. 33 wickets in 2 days. Madness, really. But it is look like, I mean, to be honest, it looks like there ain't going to be much play today. It's going to annoy Hendo because that means he's going to have to come in tomorrow, and I'm sure he was thinking, I'm not going to have to go in on Sunday because it'll all be over on Saturday. But there's going to be no play, Hendo. So
Or not enough play.
not
anyway.
enough, yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh God, look at those people in the crowd. It looks like Scott of the Antarctic out there.
Yeah.
I was,
Well, it's not particularly warm either, it has to be said. I think the temperature's going to drop to about 14 or 15 degrees by mid-afternoon as well. Considering the heat wave we had just literally 10 days ago.
it's half the temperature now, isn't it?
Yeah, basically. Well, less than half, yeah. I mean, it was up at 30. They got to 35 in London. The highest 2 days ever in May in London, just less than 14 days ago. And now it's like Baltic. But hey, such is life.
It is, yes. Yes, there we are. Do you want to carry on and wimble on for a while longer, or should we just...
I think we just call it a day. We've hardly been on, have we? I might stop the stream as well rather than put on a podcast because I'm not sure it's going to be on. And then you'll get a notification, all you people listening. You'll all get a notification when something is on. And that way you'll know when we're back rather than having to guess. If you're
Very
a subscriber, so I mean, remember, please do subscribe. As you know, like and subscribe, smash that like button and subscribe, as they say. And if you do that, then when we go back live again, then you will get a little notification, and you'll know that the game is starting again. To be fair, I really don't have a lot of hope that we're going to get much more play today. I presume you're only on for a bit anyway, 40, aren't you? It's nearly bedtime over there, isn't it?
I was on for a couple of more social things.
Oh, right, okay.
And on the off chart, I think I've got a solution. I'm going to try something else on my mic next time we're on.
Okay, cool. It just feels like, I don't know if he's put in a compressor or something.
Might well have done. He's very techie, so he could well have done.
Yeah, and often they don't actually need it. I've got compression at this end anyway when it goes out here. So, right. Okay, peeps, go back to your Netflix show. I saw your remote control when you came on air, Forthy. You go back to your Netflix show. I'm going to go and watch the Grand Prix. Oh no, I've got another hour before qualifying, but that's the plan for me. And another kit.
How about you, Al? Got plans?
I created a spreadsheet for the World Cup that simulates the tournament, but I found some errors in some of the formulas, so I was adjusting some of them before.
And what was this going to do? Was this going to tell you who was going to win it?
So once you put in, so you can put the scores in for the games, so you can use it as a prediction or something to follow along, and it will. So it will work out the tables. It will work out the third place table. It will find the right permutation of 8 third place teams from 12. It will put them in the knockout games and all of that good stuff. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We used to call them macros when I was about 40 years ago. Don't know whether they're still.
Yeah. So there's a few macros in there, but I had some trouble with one of the dates, so it's rearranged all the games and it's not followed through into some of the other worksheets, which is very boring if you're still listening on YouTube.
I'll tell you what I did watch on YouTube this morning when I got up, because obviously I don't sleep and I got up working. There's a Netflix documentary on Istanbul 2005. Have you seen that, Al? It's quite good fun, actually.
The one I've just recently started watching. I haven't watched all of it yet. There's a documentary called The Boss.
Yes, I've seen that.
So in 2010, the French players went on strike.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and so it's speaking to the likes of Patrice Evra and Raymond Domenech and others about why that happened and who was to blame and all of that stuff. So yeah, that seems quite intriguing.
Yeah, it's really good. I think we can be fairly clear that Raymond Domenech was to blame, to be honest.
Yeah, and also that he doesn't give two shits
No.
about being to blame for it either. It's just like it. You hate to force people into stereotypical boxes, but Raymond Domenech does it a pretty good job all on his own. To be fair, Ben.
He does. Okay.
Right. Right, I'm going to turn off the stream, people. You will get a notification when we're back on.
All
which
right.
will be, hopefully, at some point. But oh, look, they're taking covers off again. Hold on. What's going on here?
They're
Do you
playing
wanna-
with us.
Do you want to hang around?
Yeah, we might as well hang around. Let's see what Crick Info is saying. And mind you, they're so fucking slow that we always... And look, there's an umpire coming out again. Maybe we won't go away, people. Maybe we won't go away.
A smile on his face as well, Rod Tucker.
I mean, it's one of those kinds of days. I mean, apparently we're going to have gales. And the gales, you know, that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, I've been since I've been in the studio, it's been pissing down, bright sunshine and blue sky, cloudy, pissing down, bright sunshine, blue sky. So, you know, it's been all of those things in the 2 hours that I've been here so far. So, well, the umpires are coming out. So, actually, we're not going to go away. We're going to carry on.
Are they inspecting or are they coming out to...
Well, actually, they must be only inspecting because the hover cover's on the centre and the players aren't following them out. And I have to get the hover cover off. But presumably, that was the lightest of light bits of showerage. I mean, it's literally only about 3 or 4 minutes.
Short but very heavy rain shower.
Never really understand with cricket. Once it clears the grounds for it to go, why do they arse around for another 20 minutes and saying it'll start in 20? Just get on with it.
Well, if the outfield's... the problem is the nature of a cricket ball, isn't it, Forthy? I mean, the cricket ball is leathery, and as soon as it gets wet, it gets really soapy and difficult to bowl with, which can make it dangerous.
There is...
You know, I mean, that's the thing. But presumably, I mean, Lord's A dries very quickly, and that rain would have been very short, but they didn't cover the outfield, so that would have got damp.
So, is it true that if this game was being played this time next year, then they would have the opportunity to use a pink ball rather than a red ball?
Presumably, so someone was mentioning this yesterday. I mean, I haven't read this regulation, but apparently so. But that pertains to light more than anything else, doesn't it? If the light gets too bad, they're going to change to a pink ball with the lights on.
Well, you can't. Feels like you can't change the colour of the ball part way through. It has to be all red or all pink.
Well, I mean, if the nature of the pink, for example, the nature of the pink ball in overheads is it swings very mad, it'll be a complete change of game, won't it? Really, in the middle of it. And then the other thing is, if you're in the 60th over when this happens, you know, what sort of pink ball do you bring out? A completely knackered one, or do they get a nice shiny new pink ball?
Hang on.
Tell you what, while you're chatting,
This is what the internet is for.
I'm going to get my substitute microphone and see whether that works. Hang on.
Okay. Well, you're looking at the regulations, do we?
I'm just looking at the news for... Yeah, pink balls will be used in day tests to maximise playing time.
Yeah, I think they're only going to switch to it when the light goes bad. Obviously, I mean, otherwise, what's the point? I mean, we've had red balls for 170 years or whatever it is, 150 or 40 or whatever. You can't suddenly have data because the pink ball doesn't last very long, and it has different characteristics. I never quite understand why that is, but I think it's the dyeing process makes the leather slightly different, doesn't it?
So, as part of the trial, teams would need to agree to the pink ball switch before the start of a match that might be impacted by poor light. The ICC board also approved a recommendation that will allow head coaches or other staff to enter the field of play during drinks breaks to consult with players in one day in T20s.
What?
Yeah. So, in T20s now, McCullum may enter the field of play, for example.
What, like a timeout?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Fuck that. Don't need that. We have that in the fucking IPL, and it's really irritating.
Yeah.
Well, there's 40.
Now, is that any better? Does that sound better?
It certainly does, yeah.
Yeah, you could. You s-
Right.
you now have like a Jackanory voice. I could, you know.
Right, well, I'll tell Jamie the bad news that he spent basically 2 days re-equipping this office, so it's perfect, and he's made it worse, but I'll break it to you.
Well, that's okay. It'll be fine, you know.
Yeah.
I often do things in here thinking, oh, it'll work better. Like when I set this up, when I got the new mixing desk and we moved in here, and I got this brand new, you know, $3,000 mixing desk that I got on second hand on eBay. I think I paid nearly 800 quid for it. And it's got all the dynamics in it, and I thought, you know what I'll do? So everyone complains that nothing's ever compressed, especially Mark Zip, if you're listening. Mainly because people's microphone techniques are so different. And, you know, being trained as a sound engineer, I always think you have a pure sound, and then you compress. I mean, compression for singing and stuff like that is obvious, because everyone's belting it into a microphone. But when people are just speaking, it's very difficult to get it right. So anyway, I round up all the mics and put really heavy compression on it. And when I tested it, it sounded fine. But as soon as we went live on day one of this new mixing desk, it was like, fuck, that's terrible. And I took it all, took most of it off and left just some on the main output. You know, it's just sometimes with just speaking voices, you don't really need a lot on them, really. You could do with some post effects, expansion and things to presence and stuff like that, which obviously machines don't have. You need some extra boxes for that, but I don't have them. But we do sound a lot better these days, and it doesn't peak out as much. So. Boring technical shit, I know, but you know.
Boring being totally selfish and having listened to a few of my podcasts, would you give me any advice on sound?
No, you see, your podcasts are fine.
Okay, well, that's good to hear.
I mean, this is it. All you need is a clear voice. I mean, I even looked. I mean, I should know this, and I do know this. But I looked online, thinking, "Oh, how can I improve the podcast?" And I went to some pros on YouTube and looked at what settings you should use for, you know, mics for processing stuff, and I pretty much had them all set up like that anyway.
Yeah, that's encouraging. Oh, by the way,
cricketers on the field of play.
Yeah, we're about to get going.
Your cricket. There's a couple of men who are finally just going off. They've the last of the covers people, or whatever it was they were doing. And once they're off, I think we can
get going.
Recommence proceedings. It's going to be Gus Atkinson with the 5th ball of his 5th over. He's sitting on 2 for 10. The score, in case you are losing track, is 37 for 3. The target is 254. So England very much in the box. It would only take 1 or 2 players to do a Travis head, and everything could still easily turn on its head. Atkinson comes around the wicket. Oh, and he has a little flash at that one. Didn't look entirely assured. He'll get a boundary for it through the vacant third man area, Devon Conway.
First of the day.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
He's played that away from it. Definitely, the bat was a long way in front of his body, and that's what's got sort of separate. But it all looked all along the ground. Why do you gentlemen fancy a new job?
Doing?
Joint chairman of West Ham.
No.
No, absolutely not. Do you think I'm mad, Al?
David Sullivan is stepping down.
Rightly so.
Because of serious allegations that are due to be released.
Okay, well, I think that to the surprise of nobody.
Historical allegations, I should say.
Atkinson in for the last ball of the over, and that's defended. Just tucks his bat behind the pad, but he manages to squirt it wide of the man in the covers, and they'll come through for a single. He'll keep the strike. Devon Conway, he'll move to 18, and the score at the end of the 14th.
No, I did wonder that was a no ball.
Ah, right.
The one that went for 4.
The 5th ball was a no ball. Okay, one ball to go. As you were.
Yeah, it was a scrambled seam, wasn't it, as well? And it didn't manage to hit the seam.
It puts, as the right-handers come round the wicket to the left-hander, they're in 2 minds. Will it be the one that keeps on going and takes out the top of leg stump, or will it be the one that holds its own and they're grappling at it? Got ball, last ball of the over. It is the end of the 14th over. 43 for 3 there.
Well, we have another super chat. It's €2 from Pirate Badger. That's why I played the jingle. Funky on the dance floor. Thank you very much, Pirate, as always. Oh, look, we have another one. Jay Grover. 40's voice reminds me of the dark whispers I heard drowning the analergic in the over-chlorinated municipal Glossop Road swimming baths.
Well, that's great detail.
Yeah. An incredibly specific and unique memory.
Indeed.
I think Glossop were one of the founders, or actually may have won the FA Cup. They were quite a powerful team in the 1880s, Glossop, I believe. Robinson comes round the wicket, and Conway doesn't like the look of that one, but just manages to fence it down on the offside. They come through for the single.
They used to throw the form book out when Glossop used to play Old Etonians.
Old Etonians have won the FA Cup. Well, they won the FA Cup more times than we have at Coventry, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, congratulations on promotion, by the way. I haven't spoken to you since that was achieved.
Can't say I'm not pleased, so God knows what next season's going to look like, but I've enjoyed this one.
Are you going to spend big in the summer?
We'll have to spend some. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating. It'll just be a question of whether the chairman goes medium-sized and wants to become a yo-yo club and protect some of his own cash, or whether he's going to do a Sunderland and load it all. That's sort of defended off the front foot, I would say, by Ravindra. Top ball.
It's been all change up here. Iriola's now the man in charge.
Yes. How do you feel about it? I think that's quite a good appointment, actually. I think it'll be interesting. I think he might have trouble at the start, but it'd be good to see us attacking. If we play like Bournemouth with the players we've got, should be quite good to watch.
There seems to be a growing trend about making it's better to make a decision too quickly than to leave it too late.
Yeah, that's fair actually. Be decisive and wrong, as you used to say. Off the front foot again, Ravindra. He's looking ginger, I would say. There. Doesn't describe his hair. He's not ginger, but
he's got very poofy hair these days, isn't it? Very luscious hair. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of get the feeling if we had a really bad start to the season, they would have sacked him in October, which is never a good thing to do, I don't think.
That becomes the thing. But
the season becomes a bit of a write-off, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, the trend is now 5 losses and you're out, isn't it? Which is bonkers.
Yes. See Alex Ferguson, 3 years and he was still there.
Yeah.
Left well alone by Ravindra, that one. Got ball. Everyone is just kind of in a holding pattern. It's like waiting for the, I don't know what's the metaphor, waiting for the plane to take off. We're not quite sure that this is going to last much longer.
Well, yeah. England needs to get ahead in the game. I mean, this is the perfect time to try and strike, isn't it? Get a couple here in a quick rain break where they're only on for 30 minutes for the whole day, and then you've only got to get 5 wickets tomorrow. I like the way that Sarah Taylor, Tresco and bloody McCullum are wearing their Ray-Bans in virtual darkness.
I assume they're sponsored. That's left well alone by Ravindra, and it's taken above the keeper's head there. That one did keep going.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be a batsman out in this.
No. It's it's nice to see that the New Zealand sunglasses are matching the English ones.
Robinson round the wicket again. Again, that's taken head high by Smith. He's getting. I suppose if you're only on the pitch for a few overs at a time, you can generate as much speed as you want. It's in again, and it's left again. That one only gets waist tight to Smith. 1 ... 1 ball at the end.
Right, Eric J says that's David Sullivan, the esteemed publisher. That'll be the one. Yeah. Jay Grover says, at what point would David Sullivan not dodgy as all the fuck? Yeah, I mean he's a porn publisher, isn't he? In the classic mould of Raymond's. What was it? Paul Raymond, wasn't it?
Yeah. Gentleman's literature.
And gentleman's literature. Jeffrey Waywood says, get your popcorn, settle back and watch Conway score a century and win the match. I guess you're a Kiwi. Who says England have the advantage? He also says game is not over yet. No, it isn't.
Not yet. I think this will be our last over together. And Conway he has a little nibble at that and just watches it sail past his bat and gets They're either generating more speed or the ball is getting a bit more lift than we've seen the last couple of days. Smith seems to be taking a fair number of these around his head.
I wonder whether Smith's maybe taken a step forward.
That could be it as well. You're right.
But
It's
pure speculation on my part.
definitely a couple have taken off.
And one, of course, has ever kicked a little bit low, so you'd say England are certainly favourites. That's left well alone. Top ball. With a 210 needed. I mean, on a flat pitch, it would be very straightforward. It isn't. That is the beauty of cricket.
Yeah, as non-straightforward as it gets.
Yes. Always remember Boycott saying, "You think the pitch don't make that much difference? Try playing billiards on the slope."
Well, we've seen a couple of wickets where it's just been you forgot you're playing at Lords.
Yeah. Left alone. You see, that's taken round by his ankles by Smith. So variable bounce, you would say.
But
3 balls.
you would certainly, I mean, on a different day, on a different pitch, both of these batsmen have the talent and the application
Oh yeah.
to be able to make significant inroads here. So, the game is not over. It's certainly tilted firmly in favour of England, but no chickens counted just yet.
No, indeed. No chickens. No chickens on us. Atkinson comes round the wicket. And that's left well alone by Conway, but it was shaped back in.
Yeah.
A little bit more shaping, and then the top of his off stump would have been imperilled.
Yeah, that was that certainly seemed closer to the stumps than the ones that had gone before.
Yeah, that's right. Now we're just having a look at the trees behind the pavilion, and as Per has suggested, it looks like the early stages of 10 on the Beaufort scale there. It's beginning to get a breeze up.
Positively subtropical in terms of the wind, if not, sadly, not the weather.
That's defended off the back foot by Conway with a lovely vertical bat. I like the Beaufort scale. It's all very approximate. It's all very 19th century.
It's about a 6.
Yeah, that, yes.
Roughly.
Waves are there's lovely definitions on the Beaufort scale. Waves are beginning to show little white horses as they come into the shore, things like that. Right, we've got 1 ball to go.
Is there a change, Bear, coming?
Yes.
There is, yes.
There is. And that's again left well alone. So we leave you as a trio with New Zealand having started steadily on their ascent. 44 for 3. The end of the 16th over. I hand you over to a new troika.
Well, yeah, except for Will's not here. So it's me and Josh. And I don't know if you want to hang around, Al, for a little bit until Will shows up.
Can do.
All right, cool. You haven't rested, 40. You're back shortly anyway. In fact, next session. I'm sure Will. Oh no, Will's just turned up in typical fashion. But Josh, you're doing ball by ball anyway.
Right. Josh, it was a pleasure.
Likewise, thank you for the briefest co-commentary stint I've ever shared with anyone, Al. We do have a change of bowling.
No problem.
Actually, I'm not certain it's a change. No, it is a change.
Yes,
sorry,
it is a
trying
change.
to remember how many balls, how many overs we've had so far.
We've had
delayed start.
Two from each end plus an
One
extra
of
ball.
my namesakes is going to be bowling. The one with whom I share a first name comes in. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Ravindra. The ball shapes away, is taken behind the stumps. No run. Let's hear the jingle.
Ton love, Josh Ton. Let's get together and lick 'em right.
Ravindra's on a pair, isn't he?
Ravindra's on a he is on a pair. He only lasted
He's on a pair.
first ball or second ball he was out when he came in. I think it was first ball, wasn't it? I
So he's off a king pair, having faced 10
Yes,
balls
because
for his
he got 3 wickets in the
knockouts
one
so
over,
far.
didn't he? And he comes in at number 4, so it must have been him as the 3rd wicket.
Tongue in again round the wicket. It's straightening and he's off the mark. Very well is Ravindra with a beautiful straightish off drive that beats wide mid off and runs away up towards the pavilion. The chasing fielder cannot get there. And those are 4 beautiful runs. A lovely way to move off a pair and off a duck.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
To say morning to Will.
How was your journey, Will?
Oh, bloody awful. I got to Swindon and then basically they kind of went, there might be a bus in an hour.
Ugh.
Ooh, and this
And
time
I was just
Ravindra
like,
punches off the
I'm
back
going
foot, this
home.
time straight to the man. It's not even wide mid off, he's at extra. So
There
it was
was-
really quite a chase to innovate in vain to...
Your mic's halfway to your cheek, by the way, Josh.
Is it sounding all right?
Yeah, it sounds okay, but it's
Well,
a little
then,
bit away
what's
from your mouth.
What's
You know.
the fucking problem there?
Well, you know, it could be a little bit better. That's all. Just be a
Is this any
professional
better
for
there?
fuck's sake. Yeah, that is.
Wonderful.
Yeah, there's no point coming in today, Will.
No,
I did tell you that yesterday.
Yeah.
Tongue in again round the wicket. This time it's left well alone. Ravindra not even tempted to bring his bat down from shoulder height, just watches it move away on a sort of 5th, 6th, 7th stump line. It's taken behind the stumps, no run. Sorry, I'm wibbling far too much for just a dot ball.
That's okay. We need a fair bit of wibble today. We don't know how much longer they'll be out there.
So you did actually make it as far as Swindon?
yeah. Well, what I did was I tried to do it as much on buses as I could because I had to get around Bristol because there's so much shite in Bristol going on.
Tongue again, back of a length, left alone outside off, no run.
It's like a little bit of rain on the cameras again.
Which is annoying, but you know, it's an adventure, I guess. We've got a super chat, by the way.
We've got 2.
Let's have it after this over, which Tongue is going to complete from wide of the crease. Once again, it's left alone and is fumbled behind the stumps by England's, what's the word I'm looking for?
Premier keeper?
Incomprehensibly first choice wicket keeper. The batters, I think, came through for a bye there. Ravindra will keep the strike and that completes the over. Let's hear these super chats.
Yeah, Brian in Brisbane is the first one, followed by Jay.
Yeah, so Brian in Brisbane sent us 5 Aussie dollars. That's weird.
Thank you,
I
Brian.
didn't know that he was actually in Australia.
He's not.
And then he says, with such short sessions and with the pitch foibles, I bet Archer is regretting his decisions.
Well, he wouldn't have had to bowl much more than 4 overs, would he?
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah.
You can imagine someone on the phone to Joffre saying, Ashley, we've done all right without you. We've done all right without you this match.
Yeah.
We only really need you when it's hard going.
I think they're about to go off again. Look at that wind.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, off they go.
Are they going
Right.
off?
Yeah.
You can't quite tell the difference between Ollie Robinson trundling in from his run-up and running towards the pavilion for a pie, can you?
Oh, when the wind picks up, you can see it's absolutely sheeting it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might as well get Jay's in as well. He says 2 quid
Yeah.
and says, "Hooray, Josh!"
Hey, Jay. Hooray, Jay and Brian giving us money. Thank you.
Indeed.
All I need is to come into the studio one of these days. It's been a bloody long time since I was in the studio, and I'll be able to imbibe one of Brian's other offerings, unless he wants to send them directly to my home.
No, we like them here.
I know you like them here.
Where all the work is done, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm doing some work here. But yeah, there is more work in the studio.
I'm here on my Todd today.
Oh, I'm
No one's
sorry.
with me.
I did look at coming in, but it would have been something like a 7:30 start
Yes.
and a choice of either a rail replacement bus, 3 of my least favourite strings of words in the English language, or a diverted train via Gloucester, because there's work being done on the tunnel at the moment, and I still wouldn't have made it in for the start of play. I've stayed here.
The problem with a rail network is it basically starts working at the weekends, because I mean in London we're on the Orange Line, which is now the Windrush and all the rest of it.
Is that what used to be the East London line?
Yeah.
And then was the Overground?
The Overground, basically, yeah. But I mean, basically, for the last 5-6 years, pretty much every weekend, and certainly there was a 2 or 3 year period where pretty much every weekend they were doing rail replacement buses, because they were always doing upgrade works or something on it.
Well, with the Severn Tunnel, it's not even weekends. It's several weeks now that it's taken. What's usually an hour's journey from Cardiff to Bristol has taken close to or even over 2 hours. I was looking at going to a poetry reading Friday before last, and for a 7 o'clock start, I'd have had to leave at 4:30. And my last train back would have been at 8:30. So
that's why you need a car.
I mean, I did consider driving and using the park and ride. The problem is I've got a 2010 diesel, which is not clean air zone compliant, so it costs me a tenner every time I want to drive into Bristol.
You see, that ULEZ is. I mean, every time I buy a car now, I have to make sure it's ULEZ compatible. I live inside it, so there's not much I can do about it.
I haven't yet got round to. It's not something that was an issue when I bought this car 3 years ago, and then suddenly became one. And I think the clean air zones are a good idea. I do wish that as recently as 2010, I suppose that was now 16 years ago.
I mean, cars are a lot better, it's true. I mean, this is the thing. When I was buying cheap cars, because I couldn't get to the auctions and I had to pay stupid auto trader prices, I'd always go old petrol, because you can go all the way back to about 2005 or 2004 for a petrol, and they're always compliant.
I was surprised that a 2010 diesel, that there's been that many advances since 2010 that...
Well, they were supposed to be compliant, weren't they? But that was all.
Exactly.
That was the VW / Mercedes / everybody else in Germany fucking cheating the system.
Yeah, for that.
And certainly, if you bought it on finance, you should be able to get some money back off.
I didn't, claims. But there is a case anyway. But I got it second hand. I only paid a couple of grand for it, but it's lasted me.
Yeah, they're only okay if you live in the middle of fucking nowhere, and rarely going to go to a city.
To be fair, it's all. For me, it's all right as long as I don't want to go into Bristol, which I can usually avoid doing, or inside the M25, which I've only done twice ever. It does mean if I'm going over to my mum's, for example, I don't now have the choice that I used to have of driving through central London and stopping with my cousins in Hackney for a night, which was a nice thing to do.
Well, you can. I mean, you can pay the tenner.
Or I can pay the tenner, yeah.
No, it's not. London, I think it's $12.50 now.
But if I stop for the night, I've got to pay it twice, because it's not 20. It's not.
No, that's true.
It's not. It's not per 24 hours. It's per calendar day.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Bath one doesn't affect me because it's. Private cars don't pay it. I think it's only passenger vehicles, but it might be HGVs as well.
It's HGVs as well, because they now send them like weird ways, and they come up my mum's road, which is tiny, and
one of those
like
unintended knock-on consequences that isn't actually to anyone's benefit.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, oh cool, there's an 18-wheeler in a little sort of tiny little lane that it can't get round. And I just feel sorry for the drivers, really. They freak out every single time, but there we are. Weirdly, Bath have just bought a load of electric buses, and the bus drivers are freaking out because they can't deal with how much pep the buses have got compared to the, I don't know, 40-year-old buses they had, and so there have been a lot of kind of, I don't know.
So what's the issue with them, Will?
There's no issue with them, it's just funny being on them, because like going like an electric bus has so much kind of more acceleration power, because it's all automatic, because I think all electric vehicles are.
Yeah. Ooh, they're back on.
Here we are.
Are we serious? This is really weird, isn't it? I mean, it's just
This
so
is mental.
blustery that it's blowing through so quickly. Nightmare bit. I mean, it's not great if you're a bowler, to be fair. You've got to warm
It's even
up,
worse
cool
if you're
down.
a batter, though.
Much worse. Well, in some respects it is. But I guess as a bowler, you've got to warm up. And you've only bowled in one over, and then you're going cold, and you've got to, you've got to not.
Yeah, but is that all that different from a T20?
Maybe not, but the weather's not great, etc., etc. I don't know. I mean, it's quite cool. I mean, as a batsman, yes, it must do your concentration head in.
Yeah.
loads.
Concentration, your eyes, it's just going to be that much harder. I'd have thought, because as a bowler, your contribution to the game is much more punctual. You're only ever bowling 6 balls at a time, and then you've got to rest at the other end. And you're not going to be bowling that many alternate sets of 6 balls. Robinson is, having almost started his over, is going to start this one. He's not taken any wickets. He's gone for 13 so far. Off, is it 7 overs he's bowled?
Yeah.
And having pinched a bye off the last ball of Josh Tung's over, Ravindra will be continuing. Robinson bowls wide of the wicket and is just dabbed behind square out towards the deep backward point boundary. There is a chase from, who is that with the greyish blonde hair? Keeps the batters down to 2. Well chased down. That was quite a quick. Usually when they go off for rain, if it's anything more than mizzle that you can often play through, you expect the covers to come on, and it's a good 15-minute warning before they even think about resuming. Ravindra he's a good 20 centimetres out of his crease, taking guard, and Robinson beats his outside edge. Ravindra brings the bat down just inside the line. Stokes is standing there, hands on head, wondering how that didn't take the edge. No run.
Well, presumably they've got the hurry up from people upstairs. That went under the bat, actually, didn't it? It's one of those ones that kept low. You need to bowl that at the stumps. Interestingly, they haven't bowled much at the stump so far today. They've been bowling in the channel outside the off stump. I think they need to bring the line in a little bit more.
But even 20, 25 centimetres outside his crease, he didn't get near that one, as this time it does beat the outside edge. There's some enthusiasm, some anticipation, some expectation from the England field. It's taken behind the stumps, no run. Lovely bit of away shape. I'm just wondering if he's setting him up for the old 3 or 4 card trick.
Well, they got a lot of LBWs in the first innings, bowling around the wicket on that nibbling line, but they were bringing it back in and bowling a little bit straighter, and that's what I find a little bit weird.
As that one came away, Robinson in again. He's still relatively wide of the crease, not quite as wide as he could be, but just half a notch in. This time it's defended back down the track, no run.
I'd say that with all the rain breaks, it makes a bowling plan pretty hard to kind of maneuver, because you don't know, because if you come off and then you're like, oh well, I was just doing that, so do I do it again, or do I assume?
That's what I mean. It's a little bit annoying. You want, if you want it on and off, you want a good sort of 20-40 minutes if it's going to be like that.
Robinson this time drifting onto Ravindra's pads, and he just flicks the ball off in front of square. They'll come back for 2 in front of square on the leg side. That was. He will continue to face Robinson for the last ball of over.
And the dampness on the ball
now to 8 runs.
The dampness on the ball, and also this kind of mizzle is freezing. It's like colder than normal rain, and so it will cool you down quicker.
And of course in the wind chill as well, it's blustery out there. In fact, blustery is probably an understatement. Robinson in to complete the over. There's a short leg and a leg slip, and he bowled him straight through. Ravindra knocks back his off bail. Ravindra goes for a 21 ball 8. 21 ball 8. New Zealand are 53 for 4.
The crowd says you're out.
Annoyingly, I had fall of the fucking 4th wicket under 52 and a half. Fucking irritating that.
Beautiful
That's
delivery
really
that.
Very good delivery.
Just moved away,
Yeah.
but he moved it again this time. Almost a repeat of the previous ball, which set him up, drifting onto his pads, but this time moving away. Rachin Ravindra was playing inside it, moved his bat out to cover, just dragged it inside at the last minute, perhaps thinking he was safe, almost curtain rail leave there, and it nonetheless clipped the top of his off hole. Lovely piece of bowling.
Well, that's the end of the over. You want to do
It is the end of the over.
2 super chats? I think we got there. Well,
Another 2.
Another 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Greystoke sends us $2 Aussie. I imagine that the site is called Bear Spreading.
I don't know what he's on about now. Was I bear spreading? I didn't really. I don't know. Maybe it's the way I'm sitting.
Were you reading a broadsheet newspaper on the Windrush line, Bear?
With my legs wide apart. No. Carry on.
And then Jay sends us £2 saying breaking Bear is Mad Max protagonist. Serious.
I like driving. I recently got a second car because I've kind of started doing a little bit of car trading because basically I've spent my life. Cars are basically a money pit. You buy a car, it immediately loses value. You buy it on the open market, generally it's worth less than you pay for it. So I decided I'd start buying. I bought a car at auction, and I thought the kids are old enough, I'll buy another car at auction. But the kids can drive, so I bought a really cheap Mini. But they allowed me to sell the other car, so I've been kind of trading them every 6 months, drive them for a bit and sell them. But Minis are so much fun. They are like go-karts. They are great.
Tongue continues round of the wicket to Conway, gets a bit of lift. It's left alone, taken at chest height by England's inexplicably first choice wicketkeeper. Should we have a jingle for the new batter, or should we wait till he's about to face
we can
his
have a
first
jingle
ball?
for the new. You know, it might not last more than one ball.
I'm not an old black funny on Peep Show. Wrote that book, oh, Daryl, not David Mitchell.
Mitchell at the non-striker's end still. Devon Conway facing. He's on 19 not out so far as Tongue comes in. This time he brings his bat down late, fends it along the ground to gully, no run.
Yeah, so I've been driving around. I've been driving around a little Mini Cooper.
And very nice.
It's a 2009.
And not one of these new big minis, an actual.
No, yeah, I mean they got bigger and bigger, but it's a 2009. So you can. We're funnily enough, the other car had a little bit of problems in the garage, and I had to take me, the wife, and 3 kids who are all adults in a Mini to Blue Water. It was quite funny.
Tongue in, and he has really got one up Conway. It wasn't that far back of a length, but it lifted. I think it's wrapped him on the finger. He's in some discomfort as he walks away towards short leg. From him, he's probably getting a little bit of lip. Nothing of particular interest happened.
Oh yeah, that did jump a bit.
Yeah, jumped from a good length. He was unsure as to whether to play forward or back, and it really lifted on him, and it looks quite sore. I've got a chicken stock in the pressure cooker. It smells amazing. Tongue in again. There's not been much interruption to play. This time it's a shade straighter, doesn't get up as high. It's fielded by the man running in from cover quite athletically. No run, 4 dot balls to start this over by Josh Tongue to Devon Conway.
That's quite extravagant movement, wasn't it?
As we look at Robinson, yeah, it was illustrating the point I was making about the 2 consecutive balls onto Ravindra's pads. One that One that allowed him to whip it through the leg side for 2, the other which just held its line or moved away from him. Tongue in this time, he's a bit too far onto the leg side. It's fended down, fielded by short leg, no run.
How do you think the next wicket's going to fall? LBW or bowled?
Are they the only 2 options on Betfair, Bear?
No, I bet 365. But they're the options I go for because court's always stupid. It's like 8 to 13, but most wickets actually haven't been caught. LBW's 10 to 3 and bowled is 3 to 1.
So LBW for a long time was the most common, probably even more so now.
I'm going to put £2 on LBW.
Into Conway to bowl the last ball of the over, drifts again into the leg side. There's a little clip of it and it's fielded by the leg slip. No run, a maiden from Tongue, who presumably be a little bit disappointed not to have taken a wicket. New Zealand 53 for 4 after 19 overs. Not in a strong position, you have to say, with another couple of hundred needed. 4 wickets down already. Have we got any more super chats, or are we having to rely on the common or garden lesser spotted chats?
It's all sort of common or garden chattage.
Is there anything any good?
Pirate Badshaw says the acceleration on electric buses can really be a problem. First time I experienced it, I went flying down the stairs, and then Mr. D Handjob of Melbourne says, "So why are you using it inside, Badshaw?" Which I thought was quite funny. But I've not done it justice.
He is quite a wit, is Mr. D Handjob, is he not?
Yeah. And then just a lot of people talking amongst themselves. There's a bit of Mad Max chat, and Eric J says the F-Reg, which is 1968 Mini I had, is still my favourite car.
Robinson,
great in the snow.
Over the wicket to Mitchell, who swings at it, can't make contact, no run.
Wasn't there a weird period where Minis were really popular rally cars?
Yes, the Mini Cooper was a very popular rally car, because they do handle quite extraordinarily well, to be fair.
Robinson in again over the wicket, this time Mitchell, who's taking what looks like an off-stump guard, just steps further into the ball, fends it down into the leg side, no run. Standing right in front of his stumps.
Doesn't look pleasant to bat out there, does it really?
God, no.
Well, I mean, if they get enough play today, it could be over today, I suppose, still.
I mean, everyone, Hendo in particular, will be hoping it is over today.
Oh, of course he will. No, well, Ollie Robinson wasn't happy about this yesterday. It looks like Jamie Smith is going to stand up to him.
I mean, I wouldn't be happy if I had Jamie Smith standing up to me and I bowled Ollie Robinson's pace. I'd be saying, why the fuck is it you and not Ben Folkes?
Yeah, it's mental.
Well, possibly, but he didn't really want anyone standing up to him, and I can kind of understand that.
Does he see it as a slight to his manhood?
I think so.
Sort of twat thing.
Oh, that's out. That is so fucking plum. And I got my LBW.
You did.
Yay!
Lovely delivery, full, pitched up to the guy who's taking guard well in front of his stumps. It's clattering into, I would say, middle and leg. There's no fucking point reviewing it, but they haven't reviewed it.
Oh, he has reviewed it.
Has he really reviewed it?
I don't know
really?
why. Yeah.
Last recognised batsman would be
No, Glenn Phillips is next.
It's true.
Whether he got outside the line.
No, he didn't get outside the time. It's hit him on middle, and it's clattering into leg stump. If you ask me,
I think that actually
might be going down.
No, I don't think it's going down, but I think it's closer. Is that leg stump just behind his leg? I don't know. I think it's actually probably only going to be umpire's call on leg stump. That's gone quite away.
I think it's smashing into leg. Original decision. It is umpire's call on wickets. You are correct, Bear. Review is retained, but more importantly for England and for the game situation, the wicket stands.
And for me.
And for Bear, who's must be about £3.50 better off.
Oh no, because I also went under for the fall of the wicket.
So I got
Okay,
both.
so
So I got 17 quid return on that £7.
17 quid. Well done, Bert.
Very
Did
nice.
Did you have a combination on?
No, just 2 separate bets.
Just 2 separate bets. 17 quid. Ooh, that's a bottle of tolerable wine.
Well, exactly. Anyway, we'll give it this. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It's not going to be Fred though, is it, on a Saturday?
No. Well, Mog
sunset
just
anyway.
Mog just cut that out, I think, from ages ago. There's now quite a few jingles that have me saying things in them. You like cutting me out occasionally.
I do like the we're not going to hear it again, but the Josh Hazelwood one where he sampled what is it that Jay
Dave
Grover?
Brooke.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the phrase Jay Grover used to describe him. I probably shouldn't repeat it just in case he or his lawyer is listening.
Yeah, I can't remember that either, but yeah, I do remember I do remember that incident.
Jay, if you want to tweet in what it was you called David, then we can read it out if you'd like.
Right, next man in will be this man.
We'll be jingled up by
Up next is Tommy Blundell.
That might get us dinged, so I'll just take that out. We got dinged yesterday for an advert in our fucking podcast that I play at lunchtime.
bloody hell. Robinson over the wicket to Blundell, who whips him off his legs out towards deep backward square. There's a man out there. I can't fucking see who it is from this. Oh, it's Stokes. Slimmed down, gaunt looking Ben Stokes. Blundell off the mark, first ball, 1 from 1. Conway back on strike to face the last 2 balls, or at least the penultimate ball of the over.
Yeah, it was for a fucking Oreo advert.
Oh, well, that's shit.
Yeah, it was.
Can you put the Patreon stream through for the lunch break, because they don't have ads?
Well, I was thinking that. I mean, it doesn't often happen on the ads, it has to be fair, but we played it so often. It didn't get picked up the day before, which is weird.
Robinson round the wicket to Conway, straightens, beats the outside edge, but I think he's playing a leave inside the line rather than flashing at it. No run in any case.
I just saw I misread a fairly standard
Turn your picture
tweet,
off, Tone.
and quite funny. I thought someone said they've got a guilty fly slip, but they actually said a gully fly slip.
Robinson in round the wicket. There's a hint of is there a chance to short leg? No, it didn't carry, but there is no run. Wicket, not quite a wicket maiden. 1 run and a wicket from the over. Robinson has 2 so far this, I want to say morning. It's not morning, but we started so late it feels a bit like a morning session as we have another look at that one that was adjudged LBW. It looked a lot plumber in real time. No, definitely not a mistake on the part of the umpire. It was still clipping leg. We switching.
See you later.
We are. Thank you,
Wonderful.
Josh. Thank you,
Pleasure.
Will. Thank you, Bert.
Off by fuck.
There he goes. And here we are.
Here we are.
A terrifically talented trio to take you through the next half hour.
Oh, shit. I thought it was us 3.
Joining me are Mr. Forth and Mr. Bishop.
Indeed. Tell you what, it's cold and windy where I am, and it's pissing with rain in Claygate. Not at Lord's, though, thank goodness.
Well, not at the minute.
How far's Claygate from Lords? About 15k?
About that would be about right. Possibly a bit more, I think.
Right. 54 for 5. New Zealand teetering on the brink as Tongue is in. This one played down to Gully by Blundell. He's on 1. And Conway, the rock, the anchor, the hard place on 19 not out.
He's between a rock and a wet place at the moment.
Well, indeed.
or if you were a place, you'd probably be quite at home in the
Yeah, you
wet
would
conditions.
actually. That's true. Don't overwhelm us with fish-based puns necessarily. Unless you want it, you can if you want.
No, you're all right.
Yeah.
There's always plenty of them.
Other options are always available. Tongue in again, probing outside the off stump, played down between fourth slip and gully, half stopped by Duckett, no run.
So England have 2.5 days to get 5 wickets. That should be within their compass. Or one of these batsmen going to play a heroic rearguard action, one or the other.
The innings of their life.
Yes. Yes, I think it would be as well. Seems unlikely. Josh Tongue has emerged over the last 6 months with a great deal of credit, it's fair to say.
Well, he bowled very well in Australia, didn't he?
This
He
one
was a real-
Not many emerged with credit from there.
He
tapped
was a
down,
real
quick
shining light.
single. Quick single by Blundell. He'll move to 2.
Yeah, it's funny. It was funny, old Ashes, in some ways. I saw 2 great days in Melbourne, and we won.
Isn't that
was
both
the live?
days?
That was the live cricket I saw. But also, sometimes you can win a Test series, but no new players emerge. I think Bethel and Tongue emerged as sort of the next generation who have inked themselves in to a first 11.
Well, yeah, certainly Bethel as well, because he's genuinely multi-format, as he showed in the World Cup and as he showed in the Ashes. And he could have
Indeed.
showed play apart from the pitch in this
55 for 5, as this one is a bouncer down the leg side. Well taken behind the stumps.
All the fives. 5. I don't know what that is in bingo speak. And what 55 is.
one. Oh, that's a good question, isn't it? I think
55.
if you don't know what to say, you just say 5 and 5, 55.
5 and 5, 55. Bingo has not really had a renaissance, has it?
Not that I've been aware of.
I mean,
but
darts,
I have been looking out for it.
darts has, but bingo hasn't.
Tongue in around the wicket, left alone by Conway. And we just have 1 ball left in this 21st over.
Who is that rather plump darts player who has emerged? Stephen something.
Bunting?
Yeah. Anyway, he appeared in our dressing room at the end of when Coventry won the title, and suddenly from nowhere there he was, and everyone was singing his song. It was a very surreal moment.
Not Luke Littler. He's not from Coventry, is he?
No, he's from
No.
Warrington, sir.
Is he? Oh,
Steve-
well, that's your
Stephen,
man.
what's his name, isn't from Coventry either. But
No, he's
they
from
were-
Liverpool, which is
He's from Liverpool, yes,
strange.
exactly.
That one is thudding down the leg side into the pads, fielded at short square leg. That's the end of the over. 55-5.
Well, I have to confess, I wasn't. I was listening, but not genuinely paying attention. We do, however, have a super chat from Jay. So forgive me if I've read it. We're going to read it again. Were it Kilcaddle to Gobshite? Question mark. But I don't know what the question was. But who knows? Let me see. He's saying to Eric J, my parents' first car were a Morris Minor. I were locked in the back with a Panda Cola and crisps in many a pub car park. That just sounds like a cry for help, if ever I heard one. I hope they left the window open so you could breathe. That's the advice they give for dogs. But there we go.
This Robinson does have Smith standing up to him. Plenty crowding round the bat. Well defended on the back foot by Blundell. No run.
I don't know. You probably covered this, but you have Robinson on Robinson during the last stint, didn't you? I'm not sure how often that's happened on Guerrilla Cricket. That the commentator shares the same name as the bowler. Robinson.
You made it sound like fratricide.
Oh, right, I'm with
there
you.
for a second.
I'm with you. Yeah, Rob. We get plenty of Brook on Brook action, don't forget.
Well, that's Brook on Brook. And Tony probably commentated on Ian Bishop, or maybe it was a little bit before.
Ian Bishop was playing before my time.
Yeah.
I think he'd retired by 2017.
If friendly fire is, if there's always like a side at the end of it, then Brook on Brook is surely Brookside.
Very good. I like that.
Very good indeed.
Billy Corkhill.
It's uncanny, Tony. I close my eyes and I see Gary. This one again, jabbing back in towards Blundell. Squeezes it out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
If only Jason Donovan had sung that. I close my eyes and I see Gary.
Oh.
I think that was the B-side. Yeah.
That was. It could have been. It could well have been.
Doesn't get played too often these days.
Anyone who closes their eyes and sees Gary needs serious help.
Does that include Gary?
Oh no, he's allowed to.
Seems fair. Robinson from slightly wider. Good full-length delivery, defended by Blundell. No run.
There's that cheap convention in Netflix dramas where about episode 4 or 5, it starts with a dream sequence and you're sucked into thinking it's reality, and then the actor waits with a start out of their dream on their bed. That would be if you suddenly saw Gary appear. You'd wait with a massive start.
Well, so long as it's not out the shower like it was like Dallas. I mean, nobody deserves to see that.
That was a dream sequence.
Eyes open or closed.
Wasn't that a whole year?
There's an entire series, yes.
Yeah.
They wanted to get Bobby back. Oh, there.
Hello.
There is movement on the field, and sadly, it's movement that's taken the cricketers.
Stopped.
It's desultory movement. They're not hurrying off.
Oh no, there's a couple of blokes who clearly aren't players have come out to take the stumps out of the ground. There's spots just on the camera.
Hope that doesn't descend into mindless violence.
Well, let's hope not. No one wants to see that.
It'd be a good day for some mindless violence, though, wouldn't it? If they keep stopping the cricket and everyone's just basically drinking. You could see plenty of scenarios where...
Tony, what happens in the half-time draw at Watford?
The half-time draw at Watford? Most people are left by half-time.
Do they just drag two people out from the stand?
No, we have a Mr. Q's kind of shootout thing with one of these big things in the goal, which has got 3 holes on, like a fairly big one in each corner and littler ones where it's easier to hit. And you can win a chunk of change.
You can win big.
From Mr. Q, who are supposed to be, although a gambling company, one that's based locally to Watford. We all know that's utter shite, not true. They may have an office in Watford, but that's probably about it. But
if you count the Cayman Islands as being close to Watford.
Precisely. Right, there's a Mr. Handjob of Melbourne, probably near you, Forthy. Actually, how far do you live from Mr. Handjob?
Closer than you do to Lord's, Highgate, about 7 or 8k.
I thought it was Doctor rather than Mister.
I'll tell you who I live half a k from, and that's Kat. We're very close.
Oh well, there you go. Oh yeah, so is she Mooney? But she's not Mooney Ponds, is she? But the studio was.
No, the studio was. In fact, I caught up with Russ of Mooney Ponds during the week.
I saw the picture.
Summit, yes.
We all thought he looked like a man who was the carer out for a group of elderly gentlemen who had been taken out for the night. But it was a lovely picture, and he had that slight look on his face, like what am I doing here? But it may just have been. It was also the other thing. What else? I mean, I loved it. All of that picture. Messi just looked as cheerful and as magnificent as ever.
Yes.
Mogg looked desperately fed up that the picture had to be. It was like delaying his attacking his Parmo and chips. So he was really. He looked like, get the fucking picture taken. Look. Have you seen how much food I've got here? It's not going to stay warm forever. So anyway, I was about to say, he said something really nice about us, which he's probably going to retract. Mr. Handjob of Melbourne said, "Now look at this handsome trio, lineup of gorillas."
Now you're regretting what you've just said.
Absolutely. I should have read it before. All I said was he'd want to attack his Parmo, as anybody would. They don't stay warm forever. Who did take the picture, by the way?
The waitress.
You're all in it. It's the old. That's the oldest chat-up line in the book. Can you take this picture of my friends and I, please? By the way, what's your phone number? Greystoke 666. At least your parents were covering the 2 major food groups of sugar and salt. So that's going back to poor old Jay locked in the car with his snacks in pub car parks.
Oh yes.
Invisible Bob. This is still more of the same conversation, I think. So I'm just going to try and find some more original stuff. Fish-based puns are total bollocks.
Yes,
Says
very good.
Pirate
See how easy it is? Very good there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be such a sprat to
to
make them, to be honest.
I sometimes feel that
I'm a prawn again, Guerrilla.
Has the same relationship to Guerrilla Cricket as Donald Trump does to the Republican Party, and as much as he can tweet whatever he wants and nobody dares stand in his way because he keeps pumping money towards us, that's fine.
There's occasionally some editorial provided, but 99 times out of 100 it's not needed. There is the odd one. You go, hang on. Often that's because you don't understand it, rather than it's necessarily rude.
Those are his Covfefe posts. Yes.
The Dalai Lama says, "Don't start carping on about it." Okay, fair enough. We won't. Right. Let me see. 555 is a Holmes and Sutcliffe, apparently. Oh, that's interesting. Eric J, thank you for that. Was that their partnership? I'd have to double check that, but I don't see why Eric would lie. So there we go.
Well.
Eric J, 555, 55 for 5 is a Holmes and Sutcliffe. What a brilliant piece of research, Eric J. I doff my cap to you. That's magnificent. Neymar Butlins, good lord. Neymar, how are you? When was the last time we played cricket against a nation and also played them at football the same day? Can opt to look that up. Yes, we did, because either the men's football team or the women's football team playing New Zealand.
The men's football team are playing New Zealand later on this evening from Tampa, Florida.
On that pudding of a pitch.
Yes. So hold your breath for injuries.
Well, I need to be keeping my eyes open for my two sweepstakes teams.
What are your two sweepstakes?
Iran and Iraq.
Wow.
What more could a man ask?
Less warfare?
Well, yeah. I'd trade this World Cup for an end to all wars, like in a heartbeat, I can tell you.
So, let me make sure I get this right. Iraq have no chance, and Iran have some chance of escaping the group.
Yeah, I think that might be true. And Iran, of course, have been transplanted to not play in the US. The game we all want is Iran versus the US, but there we go.
That's not true. Iran did ask that their games be played in Mexico.
Yeah.
And FIFA told them that there was no risk to the Iranian team whilst being in America.
Yeah.
I'll let you form your own judgment.
Well, they're just so far up Trump's arse, which is the reason I won't be watching this World Cup.
Come on. You know that he was a deserving winner of that Peace Prize. Come on.
Right. Okay.
Come on.
So, Mr. Handjob's being quite prolific today. Mr. Handjob says it's about time someone stood up to Robinson. Now, what he doesn't say whether he means Ollie or Josh, but let's assume he means his ego is out of control. Again, that doesn't give you a clue either, does it? So there we go.
Was that bloke who used to run the National Front? Was he a Robinson, wasn't he?
Thomas.
No, was he? I'm going back years ago, but I don't think he was a Robinson.
No,
Tommy Robinson's not even his real name.
No, he's not. He's somebody Laxley.
Tommy Robinson.
Stephen
Laxley.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm just looking up the 555. It's a very interesting story attached to it, actually.
Oh, okay.
Moderately interesting. It's by Holmes and Sutcliffe. They beat the all-time record of 554, and they got off, and they played a casual shot to get out. Oh, we've got the 5-5, it doesn't matter. And then they came in and say, oh, the scorers have got it wrong. Actually, they've had to knock one off. You only got 554. And then they basically said, well, just find one from somewhere. So they found one, and they stuck it back up to 555.
Wonderful. Whenever somebody says a story is attached to something, yes. I always remember now long ago and very sadly deceased ex-girlfriend of mine. It was when I was living in St John's Wood, and I think I hadn't been going out with her very long. We were driving around Regent's Park back to where my flat was, and there is a famous tree by the bridge as you go out of Regent's Park in towards St John's Wood, which was rent asunder by a canal barge carrying dynamite. many years ago, like I think at the end of the 19th century, 20th century, 19th century. But it had grown back together again. So it effectively had two trunks that had sort of were sort of bent in the middle, but sort of clearly then meeting up again. That originally used to be one tree. Anyway, bless her, the wonderful Sheila. She was from Yorkshire, from Ossett, and not therefore local, although she was working in London. And as we drove past, and we talk about, and I said, "There's a real story attached to that tree," and she said, "Well, I won't be able to see it from here." So,
Nice.
Whenever anyone says that there's a story attached to anything, I fondly remember the wonderful Sheila. I've got to be honest.
Oh, well, that's nice. Nice story.
Jay Grover.
Yes.
And I suddenly saw Gary appear is the beginning and end of both my dreams and nightmares. So there we go.
Does that mean you see Gary when you wake?
Oh, that's I don't know which is more worrying, before you go to sleep or when you wake up. I suppose both could be pretty scary.
Well, Mrs. Naylor can write in and tell us about that.
Jay Grover says, "Fourthie, you went out with Russ and he didn't kick off. You're a braver man than I." I can't imagine. Russ just doesn't seem the type, does he?
I don't think Russ has ever kicked off in his life.
He's such a gentle soul.
Unless someone was nasty to one of his kittens, that would be the only.
Well, yeah, I'm sure that would raise his ire. Greystoke 666. They should have separate, smaller stairs for people like Duckett. Maybe a lift. Maybe are they talking about pavilion? I don't know.
I think so.
Mr. Handjob says he did kick off Jay. Now we're back to Russ, but it was the kitchen staff that suffered so much blood. That would be what would happen if one of the waitresses decided to try and take Mog's Parmo away before he'd finished it. I would imagine he probably keeps an axe in his rucksack just for that very purpose, Parmo protection. Good morning, chaps, from beautiful downtown Roswell, Georgia, says Stephen Hiller. Isn't Roswell where they do all the extraterrestrial research?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I thought so.
Where they got the footage of the alien.
Mr. Handjob says, even I'd never seen saucepans used like that. So we're back to Russ. Right. Jay Grover points out, but he points it out for money. Unfortunately, I can't play the jingle because I'm not near the jingle machine, and I strongly suspect the bear isn't either. Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash. It's from Jay Grover. It's 2 wonderful English pounds. And he says, Andy Ward does a good job of censoring me. Yeah, he does, actually. You're right. Andy's very selective on his message reading. Sometimes overly zealous when it comes to censorship. Oh, there's another super chat. Would you believe it? It is Mr. Handjob of Melbourne. Can't let Jay do all the... Hang on, there's a word here. I'm not sure I know what it means, let alone can pronounce it. Can't let Jay do all the fucking hell, what?
Fiduciary?
Thank you. Can't let Jay do all the fiduciary carrying here. Fourth, you're going to have to help me out. I thought I was well educated, but fiduciary is a new one on me. What does that mean?
Well, I think it's just to do with finances or money, as far as I know.
Well, I know the word fiscal, but I've never heard fiduciary.
I think it's a synonym for it, I think. I'll just check that.
Right. Well, while you check that, Neymar Butlins. If Iran and the USA are runners-up in their groups, they will play each other in the next round. Oh, can you imagine? Good Lord.
All right, okay. Right. Not quite what I thought it was.
What is it then?
Well, a fiduciary is a person or organisation legally and ethically bound to act in another party's best interest. They typically manage money or assets for a beneficiary and are required to prioritise the client's interests above their own.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I can sort of see that being relevant. Jay Grover, I'm not sure Fourthie has recovered from seeing what he saw that grim night, is what Mr. Handjob says to Jay. There we go. Stephen Kelk says Russ's violence made flesh. Well, he clearly isn't, but at least, no, I've never actually met him in person, you see. I mean, he might be gently spoken, but, secretly an axe murderer. You don't know with people, do you?
He is the most mild-mannered. He's in charge of Melbourne's tram strategy, which is just as well that we've got a very calm person in charge of that.
I do like Melbourne trams. That was one of the highlights of when I was there. Neymar Butlin says, Tony, can you attach that story to an email and send it to me? Very good. Very good.
Very,
like
very
that.
good. Very
I
good.
like
We're
that.
enjoying ourselves more than when the cricket was on.
Right, now, again, Stephen Kelk says, the Cenobites from Hellraiser are nothing compared to the distilled malevolence that is Russ. We're inventing this terrible persona for probably one of the world's most gentle folk, which seems a bit harsh to me. I thought, says Hooves 1, that fiduciary was a duty of care, which I think is what you just said, wasn't it, effectively?
Yeah, so it's both a noun and an adjective, and the adjective is basically a duty of care, a duty of good faith, or duty of loyalty, yes.
Now, Jay Grover says Tony Bishop is proof that a public school education is shite. Just because apparently there's one word I don't know the meaning of. Although, then, now, whenever anyone says that, I have to think of Tommy Docherty and Bob Hazel. I don't know whether he appropriated it from someone else. But Tommy Docherty famously, so you remember Bob Hazel used to play for QPR?
I do, yeah. Yeah, he played for Wolves as well.
He did indeed. He famously said of Bob Hazel, he said, Bob Hazel doesn't know the meaning of the word defeat. There's lots of words he doesn't know the meaning of, but defeat's certainly one of them. Which always
Is that
cracked me up.
the definition of damning with faint praise? Is that?
Well, possibly. Tommy
have a
Docherty
feeling
was
that,
indeed a character.
Wasn't Bob Hazel a guy with the large afro from memory? And I think he played alongside Emlyn Hughes for a couple of seasons at Wolves. And
I
apparently
believe he may have done.
absolutely couldn't stand each other. They were at both ends of the political spectrum. I think Emlyn Hughes' views on that sort of thing was very questionable. But they played brilliantly together.
Crazy Horse.
Yes,
Emlyn
Crazy
Hughes.
Horse himself.
Crazy
yes.
Horse, sadly gone. Now, Mr. Handjob of Melbourne, I got a feeling might be fishing for compliments here.
No.
Oh, right.
He
Let's
says,
have it.
how many other highlights were there on your last trip to Melbourne, Tony? Let me see. Well, there was the Penguins
count them.
of Phillips Island. There was the trip to St Kilda.
Puffing
What
Billy.
else? What else could there have been? Some
think
wonderful
that's it.
meals. Definitely seeing Nick Lowe at the Forum, which
Yeah.
was excellent. Oh yes, and there was a charming jingle writer of Guerrilla Cricket fame that I met in a pub, and we went out for a meal with. And I have to confess, at the end of the evening, I said, "Would you mind if I gave you a hug?" Because I was so pleased to see him.
That's so polite, because some people hug without permission.
No, well, no, he didn't look like the sort of chap. I didn't know him that well, and I was aware of the Axe reputation. I had said to my son, who the reason I'd gone to Melbourne via Sydney and Singapore was because my son was living in Australia at the time, or my older son, and all I knew of Mog was his online persona. And the fact he had axes, and I said, "Do you fancy coming with me, Louis? Because I'm sure this bloke's all right, but just in case."
Were you gonna? I mean, was it just a matter of protection with numbers, or were you gonna throw your son in front?
Well,
use him as a
I just
human
thought if I
shield,
turned up with some additional
Backup.
bishop muscle,
Yeah.
just in case. But we had a lovely evening, and Mog, as wouldn't surprise you if you do know him, was just delightful company.
Lovely stuff. I went to the Forum twice last week, Tony, actually. I saw dry cleaning. I saw dry cleaning on Saturday night. They were very good. I went to the loudest...
They're a
gig
band,
I've
presumably,
been
rather than just sitting in a laundrette. Okay,
that's
right.
correct. I went to the loudest gig I've ever been to on Monday night, which was Mogwai, if you know Mogwai. And to
Yes,
give you
I
an
do.
example of how loud it was, two people next to me fainted, and it wasn't that hot. They were just overcome by volume.
In the Forum?
Yes, it was
wow.
colossally loud. I had earplugs. I had them rammed into my ears. I still couldn't hear 3 days later. It was remarkably loud.
And does it still have those like sort of
ceiling with
Romanesque
sky.
statues
Yes,
that
it's-
sort of along the side and a sort of rather
Yes.
sort of blue, moody lighting? Yeah, it's a terrific venue. I really liked it.
It's an absolutely beautiful venue. Yes.
Yeah, no, excellent. Hoof says Melbourne food is next level good. Yeah, there certainly was some fabulous food we had.
Isn't there a fabulous coffee scene in Melbourne?
Yes.
Well,
there
there is.
is.
Certainly, there is. And I was in Fitzroy. Now, Forthy will know, as will Mog, know more about Fitzroy where we were living. It had a sort of a slightly faded hipster feel to it.
Yeah.
Loads of
Or
restaurants,
just-
coffee shops and bars, but probably wasn't quite what it once was. That was the sense I had of Fitzroy, which
yeah,
meant I kind of
Fitzroy-
liked it.
Yeah, Fitzroy's slightly on the edge. Brunswick, Clifton Hill, Collingwood, Carlton are probably a little bit more the epicentre. But Fitzroy and Preston are within the inner north range of hipsterdom. Not where me and Mog live. We live out in the eastern suburbs, which is rather more conservative.
Ah, right, okay. Now, I did see something that made me chuckle a second ago, and I've lost it. Oh, right. Apropos of Russ's being a gentle soul, who has the potential for mindless violence. Greystoke 666 says Gandhi could get seriously bellicose with a couple of pints in him. Which is, if you say so, it's entirely probably true.
We're one small step away from singing the Philosopher's Song by Monty Python at this point.
Yes,
true.
that's
We
true.
are.
Yeah, we are. Right. Immanuel Kant was a real pissant who was very rarely stable. Mr. Handjob, again! Naked for Satan, Tony. Naked for Satan. Now, I don't actually know what that means.
Is that
Why?
an instruction?
Well, I don't know. Is he asking me to get naked for Satan?
Or Satan?
I don't know. It's a little bit
Just slightly better
Enigmatic.
punctuation with our messages would remove all doubt, I think.
Invisible Bob now. You know the phrase "careful what you wish for."
Yep.
Right. So Invisible Bob says, "Jay Grover, I'm coming your way soon. Can I get a hug?" There we go. Jay, I'll leave you to it. I can't answer that on your behalf, Jay. You'll have to answer that one.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like a Radio 4 show, does it? Coming your way with...
Oh, no, actually, Jay replied. Jay has replied. He said, well, for 1.5 seconds, and it better be manly. There you go. There's your
That
answer.
feels like there's no give in that hug. Yeah, that's...
What was Brian Johnson's
Oh, there he is.
radio broadcast?
Hello?
Was it round our way, down our way?
Down your way.
Down your way.
Down
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
way.
He wasn't the first presenter of it either, I don't think. Someone else did it before him, or I might have been.
Yeah, and he
have
didn't
been
he
wrong.
stop one episode before the record that his predecessor had set out of respect?
Oh, it's like Mark Taylor not getting past Don Bradman's record. Didn't bother Matthew Hayden, though.
Right,
Plowed
now, Mr.
straight past
Handjob.
it.
Mr. Handjob tells me Naked for Satan was apparently the place we went to after the pub.
No, well.
That didn't register with me. I just thought we looked for the nearest place that did some nosh.
For Satan or Forsaken?
No, definitely for Satan.
For Satan.
I'm gonna have to go back and double check what I read now. Naked for Satan. He's definitely written Naked for Satan, which doesn't sound. Fitzroy's still very trendy, says Greystoke, who says,
It is
I live in South Yarra.
Ah, yes. Well,
We'll show you a good restaurant or 3 for free.
I'm
There
assuming
you go,
that's
there's an
not
offer.
Fitzroy, the shipping forecast district.
South Yarra is one of the
No.
blue ribbon inner
Definitely
suburbs, along with Toorak of Melbourne. If you can afford to live in South Yarra, you're doing very well for yourself.
Well, listen, I mean, I don't know who that invitation was cast towards, but for obviously you and Mog, who are Melbourne residents, Greystoke has said he's
Yes.
very happy to show you a restaurant or 3 in South Yarra that he thinks you'll approve of.
Right.
So I'd be inclined to take him up on that.
We're very happy to be taken up on that offer. The
Yeah.
byways of South Yarra.
Jake
thank
Grover
you.
says Messrs. Messrs were a very good hugger.
He is. He gave me a hug when I saw him.
There's a lot of him to hug. You get a lot of hug for your money
Yeah.
with Messrs.
No, it's a hug from the soul. That's how
Might
it's
not surprise you to discover that when we met, I shook hands with Russ. Briskly
Well, you would.
and efficiently. I shook
He's
hands
a man who
with,
commands respect. You never know
I
when he
shook
might have a
hands-
go at you.
I shook hands with Mog briskly and efficiently, and I went to shake hands with Messi, and I was enveloped. There was no
Enveloped?
shaking hands there.
Put in an envelope.
Got the big bear hug.
Delightful. How delightful. Right. Our friend Mike Crotchburns. What about Mr. Chippy? Don't know what that means. Is that a place in Melbourne? Don't know. Oh,
Not-
he also
not-
says, hello, Mr. Love Sponge. Which I think, from a various process of elimination of the number of times that he's said that, it only ever gets used when I'm on air. So we think with that, for some reason, is me. Why I'm Mr. Love Sponge, I don't know.
Hey, listen, many are called, few are chosen, Tony. You know.
Well, there
Yeah.
you go.
Got your love sponge.
There's been no one in my family in at least 5 generations who's reached the dizzying heights of love sponge.
Well, there you are. Beer Batter Gummy Shark says, just make sure you wear your stab-proof shirt around Melbourne. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Now, Eric J says Richard Dimbleby. And I think that's in response to who did Down Your Way before Brian Johnson. Now, Brian Johnson kind of made it his own in a way. And so anyone of, I would say, our generation, I realise that I'm encompassing, a number of years.
Tony's generation.
You're a man who strides across the boundaries of generations, Tony.
I try to be ageless, but,
Ageless and down with the kids.
Well, yeah.
Home with the Downies.
Well, I've told you, Forthy will appreciate this.
Yes.
Well, I try to stay musically current. It's a bit more difficult these days. But I used to be able to stay musically current because whenever either of my lads would be playing some music in the car, I never, ever used the word, what the fuck is this rubbish, or words to those effects. I'd always go, this is interesting, what is it? Even though I was screaming inside, God, turn this row. so at least, I'd find out. And sometimes they played stuff I really did like and didn't know. So you do, you have to be open-minded about music. Very much the principle behind Forty's podcast.
Think of the current generation, the generations who have lost that conversation with their parents because Top of the Pops is no longer on television.
Yes, you're very sad.
Your father could really piss you off by appearing behind you when you were watching Top of the Pops and saying, "What's this? It's got a good beat."
Yeah, that's you're right. Well, he's sneakily getting a peek at Wei Wei Wong and whoever the other Pans people were.
I'd like to think that generational argument goes. You could trace it all the way back, like Beethoven's dad looking at Beethoven and going,
"What's this?
What's this noise?"
You absolutely. I don't think Beethoven's dad did do that.
But, the thing is that there is
just
as much good music being made now as ever. It's just there's so fucking much of it. It's so
Beethoven's
hard.
reply, of course, would have been, "I've got no clue. I can't hear it."
I mean, Bach famously walked, was it 200 miles to listen to, meet and study with Buxtehude, and he was planning on staying 2 weeks, and in the end he stayed several months.
And when he got there, he wrote that song, didn't he? I would walk 200 miles.
Yeah, if you're going to walk 200 miles, you've got to make sure it's worth your effort.
Sang it with a German accent now, I suppose.
Yes. Jay Grover says, like a meth-crazed psychotic ferret before Russ, just stare at our feet, you might get out alive. He also says, and Mog, he's quick on his feet for a big lad.
He's got a lovely touch for a big man.
He's got a bit. Well, he actually does say big man, not big lad. To which Mr. Handjob replies, I can confidently say that every mainstream song released since Ace of Base was on top, has been utter shite. Okay. And Mog, I did send you my recent recordings.
Was that All That She Wants?
Was it?
There's a few Ace of Base songs. But All That She Wants was definitely, I think, the first one.
All That She Wants is another baby.
Very good.
That's how songs will get stuck in your head for weeks.
It does.
Yes. They were Swedish, weren't they?
Who was this? What was the band?
Ace of Base.
Ace of Base. Oh, right, okay.
They had their big hits, it says here. All That She Wants, yes. The Sign.
Early 90s, I think. Oh, yeah, The Sign.
Beautiful Love, Lucky Love, Cruel Summer, and Life is a Flower.
Weren't Roxette Swedish, or were they Danish? No, I think they were Swedish. Roxette was Swedish, weren't they? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say ABBA because that's obvious.
Well, the big four, Roxette, ABBA, Ace of Base, and I suppose the Cardigans you'd have to put in there as well.
Ah, well, there you go. Right, Mike Crutchburns says, Invisible Bob, of all the gorillas, Tony is Mr. Love Sponge. There you go, it's confirmed. I'm very happy to take that round, if indeed that's what you get as a Love Sponge.
Do you have any updates from any happenings or lack of happenings at the ground?
Well,
with rain.
I believe it is. Gary's the man charged with keeping us updated. Sorry,
the feed has been transferred to the Monaco Formula One Grand Prix qualifying.
But I think if you're watching it on Sky One, if you go on
we can cover if you want.
No, you're all right. No,
Guerrilla Formula One. Do you want that?
Only if we do it entirely in the style of Murray Walker.
Let it go!
I'm not very much
Andrew
mistaken.
Strauss. There goes 40.
There go! New Zealand's chances of salvaging a draw.
The man who, as 40 will tell you, famously wrote the lines,
Yes.
"A miles a day helps you work rest of the
Did.
day."
Exactly
There you
what
go.
he did, yeah.
In
He's
his
one of the great
advertising day.
admen.
Indeed, he was.
Your estimation of him has gone up since you've discovered he was an ad man. I know people like.
Absolutely, it has.
I never knew, but now I have to look at him in a whole new light.
Faye
Mr.
Weldon,
Handjob says-
Salman Rushdie, John Updike.
Oh, of course, yes. Salman Rushdie was now he
great
wrote a
admin.
famous ad. What was his famous campaign?
Salman Rushdie, well, he wrote something for the Burnley Building Society, which seems to have been lost to posterity.
There was something more famous than that. There
Go
was
to work
some-
on an egg. Go to work on an egg.
Was that him?
I think
may
that's
have been
Faye
him.
Weldon.
Yeah, I've got no response to
Can someone
what did
look that
Salman
up
Rushdie
for us?
write, because
No.
this is being broadcast and I don't want to.
Well, we're not going to get into that. Oh no, that's true.
Yeah.
But he did before he wrote that. He was an ad man, and he did write something very famous. So I mean, it'll be, if you talk amongst yourselves for a minute, I'll.
Yeah,
see if
all right.
I
I'm
can-
having a look. Oh, having a look.
You have a look while I read a couple
Ads
more
come.
messages.
Yeah.
Mog says, oh, Mr. Handjob, I beg his pardon, says, I've just espied that email, Tony, and shall listen when I'm more awake. Oh, well, there we go. Actually,
Yes.
probably listening while you're asleep is probably a better way to do it, but there we go. Ace of Base, says Jay Graver, were weirdly neo-Nazi.
Is there another way to be neo-Nazi?
I don't know.
Really?
Weirdly. They were cheerfully neo-Nazi.
Also,
maybe I'm
Marcus
missing some-
Steiner.
Sensibly, predictably. No, I guess NSBM bands could be neo-Nazi in a predictable or a mundane rather than a weird way.
Now, I should say, when I said also Marcus Steiner, he's not a neo-Nazi as far as I know.
Yeah,
But
I think you got
otherwise.
interrupted
Mr.
there.
Handjob said, also Marcus Steiner was the only player worthy of an Ace of Base song for a jingle.
I do have a
I can
question
give you
for
the
Mark.
lowdown
There you
on Salman Rushdie's advertising.
Yeah, go for it.
Rushdie worked as a copywriter for the advertising agency Ogilvy and Mather.
He did, yes.
Where he came up with Irresistible for Aero,
Oh, that was it,
and
yes.
Naughty But Nice for Cream Cakes, and
Yeah,
for the agent
I remember,
Ed Barker,
yeah.
for whom he wrote the line, "That'll do nicely" for American.
Oh, it was Amex. It was right. It was Amex. Yes.
And,
Amex was the one I remember. I was trying to remember.
I was right about the now defunct Burnley Building Society. He wrote the words for an advertising record for them. The song was
Burnley.
called Best of Dreams and was sung by George Chandler. So there we are.
Disinterested Handjob says, smash that like button and subscribe. Join Guerrilla on Patreon. Well, thank you for reminding us that, Mog. We would. You get so many benefits if you do. You can just go to
What are those?
guerrillacricket.com.
Benefits.
What are those benefits? You get content fast, before anyone else does. Particularly our Bishop and Bear podcast. You get merchandise. You can be appearing on our Roll of Honor in memoriam, so that you're
You get the archive. Don't forget the
you
archive.
get access to the archive. You can, for a certain level, which is pretty generously low, become a guest in the studio and be treated like royalty for the day. Royalty for the day.
Do we have a guillotine with which to treat people like royalty?
Well, no, we're trying to sell people this idea, Josh. Not actually
Come on,
threaten
man.
them with death.
You do get the opportunity to sublet 3 houses on the Royal Lodge.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice.
Oh Lord, steady. We also have sort of promotional levels. So if you have a
Treated like
cause,
royalty by whom?
if you also have a cause or something that you wish, a company that you wish to promote, then we will do it for you. We will promote it for you. So these things are all. There's other things. There's other things besides, all of which are clearly and brilliantly explained at the link that you find right slap bang and it hits you between the eyes when you go to guerrillacricket.com. Leah says one of the Ace of Base guys used to be in a Nazi punk band. Oh Lord. Leah, okay. Murray Mint. Okay, I think that's a reference back to Murray Walker.
Too good to hurry.
Yeah, the Too Good to Hurry mints. Yes. Greystoke says, almost walked directly into Stoinis a short while back. Not a small bugger in real life. No, he's not. Quite square. He's quite square-jawed, isn't he?
Don't tell me Stoinis is another suburb of Melbourne, right?
No, he's quite the unit, isn't he? He's wide and tall.
Yes, Mike Rushburn is not so keen on the Bishop and Bear podcast and wants us to spice it up. I'm not entirely sure how.
You could take it on tour. Hey, listen, become a patron, and Bishop and Bear will come and do the podcast in your living room.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. We could do that well, obviously, it depends where your living room is. I mean, if you happen to live in sort of Botswana or Melbourne, it's not going to be that straightforward for us to just pop over and do it in your living room. But within reason, that's not a bad idea for a benefit and quite deliverable, providing it's in the UK, I would suggest.
Perhaps you could go out as a support act for one of your beloved jazz or blues artists. You know.
That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, good idea. Right, Philip Shaw. I used to be an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Now it's 5. Okay. Liking seems more a personal.
Does that mean your aim's got less good and that it takes you 5 before you can make contact?
I don't know.
Invisible Bob says they could have me on. I think me and the Bear, Bishop and Bear, but I'm too spicy. Too spicy. I'm too spicy.
I'm too spicy for this podcast.
Oh, very good. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Already a Patreon, long time, under my real name, says Mike. I won't ask what your real name is, but all I can say is we're eternally grateful and thank you for your patronage.
Is your real name Derek Crotchburn by any chance?
Junior.
Derek the Third.
Derek Crotchburn.
Like L the Third. It could be. Right, it is still persisting down. Have we exhausted our time for our stint? I think we must have done it a bit more
You've overrun it by a good 15 minutes. But
I could keep going if you want, but probably not.
But
I'm not convinced it's worth either handing over or, for that matter, continuing to broadcast.
Hopefully the Bear is somewhere nearby.
The Bear's watching the Grand Prix.
Well, in that case, he can hear us, I hope.
Smoking a bifter.
He could be doing all of those things, but hopefully
there he is.
He will be on. Either we'll turn the feed off.
You lost weight, Bear?
Yeah, I've been pelotoning for about a year now. 30 minutes a day.
When I did that, it just made me hungry and...
Well, it does do that too. Basically, you know what, Tone? We got a fucking ding yesterday for an advert, for the Oreo advert in our fucking podcast at lunchtime. I was very annoyed about that.
That's legitimate.
Well, it's not for YouTube, is it? It's legitimate for the podcast, but we're playing the podcast on another fucking format. But basically, the advert has a little bit of music in it, which is obviously fucking copyrighted. So anyway, what I've done is I've downloaded yesterday's play, and I'm going to play that out.
Perfect.
From mid-afternoon, I believe.
Without the podcast, I hope.
The podcast comes at tea, so I might have to skip that as well. This is really annoying.
That is really annoying. Who'd have thought that?
Exactly. So that's what you'll be hearing, and there's about 4 hours left of that. So
does that mean one of our 4 listeners grasped on us?
No, it means YouTube picked up something which it didn't need to pick up, like a cunt.
Ooh, but it also means we also have considerably more than 4, let me tell you. Right. With that, I'm going to go and crack on with some other things and wait and see if the rain stops.
I don't think it will, but I'm going to go and watch the qualifying, which is about to start.
There.
So you all enjoy yourselves, and if something happens, I guess we'll all be in contact and racing back here. Well, I won't be. I'll be just sitting on the couch falling asleep, but someone can wake me up and I'll get back here.
Yeah. How do we wake you up there? What are our options?
Well, you can WhatsApp call me. You can phone call me, Tone.
That's probably, I could do that.
We throw stones at the window.
We can send Will back on a train to Paddington.
If I had Mrs. Bear's number, I'd send her around with a big stick to poke you with. But
that's
I don't have Mrs. Bear's number.
No, good. Right, we'll see you all later.
All right,
bye.
Cheers all.
Bye.
Well, because my match report is on our website under the headline Higgins and Rain before gay abandon illuminates gloomy lords. Now, why would I have put the gloomy part into the headline were it not for the fact that it was gloomy?
Well, unless Middlesex were losing horribly, perhaps.
Well, they did actually lose that. But no, they didn't. Hold on.
Draw,
yes, they did lose that one. No, it was a draw, I think, that one.
Yeah.
I'll take it back. It was a draw.
I think it was a losing draw for Middlesex, though. I think Durham were the
No such thing, Will. A draw's a draw.
On goes O'Rourke, who continues to pitch it up. It's a beauty. It's beaten the outside edge of Bethel, who I would say was sort of in two minds about playing that one.
I think that's another thing I think that Bethel does do quite well. I think most of the time, I remember one of his innings actually in New Zealand, one of his first ones, I think he only got 10, but he tends to not push that much of the ball. He does tend to kind of play the line. I mean, I suppose he goes a bit of this one, but he tends to not kind of push that much. But
absolutely, and that might have just saved his skin there. He missed it by a good couple of inches, and that's all it takes to live another day in cricket when the outside edge is being challenged. Now we're back to the short stuff. He has to sway out of the way of this one from O'Rourke. I'm waiting for a speed to come up on it, and they haven't shown one. But again, well handled, that short stuff. The aggressive stuff is being nicely mixed in with good length deliveries, isn't it? Not predictable.
Well, it is, which England had a funny spell this morning, didn't they? Where particularly Robinson kept dropping it short, ping 6. He was trying to bounce the tallest player in the team in terms of Jameson, and he just got caned every time he tried to do it. You think you took all your wickets bowling short, bowling full. Keep doing that.
O'Rourke to finish as over. This one is full. It's driven, and we've got a man with his head in his hands on the ground at point. I suspect this
Conway
has been
again.
dropped. Conway.
Yeah,
that was a bad
dear.
drop.
That really should have been taken. That was straight to him. And
It was not dissimilar to the ball that got rid of Duckett in the end, I think. It's a squarish drive, perhaps the bat turning over in the wrist.
No,
And Conway's made a mess of it.
It's a horrible drop. The more you watch it, the more horrible it becomes.
It was above his head, and he just fumbled it down and managed to have another go at it on the way down. And that was just as disastrous as the first go, and it was quickly on the ground.
Yeah, that's really, really poor, I'm afraid.
So 2 clear drops today from the Kiwis, one from Ravindra, one yet just now from, German creeping in there, from Conway. And of course there was that disaster in the slips earlier where no one went for it, as we have a dot ball outside, left alone outside off stump here.
Well, I think both Conway and Ravindra have dropped one in both innings, and neither got many runs with the bat, so both of them will probably need to have a decent second innings, you think, to try and atone for some of their errors so far.
Not that either of them will worry about being dropped, I think, but they won't feel good.
No, yes, definitely.
Matt Henry to carry on, and this one beats the edge, really squares up Emilio Gay, and we haven't seen much of him being squared up, have we, so far today?
No, I think looks like we said, looks like Henry is kind of getting into a bit more of a rhythm now. That's good delivery. Just another replay of this awful drop again.
Yeah, that was genuinely a bit of a shocker.
Yeah,
given the state of the game.
When he dropped the one yesterday,
Henry to continue. This one's just a little bit too straight. Well, leg side really, and flicked around to fine leg for a single.
When he dropped the one yesterday, a few of the commentators made the point that they thought he wasn't used to fielding that position. But I kind of feel whether or not he's used to it, he should have caught that one, definitely. The one we just seen dropped.
Yeah. He went for it. Aussie style, fingers up, and it just never looked like sticking somehow, did it?
He did have his hands in the right place, unlike Ravindra earlier in the day.
If you mean at the end of his arms, then yes. But
but at least the ball sort of managed to make contact with some fingers.
It did,
I think. And Henry to continue, and this one beats the inside edge and ends up again at fine leg. There'll be one more run. Henry's got his economy rate down below 5. It was a really bad start for him, as he bowled a couple of nice looseners at Duckett before lunch. Went for a couple of 4s first up, but as you say, William, it's coming back more and more consistent for Henry. Just the odd one that's going down on beyond leg stump.
I do almost wonder as well with that catch if he thought it was coming a bit quicker than it actually did come. Kind of almost looked like he might have snatched this it a bit on one of the replays.
Gay lets another one go outside off stump. Yes, all too familiar with the snatched attempt at a catch. I guess it could happen at every level.
Yeah.
How many, on a percentage level, how many do you think, I don't know the answer, it's just a general question, where you half catch it and then snatch at it to try and get it on its way down, how many of those do you think actually get caught?
Oh, good question. So there's going to be a quick single into the offside to finish the over, which will end at 87 for the loss of one.
30% maybe, I think so. I reckon it's less than half.
Yeah, I exactly my thinking. I would have been about there. Right. So lots of chat going on. Jay Grover says, "I've been battered by many a windmill. Fucking Hove." I think because they're in Hove, not that's what he was doing while he was being battered by a windmill. Suter Who says, "Tony, it wasn't that New Zealand failed to review this decision. It was more that the umpire missed an LBW. Well, both. Because if you're confident enough, then you shouldn't rely on the umpire when you've got reviews available. So kind of double error." "I know how you feel," says Pirate Bad Shah to Jay. "I spent my childhood in a town with a famous windmill. It practically haunts me." So remind us the town.
As O'Rourke continues to Gay this time, it's short and Gay manages to stay inside of it. Goes through to Blundell, the keeper, who is looking at... I actually thought he was somebody else when I saw him earlier. I mean, compared to his last appearance in England, the mullet is quite epic. And he looks like a different man entirely.
Yeah, certainly does.
But it's a thing that sometimes sweeps through Antipodean sports teams, along with moustaches.
And mullets.
Yeah. So O'Rourke around the wicket again, and this time Gay has to duck, or thinks he has to duck. I'm not quite sure how high that one really did get up.
I think, talking of Tom Blunder, he kind of reminds me of, I don't know if anyone, Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicketkeeper. I think he looks a bit similar to him, but...
Haven't had the pleasure of seeing him in action.
Yeah.
But once they've got a hat on or a helmet, keepers all look the same. The only giveaway is actually a mullet sticking out the back of the hat or helmet. I'm glad so Bethel has sorted out his hairstyle, well, if you want to call it that, whatever he was dragging around in Australia on top of his head. Looks a bit more acceptable now. As O'Rourke continues and forces Gay back again. He gets in nicely behind it, makes sure the ball goes down, but it's 89 miles an hour, and he's having to go back and defend right under his nose.
Bit gloomier now, isn't it, at Lord's? Bit gloomier. It's gloomier here as well, where we are in our studio, and it's gloomier at Lord's.
And I can report that it's gloomy in eastern Austria as well.
Ah.
Actually, weather the English would be proud of today.
Well, hang on. Austria is not a country famous for its brilliant sunshine and beaches, is it?
Let's be honest. You come here for a week in July. You'll see. You will sweat. This one is a bit fuller outside off stump, and Gay has a little prod at it, but it's under control. Plays it late enough. Yeah, he continues to be impressive. And Central Europe, do not underestimate the summer temperatures in Central Europe.
No, I've been there. I've been in Hungary as well when it's been the summer, and boy, it can get hot.
Yeah. And by now, for this time of year, 19 degrees is, and a cold wind coming in from somewhere chilly is not acceptable. But good weather for cricket commentary on Guerrilla. 87 for 1 the score, couple left in this over. O'Rourke has not conceded a run for a long time because he's been bowling some good stuff. This one is one of his less threatening deliveries. Gay lets it go outside off stump, but he's been on 1 for 23, I think since lunch really. Now into his 6th over, I think that is. I can't quite read. 7th over.
I think maybe, yeah.
So
1 ball left of his 7th.
And he's bowled very, very well. They both have. And I'm sure there was some kind of manipulation of Matt Henry at lunchtime to create the transformation there. because he's looked a very different bowler after lunch.
Yeah, well, either he spent it just eating or spent the whole thing on the physio's table. Rourke continues, really puts his back into this one, but doesn't get much out of the pitch on this occasion as Gay ducks under it, and it'll be 87 for 1 at the conclusion of another O'Rourke maiden.
Well, still windmill chat going on. Greystoke 666 says, don't get Trump started on windmills. Well, no, that's very true. Greystoke says, the one when a Toblerone was the murder weapon. Oh, that's some discussion of a film. I don't know what that's all about. Probably best ignored. I'm out in salt and vinegar crisps. I'm out of salt and vinegar crisps. Far worse problem the Kiwis catching, says Greystoke. That said, I look up and I find that hard to believe because I'm watching yet another replay of Conway's shocking drop.
And Matt Henry, he's got a bit of jag in there as Bethel defends straight back up the pitch. Plenty of encouragement for the bowlers still, right? Can I say Will or William?
Yes, that's fine. That is fine. Yeah. Yes, no, I do agree. Yes, I was thinking it doesn't seem to have become lots easier for batting. I mean, I think England have played relatively well, ridden their luck at times. But yes, there's definitely still something in it for the bowlers and they hit the right area.
So this one is another decent ball from Henry, but it squirts out into the onside. I think they might get back for a couple here. Yep, Bethel picks up 2. I think from the neutrals' perspective, it's actually it's a shame New Zealand haven't held on to a couple of catches because they're looking like long odds already. Just to keep the match more interesting, you'd have wanted those to stick.
Yeah, especially
lead 116 already.
Yeah.
9 wickets left for England. It's another good ball from Bethel. Just draws from Bethel. What am I talking about? From Henry, who draws Bethel a little bit outside off stump to defend. The battle continues.
Well, we made this criticism earlier of Smith not standing up. Do you think Henry's operating round about 80, and Bethel is standing well outside, is taking guard well outside of his crease to try and negate any swing? If you were Blundell, would you be thinking about standing up to Henry?
We'll chat about that just after this ball. There's a bit of width here, and Bethel just punches it away into the offside, and the man runs in from the boundary to tidy up. 1 run there. There was that over before lunch where Blundell did stand up, and of course that was the over that had the edge that went to Mitchell / Latham and not to hand. So he did try it, and he's obviously either decided he doesn't fancy it or there are better strategies. Presumably he knows what he's doing, but I think it's a good point.
Fair enough. I was asking the question, not giving the answer.
Always the best way when commentating. This is one of Henry's worst balls. It's gone down leg side. Don't think it's caught any pad, has it? I think it's 4 byes.
4 byes.
4 wides? No, 4 byes.
I think in terms of the Blundell standing up, I think it'll be a consideration. I just wonder at the moment because it's still nipping a bit, where he thinks he might be in with more of a chance standing back. But I think it will definitely be in his mind. And if I suppose the partnership continues and the ball starts to maybe nip a bit less, I think he would definitely consider trying to keep the batters in their crease and also make them kind of second guess getting on the front foot.
Good point. Okay, so forward comes Gay and defends this one out towards mid-off. Brings the over to an end at 94 for 1, the lead at 121. Do we do one more before the change?
I think we can. We've got a few minutes. Mr. D. Handjob of Melbourne has sent us a postcard saying, right, have I missed anything spectacular in the chat? A lot of chat about windmills.
And a lot of chat about my book. I mean, what could be more spectacular than that?
Richard's excellent book. Jay Graver says, Tony, no Midar comes from Brighton and Hove. Visiting my grandfather, I thought the windmills were giving me the side eye. As I said, I were not an intelligent child, but my dignity could not be besmirched. See, very quixotic. You literally come and have a go at you hard enough to a windmill.
Here's another round of O'Rourke versus Bethel, and Bethel's maybe a little bit late on this as he sort of half attempts a cut into the offside and then thinks the better of it. But bottom edgy, I think, as far as I can make out on my screen.
I think that's kind of where the bounce hasn't been necessarily that as true. I think that one maybe stopped a bit and kind of didn't come on to maybe as he would have thought. I think we've kind of seen touch has been relatively hard to play, and this has been really short. So I would assume so, yes.
Ooh, it's 27 degrees in North Bulgaria, which is where Mike Black is.
Yeah, you're getting into Middle Europe there.
Yeah.
O'Rourke continues round the wicket to Bethel. Oh, he's defended that one, but he looks a bit flummoxed. Has that one kept low?
I think it's pretty similar to the last one, really. I think, and that's where you're in danger of chop-ons, as you kind of see that's kind of gone down and backwards. And then he's kind of also maybe like tried more of a back foot punch in his kind of shadow batting afterwards. Maybe he's thinking he would have been better served playing that rather than maybe a full-blooded cut when the bounce isn't as true as you might want it to be.
Well, on the basis of the last two balls, you suspect, he is having a little bit of a chat with himself in his mind, isn't he? He's been slightly in two minds on the last couple of shots. He's gotten away with it all right. What's O'Rourke got for him this time? It's a short one. Bethel ducks. There's all sorts of drama in the slip and wicket keeping department, but I think, Darryl Mitchell's on his... Is that Mitchell? Yeah, he's on his back. I don't know why.
Looked like it wobbled quite a bit. I think maybe it kind of went kind of after it passed the batter. I know it often kind of does that in England and at Lords, but it didn't look like there was any kind of a deflection of Bethel, so I wonder if it just kind of wobbled after the bat a bit.
Yeah, there was some uncertainty behind the stumps, but it didn't get through the cordon.
It just showed as well kind of the setup from O'Rourke to Bethel, which we'll talk about more after this ball.
Yeah, from O'Rourke. This one is defended out into the offside as Bethel goes inevitably back. Yeah, what was your
they were just showing kind of with the pitch map of O'Rourke to Bethel, and it showed the drop chance was by far the fullest delivery. So it looks as if you kind of bang away to length, threw one up to entice Bethel into the drive. So it looks like a good plan that executed O'Rourke executed it quite well, and then his fielders didn't really back him up.
No, that's where England did a little bit better. Mind you, there wasn't a lot of catching involved in New Zealand wickets. So all LBWs and bowls that I can remember. So O'Rourke's... Oh, this one's defended by Bethel. Solidly enough, although it's 91 miles an hour, and you do just feel the pace. It's a good battle to watch, this one. And he's on the verge of another maiden.
Yeah, he's bowling well. Right, I'm just going to read this very quickly, and then I'm going to leave all the socials to bear when he comes in at the end of this over. Not Jeff Thomas says, here's a good game, viewers. Try tilting at the like button. 57 of us have already successfully hit it. Yes, please do. Smash the like button and subscribe and do all of those things. And the Bear will be telling you all about the benefits of supporting us on Patreon when he's on in the next over.
Well, so stay tuned for that.
Do that.
As O'Rourke finishes our stint, as Bethel leaves it alone, and through it goes to Lundell. Everybody oohs and ahs, and we are out of here and making way for the next crew. See you guys later.
Job. It's Forthy, another man of Melbourne.
Well, yeah, that's always like to be greeted with a yelp. Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much, William. And thank you for the yelp, Tony. It's great to be with you again. Score stands at 94 for 1. The lead is 121. 23 overs are down in the third innings of the match. England's second innings. Jacob Bethel is off 58. Emilio Gay is 34 off 64. Matt Henry, who had some back spasms, he's number 27 off 6. The economy rate is down to 4.5, which is a little sub of Basbalian. Our new crew is taking over in Ladywell. I can see Will. Hello, Will.
Hi, how are you, Forthy?
Very good, thank you.
And you have a substitute bear in the form of me.
Oh, hello. Hello. Is Bear
as he deals with landlord stuff.
Okay. Well, it looks as if we've had a run already just while we were... And it was a quick one. It would be very quick and try at the stumps. There. Interesting. Anyway, Gay's back on strike. That was Bethel's run. Henry's in. And with this awkward angle round the wicket, which is confusing batsmen from time to time. also confusing umpires who are trying to get their trigonometry correct and failing one notable occasion in the morning session. I felt it was justifiable will to not give the LB decision, which it turned out was smashing into the top of leg step. I don't know whether you saw it, because it was very hard to be sure because of the angles. I think. Come back to you in a second.
40, you're breaking up quite a lot.
Am I?
Yeah. Or you're a bit sort of muffly.
If I'm too close or too far away from the microphone, is that any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Right, okay. Okay. I'll come back to you again in a moment, Will, hoping that you can hear me clearly. Maybe I was just loud, I don't know.
I don't know.
Emilio Gay's facing up from Matt Henry. Ooh, he had a little poke at them. It's definitely a play and a miss, but he just hit the edge. What did you make? Did you see those LB twists earlier?
Oh yeah, I thought it was kind of. I thought he was slightly lucky to get away with it, but also, you know, if they don't go, they don't go, and that's just cricket, isn't it?
Oh, I love the philosophical nature of that. And let's speak to the Arsenal supporter who's in the championship. Just knocked down on the offside. Emilio Gay moves along to 37. It's the number of hits that I was 37 Gloucester Avenue, Coventry, TV3.
And nope.
Oh, one more.
I thought it was the end of the over. I was just about to jump in, but it's one more ball to come.
Henry is bowling manfully, considering his back must be giving him all sorts. His speed is a little bit down now. He's been unlucky with catches and with elbow issues. Top ball to finish the over, 97-1. Over to Jason for your tweet.
We have a super chat from Jay Grover, £2 saying, "Hooray, 40, hooray, Will!" Alphabetical order. You also, Banana Books is describing your sound as a bit Norman Collier. Cutting out.
Is it?
Yeah. And broadcasting from his aquarium, says Eric J. What else are we going to say about this? Clifford Bradford says, "Hello from sunny Connecticut. Is this going to be going from unplayable in the first innings to road in the second?" Well, I did talk to Tony in the green room whilst I was off air, and he said yes, Laws does tend to flatten out. Although I'm not quite sure it was quite intending it to flatten out by this amount. Anyway, here comes the next over.
Big bag Carl Jameson's back into the attack. He's known for 12 off his first 4, and he finds the same line as O'Rourke does from a similar height. And Gay gets turned around by that one, but no real issue. Doesn't get anywhere near a fielder.
And you might guess from that thumbs up that is 100% better.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw what the problem was. A little technical issue which I've just fixed. So apologies for the first over's battliness.
Jacob also asked, have you rearranged your bookshelf or expanded your library? I think you've just, because you're commentating from a different position, I think, today.
Only marginally. I've just shuffled along a little bit. I haven't changed all my literature bits. And that's played to mid-wicket by Gay. Got ball straight to the man at fairly short mid-wicket. Reminding me of Alistair Cook. It's probably a comparison that's been made by other commentators.
What?
First time I get to see him.
Tall, composed, works off his hip quite a lot.
Exactly, left-handed England opener. Went to the same school, I believe. Bedford School.
I didn't know that.
Well, Bedford School's got a lot of people who's come from it over the ages. I'm trying to remember, didn't Monty Panesar go there as well?
Might have done.
He's definitely from Bedford.
Yes, the Bedford Luton axis. And that's
Yeah.
played wide of the mid-on fielder by Gay. I think they assumed the signal. Richard Asher, the Zoom call was coming through painfully loud in my headphones. Oh, okay. I think maybe you're referring to some issues I had there, Richard. I hope it's been fixed. We'll find out if we get any other issues. Lords looking, customary to say Lords is looking intriguing. I'm sure it's looking at its absolute best because the sun isn't out, but it's certainly flattening out for England.
Still looking a hell of a lot better than the IPL.
Exactly right. Nelson again, and that's flicked wide of the man at mid-on, but not wide enough to try this. Nice for both of us to have teams who won our league there, Will, this season.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a nice season all round, really. I mean, it's crazy. You wouldn't think that we both won leagues, considering how sort of muted the praise has been. But I don't know.
Yes, I know. There always seems to be an asterisk. No matter what team you support, someone will always have a problem with it. And that's just defended wide of the man at third or fourth slip dot ball, and again, Jameson's come back and he started well. 5 dot balls right on the money. Captain will be keen. Ball is over to go. Emilio Gay should have stayed at home yesterday, maybe, but he'd be glad he's turned up today.
Yeah.
Sonic reference.
Do love watching him. I think he might be my favourite opener from the county circuit.
Is he? Right, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe next over you could tell us if anyone else is knocking on the door, whether Emilio Gay was the obvious candidate. For those who don't regularly follow county cricket. Biggs one in short, Jameson for the last ball of the over, successfully ducked under by Gay. End of the over, it's a maiden, so the score remains 97 for 1. Jason?
Well, just going on that Emilio Gay opener thing, the funny thing is that this year he's not opening at Durham because they have three very good players at the top of the order, in 3 potential England players in Alex Lees, Ben McKinney and Emilio Gay. And Emilio Gay has drawn the short straw of batting at 3 in that lot. But he's piled on a shed load of runs.
You call it a short straw. And when I was managing a sort of under 13 team or whatever, no one wanted to open them batting because everyone knew that was when they were the best bowlers. In comes Matt Henry round the wickets to Jacob Bethel. Just defends and slightly wide of the gully dot ball. Will, anyone else on the county circuit?
Well, it's interesting because I was going to say Ben McKinney is actually probably the other kind of the next cab off the rank. But I think that Sean Dixon is, I mean, he's not English, so it doesn't really count, but he's really good. I can't believe Somerset have let him go.
That one stayed a bit low, but it was lowish. So not a problem for Bethel to defend. Dot ball to middle.
The 2 people that haven't been mentioned in dispatches yet in this conversation are, of course, Sussex's Tom Haynes, who is 27, I think, and has been a team captain on a couple of occasions. But no, maybe his face doesn't fit. And the one people rave about, but he's probably a bit too young, is Asa Tribe of Glamorgan.
Yeah.
How young is too young?
I think he's 22.
Yeah, 21, 22, something like that.
Wasn't
Graham Smith,
wasn't Graham Smith captain of South Africa at 21?
I thought he was younger than that, but you could be right.
Okay. Jacob Bethel now facing Matt Henry, and as an indication of Matt Henry's pace slowing up, the keeper Blundell has come up to the wicket and a slight delay before the last ball to receive a helmet. Dot ball. That wasn't far away, that ball.
That might, that was definitely worth going up and having a look.
It was just over the top left corner, I think.
It's probably just over the top, but of course if it's just sticking, use the review. And that's angled off the edge of the bat by Bethel, but wide of the man at second. There was never a chance. I'll come back.
I'm not sure if that didn't just carry to Latham, but
Yeah.
it was dying on him, certainly. It would have been a very good catch. Let's have a look on the replay.
Certainly.
No, it went down.
Yeah, New Zealand not operating in the field of very good or very bad catches at the moment. They're telling the most unlike New Zealanders. Had already 2 from Ravindra and 2 from Latham, is it?
Yeah.
Defended by Bethel. Life moves on so fast. It wasn't so long ago we were talking about Jacob Bethel as the wonder king.
Yeah.
Now he looks pretty established in the batting line.
Got a question for you, Forthy, from Farong.
Oh, yes.
Any books about penguins, Forthy? Not books from the publisher named Penguin. Well, I've got one.
Yes, I've got books about penguins for you. He's been bowled. Jacob Bethel is out. Matt Henry strikes. The off stump is in lolling lazily because it's been smashed quite out of the ground, but bowled Henry. Jacob Bethel to 14 in the 1992, and that's the end of the 26th over. What do you make of that one, Will?
That's just pure Matt Henry being Matt Henry. He is relentless and just
kept low.
hugely talented.
Incredibly low.
Oh, he couldn't do much with that, could he? But it's funny because there was a ball earlier in the over which kept low, but that's just ridiculous. That's Nasser Hussain type low.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, it was almost rolling.
Bizarrely, might almost be as good news for England as it is for New Zealand if the pitch had started flat. Anyway, over to Jets.
On your bike, mate.
Yep, well, very quickly before the next batsman comes in, my Penguin book is, of course, Penguin Stop Play, which is the book by the other half of the Captain Scott 11. I forget the author.
I'll come in with
Harry something. It's very funny. It's great. It's about a tour to Argentina.
Yeah. It's very, very good.
Joe Root is the new batter. A man who needs no introduction, so I won't bother. He does have an average of 50.
I'll just jingle him up, and then the bear will replace me.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
In comes Jameson to Emilio Gay, first ball of the over because the wicket fell on the last ball of the previous over. Defended. Books on penguins. I will just give you The Worst Journey in the World by Apsey Cherry Garrard, the sort of definitive account of the fatal Scott expedition rather of 1912. There's many books you can read on that expedition. I wouldn't read the Roland Huntford one because it's so ridiculously one-eyed pro Amundsen as to be third. There's a good one by Ranulph Fiennes actually, who actually went and flew himself to the South Pole and gives a more balanced view. That's defended. There's so many. That's defended by Emilio Gay. Hello, James has got his hands on his head. Hello, Bear.
Hello there, Forty. Have you got your pop shield on again?
What, yes, I have. What, do you think I shouldn't?
Yes.
Taking it off. I think there was a problem the first over, and that it wasn't the pop filter, but it was something else. Anyway, I think we're okay.
Yeah, we are okay. We are now, anyway. You were getting a bit muffly there. I don't know why it happens on our show and not on your podcast, Forty. It never used to be like. It never used to be like this.
Okay, I think I know. I think I know why it might be. In comes Jameson again, and that he drifts that down the leg side. Hard to get these angles right, and he has a little flicker at it. Doesn't get anywhere near.
Doing all right here, though, aren't we? 99 for 2, considering we were all out for 140 in the first innings.
Yeah, I mean,
Perfectly
this is an absolute dream compared to the first innings, but I don't know. It does look like it's really flattening out, kind of more than.
Well, you say that. I just watched Bethel get out, and that one seemed to keep a little bit low, considering it's day 2 and only the second session, and we've only had about 95 overs in the entire match. Doesn't bode well, does it?
There's been a couple since lunch that have kept very low. That's a nice shot from Emilio Gay, straight to the man at the sweeper position on the offside boundary. He'll just come through for 1. Qualified to play for 3 countries by birth, Emilio Gay. England, and through his grandfather, the West Indies. Do you know what the third country is?
Italy. We all know this. We've been talking about it. Yes. Well, it was one of Tony's stat facts. You know.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
The Azzurri, who will be represented on the field of play at Lords by Emilio Gay, but not in the World Cup.
I know, for the 3rd time in a row, isn't it?
Yeah, remarkable stuff. Well, that's ruined Jameson's run of dot balls. That one ball, he came back with the maiden and then 3 dots. Single off the 4th ball of his over. He comes over the wicket. Joe Root, there's a novelty. Right-handed Joe Root. Joe Root comes 3 steps down the wicket for his first ball. And then well wide of off. Interesting.
Fairly attacking for Joe Root so early in an innings.
Well, I do remember him playing that absurd shot first against India last summer, I think, wasn't it? Was it? He did a reverse.
Oh, he got the reverse ramp out, didn't he? First
ball of the day. It was incredible. Calm down a bit.
I think he was on 100 then, though, wasn't he?
No, I think so. Yeah, I think he was on the 100.
Overnight, yeah.
Last ball of the over, left well alone by Joe Root. End of the 27th over, England 100 for 2.
I just assumed that was a bet type thing.
It's me. Gotta see. I've had a tenant smash a window in one of my houses, apparently. I don't know where we were up to.
No, I think there's a very long backlog. You might be better off just going, into the last 3 or 4 minutes and just apologising.
Yeah. Okay. Where am I going to start? Well, Frank Rockefeller says he likes to lie low. Good for you. There's a lot of chat between people.
Yeah.
So I'm going to avoid it and wait until something comes in that's brand new at the end of next over. when I'm actually on top. Oh, well, actually. Nick Vickers says Italy have a history of boycotting recent World Cups.
Howard from Ever Decreasing Circles is back into attack. It's Nathan Smith time, and that is just deflected to the man at deep point for a single. Gay's on 40. Roots yet to get off the mark.
Well, good for Gay. It's been a tough introduction to Test cricket.
Yeah.
And he's come through it quite well.
Yes, he has. Yeah, it says there's plenty of brilliant batsmen through the ages who've struggled in their first Test match. Bradman and Gooch and Hutton. Then Hutton the most obvious time, but he's way ahead of all of them.
Yeah, I think he's been doing quite spectacularly, really.
This is
a great scheme of opening and debut and all the kind of contributing factors.
Looks very composed as an opening batsman should.
Yeah.
No, well, we say that. He rather poked at that one, but he's sort of got away with it between second slip and gully for one of the.
Well,
it's me, says she. It's me, says she.
It was a bit of gimme, though, wasn't it? I mean, he did poke it, and it was aerial, but.
Yeah, I may have done him a disservice. Actually, I think it was a deliberate placed poke.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That was a totally legitimate shot. My apologies to him in a gag.
Something I think is quite interesting with the Lions game is that Tribe is 5 and Rue is opening.
And that's a very nice shot, actually. It's a defensive shot, and it's gone right off the meat of the bat, wide of the man at second slip, and it's gone for another one of these.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary. Well, here's the rope. The ball won't like it, but it has to go.
10 off the over.
An absolutely risk-free boundary. Very nice shot.
Well, we've had a super chat from Jay. He says, Bear, start with me calling you a redacted slur. Well, okay. I'll take that from you, Jay, especially for £2.
Jay can get away with...
Jay can get away with anything. He's like our super fan. We love Jay.
We absolutely do. Imagine a world full of Jays. What a great world.
It'd be glorious.
And that's a very technical opening batsman, back foot defensive shot by Gay. Not ball back to back.
Kept low again, didn't it? Had to jab down on that.
It was a good thing he had a very vertical bat there, because it would have hit it much lower than he anticipated.
Well, we have a lot of Shalimar on here, and I'm not sure he's very happy. He was the guy slagging off Devon Conway earlier, wasn't he?
In comes Smith again, and that's very nice. Square flip behind the man at square leg, and I think they'll probably come back for 2. And that is Emilio Gay's debut half-century in Test cricket on his debut. Well done to him.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half-century.
He just redacted his message, but I saw it, Shalimar.
And that's a half volley on off stump, which is gloriously clipped wide of the man at mid-on. So he celebrates getting to his 50 with another boundary and moves on to 54. Well done, him.
1, 2, 3, 4.
He basically said if Conway doesn't fuck it up, we should win this. I guess he was very unhappy with Conway dropping a catch a couple of overs ago, although Bethel didn't last too much longer.
That's the end of the over. So any other messages you're welcome to read?
Farong says, your thoughts on why this pitch is not great? Bulls shouldn't be keeping this low on the second day. Yeah, it's a bowler's pitch, Farong. I mean, overheads have helped massively, but there's a lot of jagging about. I mean, it is a Duke's ball. It is in England. It is overheads, and there has been some rain recently. I don't think it's a bad pitch. Lords has had trouble, and they tried steaming this pitch beforehand. Apparently they put a big cover on it and added loads of steam. Apparently it gets in the roots and helps the grass grow. They do it at Wimbledon apparently. Try and give it a bit more pace and bounce. Well, I mean, the odd one's got up. It's not as slow as normal possibly, but it's certainly a bit of it's exaggerated movement, and certainly on day 2, considering we only had 90 overs, the ball was keeping low every so often, which I wouldn't suggest is great, but it makes for good Test cricket, I suppose. More interesting Test cricket.
It's also nice to see something that gives the bowlers a bit of an advantage.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is so much more with Test cricket, isn't it? People don't take so many chances. You've got the chance to have slips in and all the rest of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Tight screen's been sorted out. Jameson's into route. Again comes forward a step and just defends it. Wide of the man at second slip. Now this is proving very fertile. Wide of the man at second slip. There's another boundary.
Perfect shot.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Well, Root now needs, what, he only got 1 yesterday. He only need 57 to get to 4,000 runs. It's 14,000 runs.
Wow. He's a bit good, isn't he?
He is a little bit. I'd like to see him do it today. Get him over 14,000. Chasing down Sachin.
My son, who only ever watches Test cricket in Melbourne, thinks it's rubbish. Runs.
Well, he got 2 tons in Australia over the winter.
In Australia he did, yes, but not in Melbourne. No. Anyway, here he's facing up to Jameson, and he leaves it well alone. Not to be tempted by that one.
Did anyone get any runs in Melbourne? I mean, it was all over by tea on day 2.
Harry Brooks scored with about 17 or something.
Yeah. I'm not sure anyone got 50, did they? I think the highest score was about 40 something.
Yes, I think that is correct. It was like the second Test match in history when no one scored a 50. I can't remember the exact details now, but it was over before you knew it. Remarkable. Joe Root, who was there on that day, he's got a Test average at Lord of 54, which is marginally ahead of his career average. He's got 800. He's on the honours board 8 times at Lords. He turns that one off the back foot.
It's just mind-blowing numbers, isn't it? You know, that his average is well in the 50s, and he's just got 8 tons and not, and it's like, oh yeah, that's just what I do. Really, Joe? Is it?
Well, it is.
It is what he does. I mean, I know. Remarkable stuff. We'll miss him when he's gone. I don't think he's going anywhere for a while, actually.
No, I don't.
No, I think he's got 3 or 4 years left if his eyes stay good. He was, 35, 36 now? Probably.
35, 36 is the old 30, 31, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's that was well up. And the hands have gone up. I think it was probably going down. Carl Jameson's not particularly.
I think there might have been a little inside edge as well.
That would explain why they're not more interested. Let's have a look.
No, it's going well down.
Yes. I think the thing with DRS is it's shown important. It's the sort of thing I think pre-DRS or many, many years ago, people said, oh, that was close. But because we're so familiar with how DRS tells us the ball's going to go after we hit that, we're much more adept knowing there's no way.
I'll tell you what, I feel very sorry for Billy Root.
Billy Root. Yes. Talking of relatives of highly successful test cricket.
Yes.
Yeah, stop ball there.
Did Billy Root got in a T20 squad or an ODI squad years ago, did he not? When he was very young?
Yeah, but I don't think he actually got to the 11, did he?
No, I don't think he did.
I remember him being 12th man in a test on one occasion. It's hardly the same.
I know he got bubbled in the COVID time, I think.
Yeah, well, exactly. It might have been around. It might have been around about then.
Richard Hutton, Chris Cowdrey. Someone contacted us talking about Jeremy Cowdrey. They played rugby.
Yes.
That's dot ball to mid-on. Ends the 29th over. 120 for 2. Route 4 gave 50.
Well, Nick Vickers says, well done, Amelia Gay. This is why good performance in county cricket should warrant an England call-up. Indeed, indeed. Greystoke says, Enola beats a bowler. Okay. Farong says, the low balls are a concern. Good to see movement off the seam. All for that. And who says, inconsistent bounce is bad. Yeah, it's the kind of thing you really want sort of after tea on day 3 onwards to add to a bit of spice to a test match. Not really on day 2. Pirate Bachelor says, I'm not green fingered, but surely steam in the grass would make it wilt. I don't know. Yeah, one would assume it would kill it all.
Special steam or something.
No, when it's steam, it's still 100 degrees. It's supposed to penetrate the ground and help the roots grow.
I thought it had like stuff in it, like, I don't know, like special.
Maybe there's an additive to it.
Planty stuff. I don't know. I know nothing about plants.
Meanwhile,
I kind of just assumed.
I think we're due a changeover, so I think Jason's coming to summarise. I'm going to move on to socials and Bears ball by bowling.
Aha! Right.
Excellent. I will see you guys later then.
Okie dokie.
See ya.
Right. That is Nathan Smith around the wickets. It's just dropped out into the offside. And there will be a single. He moves on to 54. Root is on 4. And welcome, Jason. Thank you for taking my... you lost a little sponge.
My fluffer.
It's
gone again. I don't know where it is.
You'll be sitting on it somewhere. It'll be on your seat.
Right.
Or on the floor. Yeah. One or the other. It won't be far.
So I'll be popping whatever.
Well, yeah, exactly. We can figure it out a little bit later. Who's doing socials? You?
No.
I'm doing socials.
Uh-huh.
Well,
there's a lot of messages, Forthy. It's quite difficult. I hate it when it's difficult. Nathan Smith over the wicket to Rooty, who gets on the back foot, defends that into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's quicker than he looks, Smith. He's quite skiddy.
Yeah, well, he's not particularly tall, is he? He's
got to see quite a lot of him. I think it was last year and the year before when he was at Surrey, and no, he doesn't look much of him, but no, some of the balls on you awful quick.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He was the Sean Abbott replacement for Surrey, and now they've gone back to Sean Abbott this year.
Okay.
Because they're touring, obviously.
Of course, yeah. Nathan Smith in route leaves that outside his off stump through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's very much more traditional cricket, isn't it? But by the way, we are scoring at nearly 4. Well, we are scoring at 4 and over still, aren't we? I mean, it doesn't feel like we're.
I think it's because every ball that gets edged through the slips goes to the boundary.
Yeah.
And
so we're not really having to try.
One or two of those every other over.
Yeah.
Which is 3 runs almost.
Indeed. Do you think Gay can get 100 on his debut? Certainly got the time.
Yeah, he's shaping up okay. No, this is not his most fluent innings.
No, but I wouldn't expect it to be. I imagine he's been a little bit nervous. Debut in an England shirt. That was defended up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Because, to my mind, he's got a reputation of a bit more of a dasher than this.
I don't think the wicket helps, though, does it? I mean, it's not really a wicket conducive to traditional Bazballian behaviour, to be fair. And I think England played it right this innings, really.
You know, there are only 2 English men's cricketers who've scored a Test century on debut at Lord.
Ooh. All right, okay. Well, we're going to start discussing that then. Smith in. That's defended. Sorry, left through to the keeper, and there's no run. One of them's been in my lifetime. I'm pretty certain I've saw it, and maybe it's not an England player that I'm thinking of.
Well, he very nearly got 2 as well in 2004, didn't he?
Was that Straussy?
Yes.
Run out by Nasser in the second innings on 99, wasn't he?
Yep.
Not at 99, on about 75 or so.
Oh, okay.
84,
anyway,
I think.
The other one was 1969. It was John Hampshire against the West Indies. Here we are.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Ooh, is that a super? Oh no, we redacted. So we've had. Right. Okay. Sorry. Hooves won. Cricket Australia lost big money last summer due to short tests. That's true. Emilio said, "I'm batting with Root," says Banana Brooks. Interesting chat on Sky about how England team doesn't work together with county teams down race straight.
How's it?
And Suter Who says, let's face it, this ground wouldn't be an international ground with this slope. The heritage saves it.
Well, quite possibly, but...
yeah, it's grandfathered, isn't it? It wouldn't pass the current ICC regulations.
What are the current ICC regulations? Why not?
I think it... Well, ideally, they've got to be flat. That's one thing. They've got a minimum boundary size, I think, of 65 yards.
I'm sure it could get away with that, couldn't it, in the middle? I mean, it's not the smallest of small grounds, is it? It's not like an Indian ground where they have tiny boundaries.
I might propel along with a few more, so many.
Go for it.
Jay Grover says, I was confused about yesterday, but apparently it infuses the moisture in the ground and gives it more. Jay said bounce. Not sure. Bounce, I see.
Yes, bounce is supposed to. That's the whole point, yeah.
MCG caterers had to throw away $100,000 of food. The MCG, yes, they did. I could have had some. Because am I getting cold or sunburned? You can't beat the weather in Asturias. Wrong. MCG test head was top scorer with 46. Yes, that's right. Brooke got 41, Bethel 40. Yeah, I was there for all of that. Let's have a look. Banana Brooks Bonk is a new entry in Rob Coltrane's Dr. Johnson book. Ghost Rider says Gay is the first England that can score a half century since Andrew Strauss. Yep. More talk about Bounce. Diana Patterson, welcome to you. Environmentally friendly soil maintenance technique by injecting steam at 70 to 85 degrees into holes drilled in the turf. Grounds people eliminate buried pests, fungal spores, and nematodes. Well, that's really good stuff. And
good for the pitch, not good for the wildlife.
Yeah. Well,
I say good for the pitch. Presumably, because you're putting water into it, you also need to roll it a lot harder as well because you're introducing moisture.
Well, yeah, but I mean, forgive me for saying this, but doesn't steam happen 100 degrees? Why can you can't inject steam at 70 or 80 degrees? It's not steam, it's water. Hot water, I'll give you, but it's still water.
It's an aerosol, isn't it? It's not.
So it's not proper. So it's not steam. It's something.
We've got another super chat from Jay.
Hello, well done, Jay.
And he just says, "Fourthy, thou filthy adman, redacted slurring."
I want you to stop redacting your slurs, Jay. I want to hear the slurs. I don't need redacted slur. This isn't the BBC, goddammit.
He's going all BBC on us.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck
Not
that.
redacting cricket, it's guerrilla cricket, mate. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, some more stuff about baking, done, rolling, and Gareth Davis says things are glad to
I think they may be having a drinks break.
They are having a drinks break, which is why we're wibbling a bit longer.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, that was 40 to catch up.
Thank you. I'm caught up now. We may have missed a few earlier, so apologies to everyone, but it's a good sign if we're skating over some YouTube. It means we're all okay.
Exactly. Well, Jameson over the wicket to the left-hander. I haven't seen this yet today. Everyone's been coming around the wicket. Jumps a little bit on Gay, but he gets on top of it. Just knocks it out on the offside. And there's
Had
no
to
run.
leave his bottom hand off.
Well, you know, I mean, it has to be said.
He is a tall man.
Yeah, he is a tall man.
Both Gay and Jameson. So
yeah. I mean, the fact is, that's what super chats are for, my fellow or my lovely listeners. As you're all chatting away so quickly, if you definitely want us to read something out, you know what to do. You super chat it, comes up in a big box in colour for us, and we know to read you out, and you get preferential treatment. Oh, that one kept low. Attempted cut, but it went well under the bat from Emilio Gay. It was quite short and just kept down.
quite wide as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a no-footed swat basically by.
Well, because
Gay.
I think he thought it was quite nicely wide, and if it had got up to the height it's supposed to get up to, it'd have been in nicely in the arc to crash it through the offside to the boundary for 4 runs, but it barely got up above knee height from that length from a tall man.
I should imagine England's tall bowlers, Robinson
well, exactly
and,
that. I think
Tongue are licking their lips.
Precisely. I mean, if England get a lead of 300 here, you think, well, you know, like that on the stumps are going to be lethal.
250.
Yeah, 250 would be nice. That one's just defended square on the offside. He'll get himself a single.
Well, whoa, they're halfway there.
Well, they are. Well, and then another 100 runs to get to 250. I think that if they only lost another wicket or two. Oh, look at that. I mean, that kept so low, the ball that got Bethel. Yeah. Nothing you can do about that.
You've got to hope you hit the bottom
the tiniest bit of bat on it and it goes into your pads or something.
Yeah. We've got a £10 super chat.
Ooh, that's a biggie. Well,
I shall do it after this ball.
Yes, you may as well. Jameson's going to bowl to Joe Root, who leaves that one outside his off stump. Through to the keeper, and there is no run. Go for it.
Stephen Shipcott writes to us. Hello, everybody. Among the other momentous things since I last tuned in is the fact I retired in April. Well, join the club, Stephen. By way of celebration, here's a tenner for your beer fund. I promise I'll keep Patreoning. Oh, you're very welcome, and
Very
thank
welcome
you so much.
indeed. Yeah, please. One of the ways we do keep ourselves going is Patreon, and you get lots of extras on there. You get first look at podcasts. There's access to our Discord channel.
Access to the archive.
Access to the archive. You get a gift if you Patreon for a certain amount of time. All those kinds of things, and it's well worth it, and it keeps us going. That's nicely driven by Root through the covers. Just forced. It's not going to make it to the boundary, but they should get back for 2, and they do. And it gives us what we know is a balanced income every month, which means we can pay the rent on our studio and things like that. We appreciate super chats all the time, and we love them whilst we're doing it, and it keeps us going as well. But Patreon is our main source of income, and it allows us to be on air for your pleasure. So if you want to become a patron, please go to patreon.com and look for Guerrilla Cricket and become a patron. And we'd love you forever. And if you do $10, actually, you get your name going on the screen in perpetuity forever on our YouTube videos, and you can feel yourself famous. There you go.
Or infamous.
Infamous, whichever. Yeah, Jameson, last ball of the over, right up there, driven by Root, but only as far as mid-on. And it is no run. Over to you, Forthy.
Yes. Pirate Badshaw thinks it's a misnomer to call it steam. That's more like a mist. Grace Stokes says, have you been reading the Epstein files too much, Jay? Anna Patterson says, steam is water in gas, temperature and pressure makes steam. Come on, someone besides me. Physics. Well, I was terrible at physics, so I cannot contribute.
Well, pressure changes the boiling point.
Jay Grover says, I am confused by kettles. And Hooves one has given us another super chat. He says, I say 3-2 series wins New Zealand. I doubt a draw will occur. Thank you one very much.
3-2?
Probably. Are we back with the cricket? We probably are.
We probably are. We are indeed. Nathan Smith is going to continue. He is coming around the wicket to Gay, who just plods that out on the offside, and there is no run. He's looking a lot more comfortable now, it has to be said.
I was just thinking that. I was thinking, no, he's more composed. He's not chasing the ball quite so much as he was at the start of his innings. He's not so anxious to score off every ball.
No.
He's found a natural pace and rhythm which he thinks suits this wicket, I think, now.
Yeah.
And he's going to go, as we see Smith disturbing the pitch and making a large hole for his boot to land in, which presumably has just ruined the groundsman's work over the first innings break, who have just filled it all in with some rock hard soil and sand mix.
Get the mound pounder in.
Yeah.
Well,
no, they really should ask the players what they want before they decide how much filling in they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, we're having another little stoppage here, presumably as they call the ground staff on to fill in the hole
that he's just dug up.
Yeah. Well, it's not that deep, is it, really?
No, but I mean, the pace they're running in and the pressures they're landing on, no, just one tiny little bit of instability will be a ricked ankle, and that's you done for a couple of tests potentially.
Here comes the mound pounder. It's quite a small mound pounder they have at Lord's. Usually they're quite big flat iron things. This one's only probably about 10 centimetres squared.
This one is a precision one.
A precision mound pounder, yes.
One of the endearing characteristics of cricket, that this kind of thing disrupts a day's play. I love it.
Indeed. Well, there's a guy pounding the ground.
The only problem with something with such a small head like that one is you have to do an awful lot more work. But
well, I guess you get more pressure on it with a smaller head, don't you?
You do.
A smaller amount of space. It does seem to be flattening the ground.
I suppose you get more leverage as well because you whack it down harder.
Yeah. He's telling him where to pound it. He's doing that.
Anyone's got any views on pounders?
Yeah.
And of course, being a groundsman,
what sort of pounder do you like?
Yeah.
Do tell.
Pounder preferences.
He's got the ubiquitous shorts on.
Yep.
And a very cosy red for roof tea hat.
Yeah. Tea hat, yeah. What? Bucket hat.
Is that a tea hat rather than the bucket hat? Is there a difference?
No, I think it's a bucket hat. Well, I'm in shorts. It's now short season, obviously. Although
I went out when it was 9 degrees in Melbourne during the week to see Mogg and Russ and Messi, and Mogg was wearing shorts.
Good lad. Around the wicket. Oh, went to leave that, did Emilio Gay, but it bounced up, hit his bat, and it was well taken.
It's that man,
on the bounce. Yeah.
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips.
Nothing really gets past him.
Nope.
His catch very short off Duckett was never really more than an inch above the ground.
Yeah, it was a very low catch. It was a good catch. It was a bit unfortunate, I thought Duckett was really. I think the ball was there for that shot, and he
just tried to squirt it.
He tried to squirt it. He got it out the middle of the bat, didn't he? It was going travelling reasonably quickly.
Well, he's consistent. He's right in the hole that they've just pounded.
Oh, that's a good ball. That's gone off the seam, beating the outside edge of Gay's bat, but he's playing the line, and it went. And therefore he missed it through to the keeper. And there ain't no run. 1-2-4 for 2, England. Gay 56, Root on 6. The lead is 151.
More than they scored in the first innings.
More than they scored in the first innings, indeed.
It's more or less where they were in Perth, wasn't it? When the sky fell in.
Wow, yeah. And then bloody Travis Head headed us.
Twice.
Fucking, that was outrageous.
Well, that was innings for the age.
It was, wasn't it? That's a good shot. Right on his toes. Emilio Gay punches it out to the cover boundary.
What was it?
Just a single.
He got 146 and nobody else got more than about 55.
Something like that.
In the match.
And they were chasing, what, 200 and something?
270, I think. Or 220.
No, it wasn't that many. It was about 220.
Well, the match was over in 2 days, incredibly.
Yeah.
Well, plus the fact that he was only opening because Khawaja was injured.
Yeah, he had a back spasm, didn't he?
But that turned out to be the proper game plan.
Yeah, and it worked for the rest of the bloody series, didn't it? Root just knocks that out in the offside, just wide enough of cover that they can get through for an easy single. It's in one of those stages in the match, really, where England are basically trying to set it up, and New Zealand are trying to stop England. It's quite quiet, really.
Yeah, it's one of those dry spells.
Yeah.
Where bowlers don't necessarily attack the stumps.
Yeah.
They just want to not have a good economy and not concede too much and not look bad.
Well, tricky if you're a bowler, and especially you know they've got eight wickets in hand.
Tell me about
Pretty much everyone can bat.
I got shelled in a very high-scoring game earlier this year.
Is that out?
Gone, I think.
I think it is gone. There's an edge there. Emilio Gay, this time the ball has gone off the seam and not enough, and it's just caught a little outside edge. Emilio Gay won't get his 100. He is the 3rd wicket down. He's gone for 57. Caught Blundell, bowled Nathan Smith. He walks off. Good innings, though, have to say. He's taken up time. The ball is 30 overs old. We've only lost 3 wickets.
He's eaten a lot of balls.
Yeah, and we have to say goodbye to Emilio Gay. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
If there's anything wrong with that in terms of technique, it's just that he was slightly away from his body, and I think he was trying to play it towards mid-on because he thought the ball was coming in and it actually straightened.
Well, he does. You know, I've noticed he's got a little press forward. He goes across, so he's always going to be vulnerable, I think, to the ball nipping back in potentially. And his bat is a little bit wafty.
It doesn't come down quite straight, does it? It's sort of like second slip to mid-on.
Yeah, but hey-ho.
So inevitably, he's slightly across the line of the ball when someone's bowling round the wicket at him.
Next man in. Sheffield might pronounce God's own country as at the wicket.
What do you think, Porthy? Is it going to be Bazball Brook or?
I think.
Well, I think what it'll be conventional Brook, and we'll all say, "Oh, this is so fantastic," and then he'll play one of his idiotic shots and get away with it. Then he'll probably be out for 56.
Well, he's averaging 54 in 36 Test matches. That's not bad, is it?
Incredible! It's incredible. Yeah.
10 tons.
When I say idiotic, he's one of the very best match players in the world. I don't know. It's an enigma to me.
Yeah, I mean, he takes his chances, but he's got a fantastic eye.
He has.
Great hand-eye coordination. He kind of gets away with it. O'Rourke is into him. No, it's into Root, sorry. He just defends the first ball, and there is no run. I still think there's time to take more off of this ball. Give it another 20 overs and this ball will be soft and their bowlers will be a bit tired, and then there will be runs to be had in the final session of the day.
It's come back a long way.
Yeah, it has, and I would like Brook to be there when that happens.
That's wrapped him.
Yeah, that's an interesting aspect of Bazball, which Bazball as a strategy is completely ignored, that the ball becomes easier to hit and bowlers become tired.
Yes.
Yeah, there we are.
I mean, this is it often in England innings are over in 60 overs, aren't they? They don't get second new balls often. That's just dropped into the offside. They go for the quick single, and they make it. I'd like to see some aggressive running as well.
Yeah, that straightened a fair bit.
Yeah, it did straighten a fair bit. It was coming into him, and he's left his bat hanging out there a little bit. Very obvious edge. Low down for Blundell, but he took it.
So what's that? Averaging just over 30.
Yeah, that'll do as a start. Oh, it'd be nice to get a 50 in your first innings. I mean, they'll be a bit easier wickets. You imagine Trent Bridge will be a lot better on the oval.
Trent Bridge depends on what's overhead. If it's
sunny,
it's a road.
It is an absolute road. And the oval can be a road as well. O'Rourke into Harry Brook, first ball. Just draws his bat inside. It's short and wide. He lets it through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I'm not so sure about the oval. It's generally a good cricket wicket. It offers something for everybody generally. It's certainly when you rock up for county games at the moment, you look at the pitch and say, where is the wicket? Because it's almost the same colour as everything else.
Yeah, but it soon goes, doesn't it?
And it also it does a fair bit in the first session and a half, 2 sessions, which is why people have the tendency when they come to the oval of winning the toss and the opposition now, and not batting first.
Does it work though, Jace? That's the question. Guided by Harry Brook. Can't beat the man at gully, wide gully, and there is no run.
You'd say in the last 4 years, yes, because Surrey have finished winners 3 times in the championship and second on the other time.
No, but I mean, have they often bowled first themselves and done that?
Yes, last 20 odd times they've won the toss, pretty much.
Oh, really? Okay, fair enough.
I think it's only of 22. I think it's like batted first twice and bowled first 20 odd times.
Do they prepare slightly differently for the Test matches, do you think?
I don't know what's in Big Lee's mind.
O'Rourke bowls short, doesn't trouble Brook, just ducks underneath, lets it through to the keeper, and there is no run.
One gets a feeling looking at Big Lee Fortis that no, he's the kind of person who would say they get what they're given. He'll listen to what they want, what they would like, but they'll get what they're given.
Who was it was getting loads of grief against? Was it him against India last year?
Yes, because he allowed them to look at the wicket or not look at the wicket.
Yeah, that's right.
And he said, well, you're treating us differently to the way you're treating the England setup here.
I mean, that was ridiculous coming from India, sorry. Oh, now that's got to be close.
Just going over the top.
Oh, he's been given.
I think
I might review that.
Yeah.
He is going to review it. I mean, he got quite a long way forward. It jagged back quite a long way to Brook. I mean, the problem is he's been given out, so if his umpire's call, it's not going to do him any good. But it was a great ball from O'Rourke. It was a little bit fuller, and it jagged back in. And the question is it going down, and is it a little bit too high? He's a tall guy. It's shaped in. It's hit him on a knee roll. He's pressed forward. It's going to be close.
I think that's
going to be
close.
Call. I think it might well be umpire's call.
Yeah.
There's no bat on it.
It just straightens a touch, isn't the problem?
It's quite an angle. It is hitting, actually. He's going to be... We've lost the review, and Harry Brook is not going to make any runs. Perth is coming streaming back into our consciences as England suddenly fall to 127 for 4, and Harry Brook is out after only 4 balls. That was a cracking delivery, though, from O'Rourke. Did everything he wanted to do. He will not be happy, Harry Brook, but sometimes you get good deliveries, and when you've only faced 4, it can be quite tricky, and that was one of those, and so we have to say goodbye to Harry.
I won't look back. By the time
I think that hurt his knee as well.
Yeah, he was got a dead leg from being smacked right on the patella.
Yeah.
I mean, the balls which hit the top of the leg stump earlier just kept swinging and swinging and swinging, and it was hard to get your trigonometry right as an umpire. But that one straightened, and I can see why he gave it, and he was right too.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. Which brings Jamie Smith, who shouldered arms in the first innings. And we could do with something from him here.
Once you,
Jamie Smith, are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
He's had a very interesting season already.
He scored lots of runs at the Oval, hasn't he? But
He scored lots of runs to start off with when he was just playing as a batsman and batting at 3. And Folkes was in the side. When Folkes injured himself, idiotically bowling in a dead rubber.
What?
And then he then had to keep. And England asked for him to keep so that he could get some keeping practice in. And he scored no runs at all since then.
Yeah. You know, his days might be numbered. This might be, you know, if he doesn't get some runs in this series, it wouldn't surprise me if they gave Rue a bit of a go. Because,
fair enough.
as Hendo rightly points out, he hits the ball sweetly, but he is a bit of a
But yeah, he got 200 in 2 games, I think.
And
150, and then nothing else really of note and since.
Yeah, and you know, he doesn't move his feet, and he does flash.
He's got this nasty habit of being bowled by spinners as well.
Well, Joe Root's still there. Oh, is he? That's out as well, surely. Yes. Fucking hell. Joe Root's been pinged right in front of middle stump as well.
Is he going to burn the next review?
Don't review that one. That is well out, mate. Oh, he is going to review it. That's fucking foolish. That is so plumb.
Well, the ball is suddenly starting to do all sorts.
Yeah, that one decked back again, and it's hit me on the. I think that's so plumb. I don't know why he bothered reviewing that. But we shall give it reviews. We'll give it one of these.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
It's just a bit late on it because of the movement.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, it's just above the knee roll, but he's not really taking any step forward.
No, he's on the crease, and it's come back into him. I think that looked very out to me.
No, umpires call it worst, I think.
Yeah, well, exactly. You might get away with umpire's call. We might keep the review, but I don't think there was an edge on it. So close to being a little edge, but nope. Let's have a look. Comes back in. Oh, umpire's call. Just clipping leg bail, which is always likely. And suddenly England go from 127 for 3 to 127 for 5, and Joe Root is out for 8. And it's looking troublesome all of a sudden.
Well,
that's an interesting one, isn't it? Because although you could say in one way he's unlucky because it was just clipping the top of leg bail, but on the other hand, he was done. He was, you know, he was pinged right in front. I think that's absolutely fair enough. I don't think he was unlucky. That's legitimate LBW dismissed.
Oh yeah, no. I think, I said it was out when it hit. So I mean, I can see why the umpire gave it out. But when you look at the replay, it was only just hit. The dice roll, isn't it? Let's
he's
give him
had
an out.
comparatively a poor test.
LB, 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 struck in front of the stumps. LBW.
Lovely. Right, is that the end of the over? I think it was.
No, it's the first. That was the end. That was only the first ball of the over. We've still got 5.
Okay, well,
I ought to do a bit of a backlog, but maybe there won't be time.
This will be our last over.
Your last over.
My last over. Who's on next?
Me,
Tony, Jason, and Will. William Munt. Munt?
Yeah. So we have Will M and Will R today.
Yes.
I apologise.
Not Will I Am.
No.
We're going to be a bit behind on socials, so there we are.
It's all right. Tony's got to catch up. Don't worry about it.
I think it's Jace. Okay.
Oh, is it you?
I think
sorry about that. Right. Next man in is the skipper, and he has a jingle after his first ball. It goes like this. Nathan Smith is bowling to Stokesy, who plays that into the offside, out to cover, and there is no run. He has a jingle that goes like this.
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
He looks like he's been on the Ozempic. He's lost a little bit of weight.
There's a lot of that around.
Painfully thin, doesn't he?
He does. He doesn't need to be on anything. Anyway, that's a lie, because I doubt he's on Ozempic. He's probably been working hard at the gym.
Or overtraining.
Or overtraining, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. He's Ben Stokes, isn't he? Leaves that one outside his off stump, through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Scruffily stopped, but stopped nonetheless.
Aye.
So that's all that matters.
Well, you can lose a couple of cheap wickets, as everyone else has got to make the grade, haven't they? Leading still only 154. I'd like 250. I'd like another 100 runs. And even then, that's not guaranteed.
Yeah,
it's not the highest score to chase down in a test match.
And Smith and Jamieson are doing a fine job for New Zealand in the absence of their premier, probably fast bowler, Matt Henry, who's not quite at it.
He's certainly not quite at it, but he's had a back spasm, hasn't he? Right, Smith around the wicket. Oh, it's bowled him. Fucking hell. We're in trouble now. Suddenly, for 127 for 3, England are all at fucking sea. It's 127 for 6. You know what? This is how I'm feeling.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Has that done anything off the pitch? Not really.
On your bike, mate.
Played down the wrong line.
Played down the wrong line, hasn't he?
He's played down the line as if he's...
He might have done a little bit. Might have moved. Well, you only got to move a smidgen, haven't you, really?
But yeah, I mean, things are happening. I mean, that's what? 3 or 4 wickets in about 5 overs.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that one really did anything very much, to be
No,
honest.
I didn't think so. I'm sure they'll have a Hawkeye thingy.
Tell us the amount of distance it moved or not.
And it only moves. It only needs to move an inch or two, doesn't it?
Right, we're into the batting all-rounders now.
Well, we are, aren't we? Fuck. Well, I quite like now Smith to potentially go a little bit bad ball in. I think you need to try and score 50 runs as quick as possible. Might be a wise thing to try and do. Atkinson's out there. Of course, he scored a ton at Lords.
Yes, it's Smith to Smith.
Yeah. It's this man.
Gus, the hat-trick son, that's 3 wickets in a row. Gus, the hat-trick son, a bowling impresario.
When it was all looking so serene about 15 minutes ago.
Yes, I know.
And now
we've got another super chat from Jay, who says, I want Smith to do well purely to annoy Hendo.
Well, I'm sure that can be arranged. Well, I'd liked it to be arranged, to be fair.
Doesn't take much to wind up a Hendo.
No. Right, Smith into Smith. No, Atkinson, sorry. He takes a step down the track, drives it back to the bowler, and there is no run. I mean, his adrenaline will be pumping now as well.
Well, I mean,
here we go. It moved. Well, to be fair, he was playing down the line of the ball, and it moved just enough to beat the outside of the bat. I mean, if you look at the original line of the ball, it's going to hit the sticker on his bat. But it was obviously a straight enough delivery that a little bit of movement beat the outside edge of his bat and just kissed the outside of the off stump. It's good delivery, I have to say.
The one saving grace I'll save after this ball.
Smith, Atkinson leaves through to the keeper. There is no run. And I think that's the end of the over. The end of my spell. Tony's going to come in and take over from me. William is back. Is that it for you, 40 for the day?
Yeah, that's it for me. It's been great to be with you guys. Jace, go all back to, I say, 323 has been to New Zealand and pick your way through what happened. That was from Hooves 1, a super chat, and then pick your way through. There's quite a lot of just, back and forth. You can
see you later, 40.
Cheers, Bet.
Before we move on to that, I'll just say that the only saving grace at the moment in this impressive spell by Smith is that he's now facing 2 batsmen in Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson. He would have bowled an awful lot at in the nets, but they would also seen a lot of his bowling yesterday.
You're right. Will O'Rourke, though it is at the moment, who's in. It's very full. Smith drives. He gets a run. He might get 2. They do come back for 2, solidly enough. And the score, leaps forward at least, finally,
I'm going to try
off that 127 mark to 129. Jason, half an hour. That's all you had. You had half an hour between you and Bear. Everything was going brilliantly. 126
So it's my
for
fault,
two,
is it?
was all looking great. Well, if the cap fits. What can I say?
This is correlation, not causation, mate.
You try and flummox me with your sciencey words. That's well defended by Smith down onto his toes. Literally, 126 for two, building a comfy lead. 154 the lead will have been. I was thinking everything's great. Then suddenly, bang Gay, bang Brook, bang Root, bang Stokes. I'm speechless. Speechless. And suddenly, this whole game has been prized wide open again by some, I have to say, really good New Zealand bowling. A lead of 250, well, I think that's a long way off. 6 down. New Zealand are right on the prowl. O'Rourke is in. It's well defended by Jamie Smith. Now, you watch a lot of Jamie Smith. If there was ever a time to recover his England credentials and stamp himself on this England team, this would be it, wouldn't it?
You would have thought so. I'm not sure how he does it without a certain element of risk, though.
Well, that is an interesting
It's a question
thought.
of how much he can afford trying to be expansive and to get runs on the board.
O'Rourke turns at the top of his mark, coming in from that pavilion end. 2 slips go down. There's a leg gully as well, and I'm not quite sure that's going to hit the bottom of the bat handle and ended up going between his legs. Will Munt is our summariser. Will, were you on for that carnage?
No, I wasn't.
Well done, you. Neither was I.
I know. Well, I'm in the same boat as you. When Gay got to 50 and, Root's just come in, I was like, it's looking all right here, get 250, something like that. And then all of a sudden, you're looking at, now can we scrape to 200, get a bit more than that? So, yeah.
200, exactly. I'm looking at Bear and Jason. I'm thinking, I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, I agree.
But there we go, 129 for 6. Smith, bat raised, O'Rourke, tall, in and well defended, solidly, correctly defended by Jamie Smith, and a bit of a shock to the system, I think, for Jamie Smith, because or certainly to his bat. It's got new balance written on the back, but it doesn't seem to be that balanced at all, because I think he's calling for it to be changed, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's not used to correct defensive shots.
It's not his slogging bat, he wants a different one.
Yeah, well, can I have the big one that looks like a giant?
Anyway, whilst they were waiting for it, I'm going to get through some...
Please do.
Did the groundsman, did he make it a bowler's paradise, says George McPherson. Smith is bowling like Henry was not, says Greystoke. The home of cricket, sticky wicket, says Gareth Davis. Smith does have concrete feet, says Sutahu, in relation to something someone else said earlier. I think it was Leah.
Possibly.
This game is what cricket should be avoiding, says George McPherson. This is bad advertisement for cricket. England don't seem to want to beat the Kiwis. No, the Kiwis seem to want to beat England quite hard, though.
Yeah, it's a difficult place to be, really, isn't it? As a purist, I don't know how Will feels. On the one hand, it's just grippingly, you can't take your eyes off it.
Yes.
Something's about to happen any second.
I think.
On the other hand, it's not a great wicket. Mixed with some indifferent batting, and I have to say, some very good bowling on a not very good wicket.
We've got a super chat.
Oh, hang on.
Go
Will
on,
answer,
Will.
and then yes.
No, I do agree. I think these kind of games, I think these are probably better to watch than like a game where one team scores 500, one team scores 700. So there's probably that element of it.
Yeah, so I mean, in truth, you always want something roughly in the middle, don't you?
Exactly, yeah.
And it's definitely not been that. Jace, super chat. Oh, do you want me to jingle super chat?
Yeah,
I'm on the case right now. Then here we go. It's all been. Oh, here's the short one's been put back in the
Use your Brian super chat.
Brian in Brisbane says there's $5 says for F's sake, looks like England has blinked and let New Zealand back in the game. Brooks and Stokes gone too easily.
Yeah, I mean, one of them kept pretty low. Whose was it? Was it Bethel's?
Bethel
got a
low.
scuttler, didn't he? I mean, you just can't play those. And you shouldn't be getting scuttlers on day 2 at the home of cricket. You really should not.
Says the Middlesex supporter.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, we don't have anything to say about the pitch.
Big pitch, no, you don't.
That's steered away towards cover, but there's no run by Gus Atkinson. Now, he will have been sitting there 10 to 15 minutes ago thinking I should be all right for the day now. I can take my boots off, settle myself for whatever we got to chase tomorrow. And here he is out there with a bat. Not what he would have been expecting, Will.
No, and with that Bethel delivery, actually, I saw a stat that said I think in like the last 20 years in cricket in England, or Test matches, that's like from a ball that length, that's the lowest down it's hit the stumps to get Bethel out. So normally from that length, he'll bounce a lot higher.
Bethel specifically, Nathan Smith, and he comes. 3 slips go down. That's beautifully played by Gus Atkinson. It's out through cover. Is it going to beat the fielder? It is, quite comfortably too. And it's got himself 4 runs. I think this might as well be the way for England, if I'm honest.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Was it against Sri Lanka he got his 100, Jace? Atkinson?
Yes, it was at Lords.
Could do one of those now.
And
Gus,
12 wickets.
Gus, if you could just whip up another 100 and...
It was against Sri Lanka, but he 12 wickets in the first test, 100 in the second test.
That was against West Indies, because we had West Indies and Sri Lanka in the same summer, didn't we? Yeah. Yes, he didn't get all of his wickets and all of his runs in the same test. That one's worked nicely off his legs, though, by Atkinson. Will get a single. He must be thinking, why is it down to me? I'm a bowler who bats a bit. This is not fair.
When you look at the New Zealand innings, the person who, probably one of the people who found batting probably the easiest, or their top scorer was Jameson. If you look at the way he played, it might kind of take one of those innings from someone like Atkinson or Smith to kind of get England over 200 to a score that New Zealand can't chase, really.
Well, I don't know. What would a score like that be? I mean, we've mentioned it so many times. It's the flattening out effect at Lords could just mean the batting gets easier still. Smith in, very full, squirts off the outside edge. It was a bit of a loose drive from Smith.
Concrete feet.
But it was the old concrete feet. But, concrete feet or not, England will take these. So 3 for 45, but he's gone for 9 this over, and actually concrete feet, but he soft hands. Was a head over the ball. It kind of was. Yeah, he was looking to push it out towards mid-on.
Hard hands, definitely.
But either way, he's got himself a 4, as we said, and the score moves on to 138 for 6. The lead 165. What a ridiculously crazy, but you can't stop watching this bonkers game of cricket. In comes Nathan Smith, defended by the other Smith. It's a battle of Smiths. And at the moment, you'd probably just say, well, you might say Jamie Smith's on top, given that it's gone for 9, but I'm not sure they've looked that convincing. Those 9 runs. Well, 4 of them were for Atkinson, let's be fair. So
5
for them for Atkinson, 4 for Smith. So in the Smith-off, I would probably say just Nathan's honours at the moment. 138 for 6. Last ball of this Smith over. That's edged, and it's between 4th slip and gully. It's gone down the hill in front of the grandstand, and well, it's 4 runs which will annoy New Zealand.
4. F-O-R.
But Will, you'd also go, they were so lucky. Let me see, 3 slips. No, 3rd slip and gully. Yeah.
Second gully that should have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dear me.
I do think it's quite interesting in considering kind of they moved Jamie Smith up, didn't they? Because Ben Stokes said he'd rather be batting with a tail, and obviously let Smith be more of a genuine batter. And now this is kind of the exact situation that Smith's in. So
exactly,
we can see how he goes about it and how he deals with it, really.
And we've not seen anything. Well, it's hard to judge on this track. I mean, Ben Stokes has bowled, he put himself down to 7 so he could bowl better, and didn't bowl particularly well. His first innings nor his second innings at 7 told us anything other than the fact that his batting is sliding a little.
Yeah.
Well, that was an extraordinary piece of cricket because it was short. Atkinson started like he wanted to pull, decided, no, I'll just stand here and let the ball hit him.
Well, he was just late on it, and he bailed out of playing the shot as soon as he realised he couldn't get it there and control it.
So it was a Brian Close approach. It was, if I can't hit it, I'll just let it hit me. At least that way I won't be out. There is a logic there.
Yeah, definitely.
Not necessarily the logic of a self-preservationist.
Not sure I'd let it hit me on the elbow though.
Especially if I'm a bowler, the elbow. He's trying to look as cool as he can. Right, 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip, short. Not surprisingly, Atkinson ducks under it. He kind of sensed that was coming from Will O'Rourke, Wilmot.
Yeah, I think that is often like the way we saw. That's how England went at the New Zealand tail. I mean, you wouldn't think New Zealand would go out and out in that way, but O'Rourke has bowled quite a few short deliveries out today. But then obviously, if you look at how Atkinson got out in the first innings, trapped in the pads, it's what that kind of bluff, put a few short ones in, make him think it's coming, and then pushing the fuller one. So,
well, they've gone for both attacks because they've got a leg slip and a short leg for the short attack, and they've got 3 slips for the ball pitched up.
Comes over. He's got a nice run. I like his run up with O'Rourke. That's full and tickled away around the corner from Atkinson. There's a man down at fine leg. It's Nathan Smith. And he may just settle for the single. I suspect he will have done. Yes, he has. The score ticks onto 143.
Jay Grover says, I've never seen a more miserable collection of bucket hats talking about, I think, the England balcony.
Yeah,
at the moment.
Again, the bucket hat. It's a great jaunty look if you're doing really well. They all look a bit sad when the things are going tits up.
And Dara Azizi has joined us. Says hello all.
Hello, Dara Azizi.
Who says mwahaha? I think he's
I'm not sure Arizona's a safer place when Dara's busy watching us though.
Come on, Kiwis, fight back, says Shalimar.
Defended into the offside. Fielded by Kyle Jameson, who waited for the ball to come to him and kind of went down in instalments to pick it up, him being such a tall fellow as well, with a back prone to dickiness. It's 143 for 6. Dara, I said Arizona. I'm not quite sure I got that right. I think I got your location completely wrong. So do remember me. Was I right? Bear's saying I think he thinks I'm right. Maybe my memory is better than I was giving it credit for. Right, 143 for 6. Will O'Rourke in. Smith stands tall, and that, as you heard, a Smith admirer, or at least a Surrey man of Surrey, admiring that because he did stand tall. He waited for the ball, played it under his eye line, and steered it away through point for one of these.
4. F-O-R.
You looking forward to watching your Mumbai Indians playing at Surrey, Jace?
I still rather they have the Oval Invincibles, to be fair.
Yeah.
But I tend to go to one game a year anyway, of that competition.
Well, okay.
It's just, no, if the blast is noisy, that is an absolute cacophony.
Well, I'm sure O'Rourke in. That's well played again by Smith. He got on top of it nicely, steered it round down again to Smith at fine leg.
And it has nothing to do with what's happening on the pitch, because the game is the game. It's what's happening in the stands and around you.
Indeed.
The additional entertainment, in quotes.
Spoken like a man who's down with the youth. 148 for 6, Jace. Who have we got?
Tyler Devlin says anyone living in Australia who's backing England instead of New Zealand should leave. Ooh,
who said that?
Harsh. Tyler Devlin.
That's very harsh.
And we've got, where are we? What was I looking for? 200 chaseable for sure. 250 will be a step challenge, says Hooves.
Yeah, that's probably a good summary.
Pack the steps, he also says. Go for the kill.
It's definitely cloudier as well. There's some blue skies.
Yes.
We're looking from the pavilion end towards the nursery. And there's some blue skies to the right, which would be sort of on top
and
of
Stephen
Father
Kelker's
Time.
just rejoined us. I was away for a bit. 138 for 6. What the?
Yeah, well, exactly. Exactly.
Well, you were doing admin over there, weren't you?
We left the Bear and Jason in charge. That's what happened. That one's well defended by Smith. Back to Matt Henry. Never trust a man with 2 first names. He pretended to be injured just before lunch, and he came out and bowled like an absolute champion. Extraordinary stuff. Mind you, there is the restorative qualities of the Lord's lunches, which are supposed to be quite magnificent
Awesome,
for the
yeah.
players. But surely they never get a chance to actually really enjoy them if you're mid-match. I suppose.
I agree. Yeah.
I suppose if you're a bowler and
Depends if
your
you're
team's-
fielding in the afternoon.
Well, if you're
You
a
could-
bowler
you could
in the
tuck
batting
in
side and they're 127 for 1 at lunch, you think I'm probably safe to have a decent sized lunch.
I always feel keepers have the worst deal because you're probably either going to be batting or then going out to keep. So
Dead right. Well, that's well defended, but only to short mid wicket.
That's
is
all right.
No run. That's a really good point.
Jack
Willie.
Russell used to bring his own lunch,
He probably did.
even on tour.
Was it him who also famously didn't clean his teeth just so
Yes.
he could breathe down?
Get up garlic.
Horrible, stinky breath down the back of the batsman's neck. I'm sure he does now. He's focusing on his artwork, which is fantastic stuff. Right, in comes Matt Henry. Again, you'd hardly say Jamie Smith was on top. Well, he was on top of it, but I wouldn't say he was in control of it.
No, he was
3 dot
rising,
balls.
but then he was forced onto the back foot a little bit because the keeper's up, so he has to stay in the crease.
Yeah, well, that's intelligent move. I'm surprised England didn't use it more, but there might be a comment on the quality of the wicketkeeper. The 3 slips go down. That one just a little bit of shape, but it looked a little less threatening and was defended competently enough this time by Jamie Smith.
We've got another super chat when you're ready.
I was born ready for super chats, let me tell you. But we might as well wait till the end of the over to give it its full justice.
I do think with the Jamie Smith standing up, I think it's when the ball's nipping as much. I do wonder if that's more of the tactics to stand up.
Oh, he's edged this. No, he hasn't. He's missed it, and it has gone in. Well, what a smart take that was by Blundell, because it was wide and going wider. There's a swing and a miss from Jamie Smith. I thought he's edged it. If it's either going to slip or it's going over the top of slip.
Well, I think that's a comment that's just been made by Darryl Mitchell. I'm glad that wasn't me coming to me at first slip.
He said, "Out exactly." I think Darryl Mitchell was going. How the fuck did he catch that? He's got the big gloves on. That's probably why. But nonetheless, it was impressive. Right, Matt Henry, and he comes. That's well defended by Jamie. So Jamie Smith seems to be alternating between solid defence and a
Block and swish,
wafty, what's it?
Binary batting, block or swish.
148 for 6, and it's one of these, Jason. Here it comes.
YouTube Ride Super Chat.
The GC Pawnbot sent us $5 saying, I propose digging up the entire Lord's Square, filling it with all the members of the House of Lords, and making new pitches.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Probably most of them at the House of Lords, certainly the older ones, are probably MCC members anyway.
Yes, I would have thought so.
So it might actually be, it would be great if you did sort of as a let's say you're an aging member in your 80s or 90s, the prospect of actually being buried under the Lord's wicket, so you could be the sort of the fodder to continue its growth.
I'll
might
come
be
back
quite
to
appealing.
I'll come back to that in a minute.
Will O'Rourke in. Wristily turned around the corner. Nathan Smith, we know, is the man down there. There he is again. So just a single. Atkinson should have got. Did he take the single? Is our junior caption operator just operating on slow speed? Yes, he is. 149 for 6.
Didn't your grandson? You were threatening to make him an MCC member, weren't you?
He's a Middlesex member, and he's on the waiting list to be a Lord's member.
At age
has been put forward.
8 months or whatever it is.
Yes, he has been put forward. He's already a Middlesex member. Don't you worry about that. I couldn't dissuade the rest of the family from once putting him in an Arsenal shirt, which really, really upset me. But he's only got one cricket team. That's a swing and a miss, and that it kept low. Jamie Smith swung over the top of it, but nobody seems particularly
I think that's an
interested,
inside
Jason.
edge, otherwise that was gone for all money, I thought.
Well, I think that must be the reason, because no one, except you, has appealed. And I think, well, there's a pensive-looking Tom Latham.
Well, initially I thought I was going to bowl him, but yeah.
See, I think, Will, captains know then, okay, all the cameras are going to be on me right now. I have to sort of go into sort of my Rodin thinker pose, just to look like I'm seriously considering it.
Yes.
149 for 6. Will O'Rourke is in. That's driven Driven magnificently this time by Jamie Smith. That's how you do it. You wait for the ball, you get it under your eye line, you play it compactly, you play it through cover, and you play it for one of these.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Speaking of MCC members,
yes.
Leah says, I guess most of the MCC members went for the classic 3 martini lunch. If you're talking about Mad Men, obviously.
Well, there you go. Indeed. No, wouldn't that be rather nice? I mean, don't you think that would be an attractive... I suppose the only difficulty would be you'd have to keep digging the wicket up to put them in there. And therefore that would rather defeat the object of having a nice smooth wicket which they are
adding with a side of champagne.
That's well defended by Jamie Smith, who's kept the who has the strike now.
I think we've seen
153 for 6.
I think it seems like playing like back foot punches and shots like that a lot easier than cutting on this pitch. I think we saw, especially when Jacob Bethel was in and Ben Duckett, they've really struggled with the cut shot and the bounce. I think that's a better option from Smith, aiming to punch it rather than cut.
Vertical bat, yeah.
The thing about Smith is when the ball is in his arc, he plays some beautiful shots.
Yeah.
But when the ball is just that bit more tricky, it doesn't quite seem to have the footwork there to deal with it. That was messy all round. That was speared down leg. I think
didn't get up.
I think Smith, it did keep low. Smith missed it. Tom Blundell dived over the top of it in true Scottish goalkeeping fashion. And there is no. They took a 1 by, I think, in the end. We had our family, extended family and friends. A sweepstake draw for the World Cup, Will.
Yeah.
I've got Iran and fucking Iraq. We had because of the number of people. I mean, okay, I've got Belgium and I think Curacao or someone, but you know, if you could have hand-picked, you know, those never going to make it out the group. I've got the bulk of them. That was short. And,
I heard someone shouting Uzbekistan in my headphones. Was that to do with that draw as well? Or?
Yeah, it could well have been. Yeah, it could well have been. Wasn't great. 39 overs are complete. 154 for 6. I think we are seeing. We going back? Oh no, we're going back. For some reason, we're watching a Zimbabwe test. We're watching.
It's Mark Butcher. Butcher's forfeit.
Butcher's forfeit.
They love showing this like every summer. I'm sure we see this video.
I was going to say, surely they'd be re-showing the 1999 victory for New Zealand, particularly at the moment.
Leah says there's a joke in German that goes something like 4 beers equate to a schnitzel. You haven't had anything to drink yet. In terms of performance, I think.
That old German humour. Love it.
220 may well be tough, says
Matt
Salima.
Henry in. Oh, that's an in-swinging Yorker. Smith somehow kept that out. Does he know how? I thought it was odds on to LBW him or whip out his middle. He's got a huge smile on his face because he's got no idea. Somehow he outside edged it, Will, and he's got a single. I mean, he had no clue, did he?
I'm not sure he managed to get a ball from leg stump down to kind of backward point like that, but he survived.
He's got 2. No, he's got 2 for it as well. I thought he got 2. 156 for 6. Right.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
What's Matt Henry got in his trick bag now? A fairly lame ball on middle and leg, which is just defended by Smith. And somehow, concrete boots or not, he's moved on to 21, which is in the context of where England had fallen to, not a bad effort so far.
Farong has given us some odds.
Oh, hello.
2 people in the pub. England 66%, New Zealand 33%, draw 1%.
Oh, you know, and that's half defended.
I think that's going a bit too much on the draw, to be honest.
Well, also
we take the draw out.
Yeah, it's not the 2 lads in the pub. It can't have been because they will have been working in not just full percentages. You'd have 0.00 something. You'd have had like 97.003, and whatever that is, 100 less that. They try and make their thinking sound authentic by adding decimal points to their percentages. That's well defended by Smith to a ball on his off stump. In fact, he's going to get a single because Matt Henry, having delivered it, seemed to go wandering off towards mid-wicket and left a great big gap. And and they could just stroll a single. I'm not quite sure why he did that. Well, why wasn't he where he should have been?
He can't bend to pick it up.
I think he went to pick it up. I think he just missed it. But
and in bending to pick it up, he carried on.
Yeah, I think
off
he could
towards the
stop
mound stand.
himself,
Very bizarre. Right, well, in he comes again. 3 slips go down. That's quite full. That's well defended by Atkinson. They put Kyle Jameson in the way. He makes quite a big barrier, so no run. It's the... No, not the end of the over.
It's quite interesting to see Matt Henry in the role of stock bowler trying to keep an end tight.
Yeah.
Because he can't exert himself to his full extent of his abilities when 100% fit.
In comes Henry over the wicket. Well defended by Atkinson. Nicely done indeed. I'm in a chat with an old chum of mine who I used to work with, who's a mate of his called James Reeve, had said Emilio Gay should have stayed at home yesterday. When I immediately replied on Twitter, that's exactly what we use for our jingle for Emilio Gay. And he said the thief of bad gags, which I think is quite funny. Hey, Jace.
Right. Hooves gives us some advice. Says don't bowl short with packed slips. Line and length, says Shalimar.
You know the secret at Lords, if you're bowling from the nursery end and you're setting the field, you do need to set your slips slightly wider if you've got a right arm bowler to a right hand batsman. Not necessarily deeper, but certainly wider, because the ball is likely to do more. Teams never seem to do it. Teams never seem to remember to do it. That's well defended by Jamie Smith into the onside of O'Rourke.
I don't know what Will thinks, but I think it seems to have gone out of vogue now is to have slips and a third man. So if they get past the slips, then you only get one.
Well,
yeah, they tend to have like the backward point now, don't they? Or someone out on the boundary and tend to leave that vacant. Unless you've got someone like, often for like Joe Root or like a Kane Williamson, they might put someone in. But yeah, a lot of the time they do leave that area vacant now.
These are vital, valuable runs for England. These two need to keep it going. Jamie Smith is not always pretty, but he's still there, and he's still there on 22, and he's facing O'Rourke, and he's going to make that 23 because he just pushes it to off, takes a single. So we've had Yorkshire against New Zealand, which was a bit of a miserable failure. We've now got Surrey against New Zealand, which is making a better fist of things, Will.
Yeah, they're doing all right, to be fair. These pair have kind of stopped the slide, lead up to 185. So, I mean, already, if New Zealand are to go and win, they already need considerably more than their score in the previous innings. And also, at the moment, the highest score in the game. Obviously, we'll see how many England are up to. But, yeah, it's been a good partnership so far. Got to move on as well.
Absolutely. Still the 3 slips in the gully. In from the pavilion end comes Will O'Rourke. Short ball, Atkinson dives underneath it. Even he's got a smile on his face, and they're as rare as hen's teeth. So,
well, I get the feeling, and I don't know whether Will thinks about this, is that if he gets them to bowl short at him, he's won.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, this again.
I would agree.
I go back to the extraordinary period of play this morning. Ollie Robinson, who completely terrorised everybody yesterday by bowling full and making the pitch do the work and get the nibble. Suddenly decided he was going to bowl short at the tallest man on the field, and then looked surprised when he got carted for 360s. It was just bonkers.
On a pitch like this, would you rather have to defend one off stump or be able to let one go by like Atkinson just did? I'm sure, yeah.
You'd be rather letting it go by, that's for sure.
Definitely.
And that's defended. And if you're 6'8", you'd be quite happy for a short ball to smash away into the mound stand, wouldn't you?
Yes,
you're a lot more scared by a good ball that might just nibble away, and you have to defend when you're not a batsman.
Yeah,
158 for 6.
The back innings.
2 balls left of this O'Rourke over. It's still pretty cloudy, little flashes of blue, but the cloud. We're looking over the Warner stand and the grandstand as the camera pans around. It's just a little darker over the Warner, isn't it? I believe you're about to tell me about a super chat, Jason.
I am.
You're giving me super chat signals. There is a forward short leg. It's short. It's defended by Atkinson, and there is no run. Let's just hold our fire on.
That was very nonchalant.
He's playing well. He's playing well. He's playing like a man who knows that this game has taken a turn very much against England, but they're still very much in it. He's going to have to be one of the ones who bowls again to whatever total there is to defend. And he knows probably in his head what sort of total he thinks that would be. And it's down to him with his Surrey mate to see if he can get England to it. Plus, he is a man who's made 100 at Lords. Over the wicket comes O'Rourke. That's an absolute cracker.
Doesn't matter.
Going down leg. It was one of those in-swinging Yorkers that has the batsman off his feet, which it did. Again,
they're thinking about referring, but I think that's missing.
Well, he is. He's decided. Well, I think we all had the first immediate reaction is that's done too much. Quite
I'd
right.
agree.
But Latham's thinking this partnership's starting to annoy me. Might as well give it a go. Son of Rod is Tom, and he's decided he's the man who makes the decisions. Let's have a look. This view will tell us.
That's outside leg stump when it hits him.
His leg is outside stump when it gets hit.
Yes, this is the thing with the 3 reviews. They feel like they can afford to. See, with these ones, I think surely the umpire should be able to just say, "I'm not even going to ball track it. I'm just going to give this not out now." Like, what is the point?
Well, I agree. We don't want to work for a very good point. Well made. Why waste everybody's time by doing anything? Other than
This
that?
was a dubious point made with hyperbolic conviction by the captain.
Wow. I mean, Tom Latham. Next to Ollie Robinson deciding that bouncers were a good idea this morning, that's probably the second worst piece of decision making of the match, was to try and review that ball. It's the end of the over. It's 158 for 6, and I think I recall you telling me one of these. So let's wait for Matt Henry.
Super chat.
Defended the onside, no run Jace.
GC Pawnbot says there's another $5 saying you're Botham of Ravensworth, placed on a Yorker, length face down with middle stump where the sun don't shine. I don't know what that means.
Yes, it's the idea. It's a Lord's member buried under the middle, face down with a stump inserted.
Yeah.
Do you need me to draw your diagram, Jason?
No.
I thought you.
Now you've described it, I understand it perfectly.
Henry in. That swings away, but it's driven. Oh, he does like that shot. And it looks so good when he gets it right. It's a way through extra cover by Jamie Smith for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I mean, in theory, you'd have 3 in the same mode side by side with 3 stumps, wouldn't you? That would be the ideal way of doing it. Or, to be honest, 3 at each end. But there we go.
From asks us to the MCC man, who suggested steaming pitch rubbish?
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Oh, that's a funny ball. It nutmegs Blundell, which is the risk of standing up, isn't it, Will?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to be fair, he's been a bit untidy at times today, Tom Blundell. I know it's hard standing up, even standing back. I don't think it's been as good as normal. But I'm not sure that bounced as much as he expected, but yeah.
And when you say untidy, you're referring to his keeping, not his haircut.
Yes, so
right,
he's keeping, yes.
I thought I'd better just check, although you could say both.
Of course, yeah. Well, yes, you could also
Henry
say that.
over the wicket. That's swinging as well, but that's driven. Oh, Jamie Smith. When he's in form and going well, he's going well. He just waited for that. It's an off drive. It's exquisite. Smith won't get there, and it's 4 more. The other Smith. He's not chasing after his own off drive.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I do think this is a slight maybe issue when you do kind of have the keeper up. Sometimes you go too full because obviously you don't want to bang it in too short with the keeper standing up. I suppose the past couple of shots they've been been probably too easy for Smith to drive half volleys because you want to get it full with the keeper up.
Well, yeah, you need to be playing it late as well, don't you, if you're the batsman. That's well defended by Jamie Smith into the onside this time. The tall Carl Jameson does bend down in instalments to pick it up. So 8 off the over. The score moves on to a lot of 6s, 166. 4-6. The lead 193, 7 away from 200.
Is this the last over before tea?
That's a good point. I think it may be. Let's have a look. Henry in. That's a cracking ball. Again, a bit of untidy work. the keeping, not the haircut from Blundell, but they're not easy when you're stood up.
Blundell did pretty well there.
Well, he did well.
It's
to
a
get in the
surprise
way.
short ball.
It wasn't that short, but it beat
It
the
lift,
outside
it did
edge,
lift.
and it did lift. You're absolutely right. So, as you rightly said, Jason, that is time for tea, sandwiches, cakes, salad, whatever it is you are going to have if you're one of the players there at Lord's. England have recovered a little bit. There was a terrible period. They went from 126 for 2 to 127 for 6. They lost Gabe, Brooke, Root and Stokes. Bang, 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 bang. And then Jamie Smith and Gus Atkinson have not repaired the situation, Will. I think that would be an overclaim. But they've got England back to a position where they might feel confident that 250 as a lead is achievable. Would you say it's about fair?
I think so. I think New Zealand will probably be the happier of the two with that session. I think when you go into the wider context of the game, I think England is still in a decent position. Like you say, if these two can carry on getting somewhere up to near 250, and I think you'll probably be looking at that as a decent total to go and try and defend.
Yep, you're dead right. By and large, yes, the pitch has been a little bit too paced. Bethel got that scuttler, but Nathan Smith 3 for 49, Will O'Rourke 2 for 38, and Matt Henry 1 for 43. Although he's a better bowler after lunch than before, have bowled very well and have constantly probed away at England, sometimes less than solid techniques. Jace, before we go, any more messages?
Yeah, one from Sidhu, which you might comment on. Lords, you bowl at fifth stump from the nursery end and middle leg from pavilion end. Would you agree with that? I think that's probably a little bit too much on the stumps from.
No, if you're bowling at
pavilion.
fifth stump from the nursery end, you're already bowling too wide. You want to be bowling at middle and leg or off, because then you're going to get the one that is going to move away naturally.
Dart away, yeah.
I think your principle may simply be that you've got your ends wrong in the way you described it.
Yeah.
Suits.
Gav says, love the Bass management giving Harry Brook the day off. We have another super chat from Brian Brisbane, 10 Aussie dollars.
I'm going to give it some. There you go.
YouTube Brian, super chat.
He says, with all the variable bouts and other pitch nasties, I've already trademarked pitch nasties, by the way, has anyone contacted Gary, to see if the river has been dredged or its flow otherwise altered?
Gary is at Lord's. Gary's not in my good books, although he's a lovely lad. He said I'm not available for this test because I will be going.
I'll be
working for the Guardian, all of the test matches. And then he said, I'm not going to attempt that in a Scouse accent. I've just had an email from Lords to tell me that they can't fit me in, which is not that surprising, which he says I'm not that surprised about. So I'm available every 5 days. I said, okay, Gary, that's
for those that don't know Gary, he's a big lad.
So I carefully rotated him in, and then having carefully rotated him in, within about 2 hours he went, I've just had another email from the ECB. They can get me in after all. Sorry. So he's not available. Really, really annoying.
The jobs of a wrangler of rotors.
In his defence, the Gazler, he quite often is there for Middlesex games, particularly early season in the press box, and he's good company. We have a chuckle.
Yeah, I had a long chat to him earlier this season at a Surrey game. He's always good for a good hour of you trying to get your word in.
He's nearly big enough to be in both the Oval and Lords at the same time. So, but yeah, that's not quite true. But his articles, stuff he writes in the Guardian, is worth a read. So look out.
Final over of the day.
Final over is fine work.
Who says it's cucumber sandwich time? And any stereotypes there? I wonder.
Yes.
What else we got? Lords is a hard tour, says Gareth Davis. Speaking about the pilgrimage site rather than the home of cricket.
Oh, Lords, as in L-O-U-R-D-S. Yes, indeed.
Stephen Keck says, Tony still owes me a joke of an earlier super chat, by the way.
I'll save it until day 5. Well, I'll tell you what we are going to do.
We are up to date now.
It's not a joke, but for the second test, we will definitely arrange a Patreon's lunch, because those are good fun. Those would be where, for our Patreons, we just dedicate the lunch to them. They can ask whatever questions they want to ask, They can come on live if they want to do it. So there's that. Do consider supporting us on Patreon if you don't already. There are heaps of benefits, including content other people don't get. First view
You've
of
got
all
all
of our
Australian on us.
articles. The Bishop and Bear podcast definitely comes out before everyone else. You get to be on our Roll of Honour. You can go up to levels where you can come and join us and have fun with us in the studio. There's merchandise that you can get. Most importantly, if you can help us, you're helping to keep cricket free and live across the internet, and that is a big deal when you consider there are countries now who are test playing countries where their national television stations and national broadcasters don't even cover their tours, and they listen to us in their droves. So we joke, we have fun, we have our way of doing things, but there's a lot of people around the world listening to us who can't get the coverage in other places. We do it for love, we do it for free, and it's your help and money that keeps us doing it. So Guerrilla, it's either Patreon, or I don't know what it is. Go to guerillacricket.com. The very first thing you see when you hit our website is a big article about what benefits you get from Patreon and a link to go and help and find it. So if you can help us, please do. It means a lot to us, and it means a lot to our cricket listeners around the world.
Yeah. One last thing before we head off for 10 minutes of
that was
break.
my big finish, Jace. But okay.
£2 from Jay Grover saying,
oh right, okay.
wrestling Gary would be a fecking task.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah,
that was worth it.
I'd rather wrestle Gary than wrestle an angry bear.
And nobody wants to wrestle an angry bear.
And with that,
we will go for our
head off
cucumber sandwiches and beer.
Because I'm straight on after tea as
Thank
well.
you, Will. You're on later as well, aren't you?
Yes.
Yep.
Nip inside, because it was at the Hampton Court Palace Golf Club, and I tried to nip back outside to the marquee. The wine I'd left was too hot to drink in the time it had taken me to go and get the water from behind the bar. I came back and I thought, fuck, I can't even drink the wine because
I'd say that's
boiling.
That's a case of not drinking it quick enough.
Well, there is that as well. Yes. Right. Let's move on. The Women's World T20, which is looming upon us.
Yeah.
England playing a series at the moment, 2-1.
headache, the possibly player of the tournament. There you go, heard it here first. And given the fact that Danny White-Hodge is going to come back in at the top of the order, they are going to have to make a decision. And I think Sophia might drop out, actually. So I'll give you a predicted 11 here. So we go White-Hodge and Capsey opening, Bouchier at 3, Knight and Silverbrunt 4-5, which is obviously the mainstay of the England team for the last decade or so. I think they'll go Freya Kemp. She offers another seam option. We already have quite a lot of spin options. And she also looks dreamy with the bat. Lovely, tall, elegant left-hander. Shared at least one good partnership with Alice Capsey. Looks really good in that department as well. Then you've got Amy Jones, wicket-keeper. Charlie Dean, who was the reserve captain in the recent series with Nat Silverbrunt not playing. World-class performer in Sophie Eccleston. And then we've got Lindsay Smith, also a left-arm spinner, and Lauren Bell. So that means the other members of the squad, so Sophia Dunkley, I don't think
Filer would miss out then, wouldn't she?
Lauren Filer would be a bit unlucky. Izzy Wong, who's also very talented, and Danny Gibson, who's actually had quite a good series here, but I think, she's another all-rounder, and I think another left-arm spinner, I think I'm right in saying. So I think that balance of the side there, I think, feels pretty good. The others may well get run out, so it'll be several games in the tournament, of course. Oh, and we've also got that young kid, Tilly Courtine Coleman, who definitely is a left-arm spin option. So she's 16.
We're blessed in massively.
Sorry,
did you include it? Was Eccleston playing in this last? Yeah,
she did. She may not have played all of them, but she definitely played in at least one.
There's a bit of a feeling she's not quite up to her usual standards at the moment. I'm sure she'd be tournament ready.
Yeah.
But and the other thing I noticed a little bit in the games is England, I think, chased in every one. When they bowled well, and it was limited small totals, they won. The one game they lost was when they didn't get on top of the New Zealand batting and fell quite a bit short.
Yeah.
And no one. But wickets have come brilliantly. Charlie Dean has been bowling fantastically.
She's great. Big fan of Charlie Dean.
She took 3 for 13 at Hove and a 2 for 20 something at Canterbury. Lauren Bell's got 5. I did well with 5 wickets. So when they chased the lower totals, they won. As soon as the total got a little bit bigger, they didn't win. Well, nobody's really stepped up with the bat in a noticeable way. There's been bits and pieces contributions.
Alice Capsey has stepped up once or twice, and I think she's just gearing up to have what will be a kind of a signal summer for her. So watch that. I think there are some little niggles for England. I'd say Heather Knight, who's obviously been an absolute stalwart, ex-captain, led us to World Cup glory in 2017, all that sort of stuff. I just think there's a little bit of a question mark about her strike rate in T20. She's more 100 strike rate than 120. And there's obviously Nat Silverbrunt's injury. How ready is she? Can she start? Will she start? She, like Ben Stokes for the men's team, she absolutely brings that balance to that side. Particularly, if she opens the bowling with Lauren Bell, 2 great seam options there. Particularly because we do have, as you say, we're blessed with a lot of spin options. But it does mean that balance to the side. If she's not playing, you're not really bringing in like for like if you're bringing Lauren Filer or Izzy Wong, because they're certainly not all-rounders. So it's a couple of question marks there for England, but I think largely really positive, and we should have a good tournament.
Yeah, I'd say reasons to be optimistic.
Yeah, I don't massively follow the women's game, I have to be honest, but I always get the impression that the English women's side suffer from a classic English disease, and they're not. Cricket sides and all sporting sides suffer from a complete belief in themselves, I often think. It's often our problem in international sport.
Well, it certainly wasn't the case back in 2017.
No,
exactly. The men's team did.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, it's true, it is. But I just sometimes I watch them and think, God, man, you just got to get over the line and play sensible stuff, and they self-implode.
And I think what has happened in the last couple of years as well is they have come under increasing amounts of scrutiny from the media and people on commentary and things like that, and there've been question marks about fitness for various individuals and all this and I suppose that's what happens. It's what happens with the women's game getting more attention, and rightly so, and it's great. So I've always loved following particularly the England women's team. I think they're a great bunch to watch and really engaged audiences and just great fun, but also hugely talented individuals as well and talented team. But with that increased audience and increased media attention comes that scrutiny. You're a professional team. If there are question marks about fitness, then people are allowed to talk about that. So it's a different set of things that you've got to deal with. But we shall see. I think it will be a great tournament. What I love, by the way, and this will sound patronising, I don't mean it to at all, is that you watch them and most of these women play with a smile on their face, and it makes the game really enjoyable to watch. Of course, they're ultra competitive and ultra professional and want to win every game, but they play the game the right way. They really enjoy themselves, really enjoy each other's companies, enjoy each other's successes. And I think they're a fabulous bunch. So I wish them all the best, and I hope we go and win.
That'd be nice if we did.
Australia, are they the team to beat?
Oh, they usually are.
Who's the team to beat? Is it
well.
Australia or India?
I'd say Australia. Australia women's team are just fucking amazing, aren't they? I mean, they are so strong. I mean, whenever I've seen them play, they've brutalised everyone. I mean, they didn't win the last one. I mean, it was an amazing comeback for India, wasn't it? In the one-day World Cup. And that semi-final in the last one, that was quite something. But consistency-wise, you'd have to say Australia are favourites by a long shot.
Well, you got Mooney, Litchfield, Molyneux, Gardner, Garth, Perry, King, Sutherland, Shutt, Wareham. I mean, they're proven performers. Just a slight question mark: have they gone off the pace a tiny bit since Alicia Healy retired? There's a question mark there, maybe. India obviously are amazing.
Yeah,
they've got an incredible.
Well, isn't it? I mean, the thing is, England,
etc.
Well, this is it, isn't England? I mean, I think one of the markers for how England are going to do in the World Cup, they got a 3-match warm up against India starting. Is it starting today? I think T20s. They got 3 T20s against India. I think it might be today or tomorrow. But they got 3 T20s against India, I think, as warm up games as well before the World Cup, as well as New Zealand. That'll be interesting. I mean, India have come a long way in 5 years. I mean, it's not surprising, really. I mean, cricket is their national sport, and they've obviously invested heavily in it and given them a women's IPL and all that rest of it. And they certainly upped their game in the last 5, 6, 7 years. And
you're right, Bear. It starts tomorrow at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
Very
6:30. Yeah.
Well, let's move on. 6 games of the county championship. I've got quite a few gone and written for our website from the media centre at Lords.
Good man.
Not a bad place to spend your day.
No, air conditioned. I hope.
Of course, it's air conditioned. Air conditioned, brilliant Wi-Fi, fabulous, and a very good lunch. A nice lunch provided. Cake mid-afternoon still for journalists. Unfortunately, the next games for Middlesex, by and large, are all-out grounds in the blast, and I think they are for a while.
But they're fun. I've done some Merchant Taylors the last couple of years and Radler once as well to see Somerset play there.
Fun. I think I saw you at Radler, or I knew you were at Radler, but I was stuck in my tent, which isn't quite so luxurious as the Lord's Media Centre.
No, we saw each other briefly.
They still give you cake, though.
You still get a bit of cake. Yeah, it's not quite as good a good cake. But
you get a bit of Battenberg in a plastic wrap.
Basically, that's near enough it. Yeah, I'm afraid.
From the local Londis.
I like a bit of Battenberg, I've got to say.
Well, let's move on to the county championship. Grubby, you're the man closest to activities in Division 1.
Well, no, you say that, Tom,
where do you stand so far?
As I mentioned, I will just caveat this by saying that I've only seen a day of county cricket so far this season, which was that day at the end of April where I saw Essex basically putting Surrey to the sword, and Elgar and Wesley putting on nearly 200. So no, I've not been steeped in it like possibly you have. So observing from afar, really. I mean, it's interesting though. You look at like the batting stats and the bowling stats. If you were picking the test squad on that alone, and this feeds into your point about the ECB saying we're going to use it more.
Yeah, we're going to come on to that in a minute.
You know, we've got Joe Clark at Notts, who's got 700.
Well, yes, you may have Joe Clark at Notts. Indeed, you do. But here at Lords, England have a lead of 193. They went to tea on 166 for 6. Jamie Smith on 31 of 34, I think. Damn near a run a ball. Gus Atkinson, the junior partner, on 7. We're looking at Ben Stokes looking very relaxed with his feet up on the balcony, although he might be having a nosebleed because he seems to be having his head tilted back and holding his nose. So either someone in the England dressing room has dropped one, or he's having some sort of problem. Jason, we've swapped seats.
We have.
Kyle Jameson has the ball in his hands. He's opening up after tea in the evening session from the pavilion end. He's got 2 slips and a gully, and that's gently wide of off stump. The mulleted Blundell does the honours behind the stumps. Easy for Atkinson to leave. No run. Basically, we're the same trio as before tea, are we?
We are, just rolls
Who writes
changed.
these rotors? Yeah. Who does these rotors? Bloody idiot.
Which person put me on four stints in a row?
The one who's got to leave even before the end of this session probably did that, Jace.
That was, I know you did why you did it, so I could leave at 5:30. But
you're you're a precious commodity. We have to make the most of you when you're here.
So poor old Bear is going to be here on his Todd.
Right, well, I keep hearing this. I'll come on to that particular complaint. Now down the track comes Atkinson, slaps this away out towards deep cover. Fielded by Conway, who's been relegated to being out there now after those drops earlier.
You can't drop it there.
Look, I mean, the Bear, I'm going to say it, while he's here, he's a one-off. He does unbelievable work. We get on air because of the Bear. He is a legend. He is, however, a legend who lives 5 minutes away from this particular studio.
The Bear is somewhat stressed today. He's having strife in his other job.
Right, turning at the top of his mark is the tall Kyle Jameson. Is he going to be a legend with a wicket-taking ball? No, he's not, because it's defended into the offside, dabbed there by Smith, and he moves quite stately. On to 32. Hang on, here we go. What? I could do what? I haven't got a studio at the end of my garden. I've just got trees. You can't rely on the English weather to broadcast from under my trees. That's not going to work. Honestly, what a daft suggestion that was. 168 for 6. 2 off this over so far.
Well, you know the rules, Tony. Don't poke the Bear.
Do not poke the Bear, no. That one's played nicely, in fact, by Atkinson. He got nicely forward, steered it to backward point. Is that Conway again? They're trying to hide him. Go somewhere where he can't do any damage, but the ball seems to be following him at the moment.
That is always the way, unfortunately. When you're having a bad day, you are a ball magnet.
Well, you are. Now, of course, England 3 off a 200 lead. Once it ticks past 200, you're going to be sort of thinking, aren't you? Well, at what score do you think the game's swinging back in our favour if you're England? Hold that thought, or hold that question till after this ball. Jameson's in. He ducks it in to Atkinson, who pushes it towards mid-wicket. There is no run, fielded by Matt Henry, who looks like he didn't particularly want to be diving after that. Will, sorry, I'll go back to that question. At what point?
Yeah, I think 250, I think, is definitely England. I think for anything more than 200, I think as England, you're not too upset about being bowled out once you're going to pass 200, which they're coming up to. But I think 250 would definitely, I think, be a position where England will be very happy with that.
See, that's the recklessness of youth. I wouldn't be. I'd want us to be
want
to
400.
Yeah, well, 400 might be asking too much, but I'd want 250 for sure.
Yes, no, I do agree. I do.
In he comes, Jameson, full swinging. It's a bit uppish, but it's sort of a half swat attempted. I think he was looking to swat it slightly squarer.
It's a bit of a flip grid
on the bounce. Yeah, it was a flip. That's the perfect description. Flip, flop, fly. I don't care if I die. Don't ever leave me, don't ever say goodbye. No run.
I was going to say, you keep on coming out with Blues Brothers songs that I recognise.
Well, Freddie King, I think, to be honest. But the Blues Brothers did do a version of it. You are right.
So we've had Jay Grover, Stokes, Migraine Shocker. Then
is that what it was?
Kumar. Guys, what do you think of Arsenal being robbed in the UCL final? Not sure how relevant that is, but
I don't think Arsenal were robbed.
Yes,
I don't think robbed.
And then from Hooves, there's a bit of talk earlier about Red for Ruth Day, and Hooves has said they'll support the day for Graham Thorpe and I think as a community we should discuss men's mental health openly.
Well, and I do agree with that. And that was pushed into the onside off the bowling of Smith by Smith. It was Smith on Smith action.
I'm sure that the Oval Test will have some sort of day for Thorpe.
Well, don't forget this whole series is the Crow-Thorpe Trophy.
Yes, that is true.
As indeed it should be. I mean, the Graham Thorpe thing is just so awfully sad.
Yeah, I've had a headband from last year's
Yeah,
charitable donations.
That's right. They had the headbands, didn't they? Yes, they did. They did. They unveiled a big picture of Martin Crowe, didn't they? In
his daughter rang the bell, did she?
His daughter rang the bell on the first morning. Yep. Only yesterday. It feels like so much has happened since yesterday morning. That's sweetly driven by Smith, but this time they've blocked off that particular outlet for him with a well-positioned cover fielder, and there is no run. So 32 for Smith off 37, 10 for Atkinson, 170 for 6. That lead still tantalisingly 3 short of 200 for England. We did have that real calypso with 4 wickets.
Just looking at the coaches now, looking slightly happier, I think, in their.
Hard to tell under those bucket hats.
Well, one's a bucket hat and one's a flat-rimmed one by Tresco.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
With Trescothick and Jeetan Patel
I'm certainly
there.
going to I'm certainly not going to knock them, given that they are for the charitable Ruth Strauss cause. That one's steered to backward point and take a single.
Don't know what Will thinks about this, but is it always, in my mind, Smith is always playing shots to mid-on and they're skewing off the outside edge of the bat?
Yes, he does seem to get a lot of outside edges. He's definitely had in this innings. Sometimes the ball's not gone exactly where he wanted it to, but he's had a bit of fortune. But so far, he is he's not got out, so I suppose that is a benefit. But definitely, that is true. Some of his shots have gone for the edge.
Is that
it's technique, I think.
Bad batting or technique, or is it pitch? Well, we'll wait and see. Smith in. Atkinson won't be happy. I mean, he defended it, I suppose, a bit inside edgily, but I'm not entirely sure he knew what he wanted to do with it. And the fact that he's replayed the shot twice afterwards suggests it didn't quite turn out the way he wanted, but it, most crucially, didn't get him out.
I think it's probably a bit of both. I think there's a couple, like you say, he's probably been trying to play 2 straight almost, so maybe could have gone more through cover. But I think as well, we still have to remember, like we said, the ball is doing a bit, so I think that comes into it as well.
It is. Nathan Smith turns. Spent time at Surrey, spent time at Worcester, am I right?
Yes, that's why he got picked up by Surrey, because he played very well against in the Surrey-Worcester match. That was 2 years ago, I think.
Indeed. Pushed out towards mid-wicket. They've taken a single. Matt Henry does the fielding, gets a slap of congratulations.
Oh, he's very, very
covered
up, isn't he? He's not going to bowl anytime soon.
No, he's got a couple of jumpers on, and O'Rourke is going through some stretching motions off the pitch. So they must have a sub-fielder on then, haven't they? Unless O'Rourke's just gone off the pitch, literally where he was fielding. I'll try and let you know about that. Smith's going to be in. It should be the last ball of his over. He's cut Jamie Smith in 2, and somehow it's going to be 4 byes. Signalled by umpire Holdstock. Smith will have no idea how he didn't get out. The other Smith who bowled it at him will not know why it's gone for 4 byes, but it's brought the lead to 203, 176 for 6. Will.
Fantastic.
We have a super chat from Jay Grover, £2. Good point, Tony. Sorry, no insults.
I don't know what point I made, but
no.
Nonetheless.
Then Jeffrey Ward, England should declare with 1 hour left today, if not already bowled out.
No.
That might be a bit optimistic, I don't know. But,
no.
Then, so we got Suter, he's good. And I saw one early that we missed before tea. That was quite good. Let me just find it. Who's Gareth Davis? Do you think Bethnal Green could be renamed as Bethel Green? I'd be here for that. So.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Little Bethnal Green. We're looking at somebody's. We're going to look at Jameson more importantly. 2 slips in the gully. Low, slow, wide left is the succinctest summary I can find for that one.
They're looking at. Well, I mean, Smith is full of beans, Nathan Smith.
Yes.
He's bustling in, but Jameson just looking a little bit laboured in his latest spell.
Don't forget, these guys, both he and Willow Rourke, have had a long time out. Stress, when you're 6'8", a stress factor at the back is a pretty serious issue.
There's
And
also
Willow
back
Rourke's
to be stressed about,
isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, he's been playing a bit in the IPL, so not too much bowling. I think he only played
And
a
he
couple of
comes.
games. Maybe.
That's a better ball. Put his back into that a little bit more, and Atkinson defended it down on towards his toes. So there was no run. I was just trying to find a little bit more about Nathan Smith. Yeah, he did play for Worcester in 2024, and he played for Surrey in 2025.
Yeah.
And he wanted to be Tim. He imagined himself as Tim Southey when he played in the backyard. Well, so Tim Southey will be there watching him. Presumably he wanted a slightly larger mouth than Tim Southey, but there we go. Oh no, it's Trent Bolt, isn't it? Tim Southey's all mouth. That's steered towards backward point. Is that going to be Conway scuttling round? It is. They've taken a single anyway. Well, he had that highest score of 40. He's got 18 wickets at 27 before this game, that is. 6 for 40 against Ireland. It was his best. He also took 2 for 53 in the second innings of that game in Belfast. Against England, he's played 2, which I think were both in the last series. 7 wickets at 48, and he took 4 for 86 at the Basin Reserve. Root, Bethel, Atkinson and Cast were his victims there. So he can prove to be a bit of a handful, but it's Jameson at the moment who is doing the bowling, and he's turned away to leg by Jamie Smith. They think about 2.
I think he's very much cemented his position as the sort of better of the batting all-rounders at 8 and 9.
Smith or Atkinson?
No,
Smith.
N. Smith.
N. Smith. The Kiwi Smith.
Yes.
N. Smith brackets Kiwi. Not J. Smith brackets Brit. Englishman. Man of Surrey. I think he was born. He is genuinely a man of Surrey, isn't he? I think he was Surrey born and bred. Was it Epsom he's born, somewhere like that?
Yeah, well, he plays for Sutton.
Ah, well, there you are. Oh, that's a little fish and a wiggle and a waggle from Atkinson. Again, he kept fairly low and wide outside of off stump. That was a very non-committal bit of fishing, Will.
Definitely, that's the kind of shot where you almost end up guiding it to the slips or through to the keeper. So yeah, as we kind of mentioned earlier, it's been quite hard to cut on this, so that's probably not the most well-advised shot that he's played today.
Definitely not. Still 178 for 6, 205 the lead. The rain stayed away, the clouds have continued to assist movement in the air, and they've been a pretty constant factor throughout the day. Jameson's going to bowl the last ball of his 10th over. It's short and it's pulled, but there's a man at fine leg. It's Nathan Smith. Of course it is, because he's just been bowling, so the ball's going to follow him. Did Atkinson take a single and keep the strike? He did. The junior caption operative has not figured that out yet. It's 179
He's
for
not
6.
pressed the end of over thing yet.
And 206 the lead, Will.
We've got Sir Jay Grover's clarified the good point Tony was about the Thorpe Crow Trophy for men's mental health.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Hooves has said the second edition of David Thorpe will take place on day 3 of the second men's test between England and New Zealand, which is June the 19th at the Kia Oval.
Yep.
Then Jay Grover also said Kane Williamson's sculpted beard suggests he'd look like Mr. Punch after a shave.
That's the way to do it. Right, this will be my last over for the day. Possibly, no, I'm on tomorrow, aren't I? So I was going to say not for the test match. That's steered nicely to square of the wicket, but there's no run. There's a man there. 3 for 51 for Smith, 179 for 6. England 206 the lead. How desperate will these? I mean, these two, England would be cock-a-hoop, delighted, thrilled, and over the moon
after 4
if
quick
these
wickets.
two could keep. We're still there in an hour's time towards the close of play, an hour and a half's time. They would be happy as Larry.
Well, the way that these two play, I think you'd have had another 60 runs by then.
Yeah.
At least. And therefore,
Jamie
we'll be up to that magical 250 score, 280 lead.
It's a big ask. Forward comes Atkinson, big step, killing any movement in the air. Works to leg, takes a sharp single, and will be due a bit more Smith on Smith action. Is this the parade? We're seeing the parade of captains from yesterday. They're all suited, booted, looking very smart. Oh, well, actually not necessarily. They're not wearing ties. Some of them are. Except Michael Vaughan, who appears to be in his raincoat. Shabby performance that. Tresgothic, he's working, so he's allowed to be in sort of tracksuit gear. So working right to left, there's both Alex Stewart, I think, David Gower, Mike Brearley, Mike Gatting. They all look fabulous.
Graham Gooch.
Once you get to the other side of the Graham Gooch,
it's a bit more shambolic.
It gets a little bit more shabby. That's a sharp ball from Nathan Smith. Would have gone down leg. And Jamie Smith sort of defends it, but I think it was more. There he is. Mr. Gatting.
He's had a bit of wine today.
Sir Mike. Well, he's got. I suspect, Will, that's not Ribena in that glass. What a legend! What a legend!
He's had a few cheese rolls today.
Yeah, I think that very few cheese rolls would have got past him today. As famously they didn't in the Shane Warne quote, of course. Or was it not Shane Warne? Who actually said it?
David Boone.
That was David Boone. Turned into a song by the Duckworth-Lewis method. That was nicely defended by Smith. No run. Yeah.
Is it me, or is Smith a little bit more settled, less frantic?
Yes,
after tea.
Oh, dear, Jason.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it because.
Oh, Jason.
He's only ever one good ball away from being a walk back to the pavilion and me looking stupid.
To be honest, who isn't?
That's also true.
If it's that good enough, if it's that good a ball. 180 for 6, just the single so far off the over. That went to Atkinson, which is why Jamie Smith is facing. He's on 34. We saw 50 today from Emilio Gay. We wanted him to go on. That short wide and crashed, but I don't think he's got hold of it. No, he hasn't. And there is a man jogging round. Is that the banished Conway? I think it is. They should have taken 2 though. Yes, they did. So Smith moves on to 36. The lead.
He's probably going to want another bat.
9. And this will be my last ball of the day. Jason and Will are poised. You two. Yes, I know, but I've got a specific place I need to be at a specific time, and I've been rethinking my timings, Bear.
That's right off the toe of the bat. That's why I didn't get all the way there.
Full worked away. Was that bat?
No.
It's Jameson. Oh dear. Was it Jameson down there at fine leg? He didn't get down.
Yeah.
They've taken a single, but they did come back for 2. So at the end of that over, the score has gone on me. What is it, Jace? 180 for 6.
More than that.
Yeah.
I would tend to think more than that.
184
for 6 after the end of that over. Right, I do have to cut and run. I'm going to leave you two lads in charge.
Oh, the Bear's coming into.
Yeah. We've got Suter Who, Surrey born inbred. Who's I support Surrey, and Suter's being inbred. And then Jay Grover, Mint, the big man's elevated from Champagne. Gatting looks like fun.
It's going to rain all day tomorrow, apparently. Anyway, I'm looking at the weather forecast. It's 80% of
that'll
rain
ruin
up until about 2 in the afternoon.
That's going to ruin my match. Anyway, here comes Jameson.
Yeah.
Trotting in, and that's on the walk by Atkinson out into the covers, and there is no run. Taking a chance to take a step down the wicket towards the ball, but with no real aggressive intent.
My route is doing a crossword.
Yeah. As they go and have a captaincy debate in the slips about what to do, and can we get rid of these effing pigeons, please?
I've got this flat down in Herne Bay, and it's been unoccupied for 2 years because it was a probate property that I got at auction after this ball.
That is short, slapped. Is that in the air? Is that going to be caught? It is going to be caught. Gus Atkinson has tried to pull that, and it's gone straight up, and he has to go. That's the wicket that they wanted. That's why they put their 2 best bowlers on. And England are 18447. Where are we?
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Yeah, it wasn't the place to be pulling, was it really? It was well outside
Wide.
his off stump. Wide. Too wide for that shot. If it had been a bit lower, possibly he could have got on top of it, but he couldn't get over the top of it. But it was a good little innings, 14 of 37 balls. It's allowed
they put
Smith to get on 30 odd.
They put together maybe 50 runs.
Was it that many? I don't know. I mean, yeah, I presume so actually, because they came out pretty close together, didn't they?
Yeah.
Probably both on 0 together. So yeah, about 50.
Yeah, they definitely had 50 partnerships of 65 balls, I think. So yeah, they must have put on probably close to 60.
But now we're going to have the other tall, lanky, I say fast bowler, but seam bowler, Ollie Robinson, to walk out to the crease, and he's a man who can bat. I saw him get 100 against Surrey.
Yeah.
And he looked very happy doing it, because he's only ever had one other 100. But his country needs him to dig in now and work hard. Anyway, whilst he's getting set up, here's his jingle.
Well, we've still got about 2 hours of today to go, haven't we? There's a good chance that New Zealand will be out there tonight.
Yes. And there's a leg slip in place now. I wonder if he's going to get a little bit of music around his armpits, because I'm not sure he's that great at keeping the ball down.
Well, I was looking at Jameson's speeds in this spell, and it's very
about
much
80,
down. Yeah,
78 to 80.
Yeah.
Anyway, here he comes in. It's short, first ball, and he's slapped first ball in between mid-wicket and mid-on. It's not timed completely. Henry will catch it and quite stiffly throw it back.
Yeah, he looks very stiff, doesn't he? I mean,
and he gets 3 off the bat straight away.
I guess when you've got 2 guys coming back with stress fractures and your other main bowler gets a back spasm after his first spell on day 1, things aren't really going your way.
Yeah. The more you look at it, the more you think, why weren't you cutting that rather than pulling it, if you're going to play a shot at it at all?
Well, yeah.
Anyway, Smith is on strike with Jameson, who's got 1 for 30 at the moment of his 10 overs. In that short, wide, and very well stopped in the end by a combination of Blundell and Moore Mitchell, I think, who was a bit surprised by the ball at first slip.
Swung a mile, didn't it, after it went past the bat?
Well, it was almost a wide off the pitch.
Yeah.
So,
it's gone off the seam and then just swung.
I have to give Blundell a little bit of credit. He did put half a paw on that.
Yeah, he patted it down into the thigh, didn't he? No, actually, I don't think
it's a top hand. The second hand.
The second hand definitely gets a bit of contact on it.
No, I don't think so at all. I think he didn't get anything at all. I think he just went into the back of the calf of Daryl Mitchell.
Anyway, Jameson wide of the stumps, swinging away just slightly, and Jamie Smith drops a bat on that into the offside, and there is no run.
Presumably Smith he's batting quite fluently anyway, isn't he? But he bats like this with Robinson, and then probably, if he's not the man out,
Josh Tongue can hang around.
He can hang around, but he'd probably want to push down another gear, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he made his early reputation with England by batting with the tail
and taking it on, didn't he? And he's not a slow scorer.
No. Jameson, blonde hair flowing. That's wide, and that's dinked past point through down to third man. It's a long chase for the fielder, who is Conway.
He doesn't look very happy, does he, Conway?
No. And I think he's done enough to keep them to 2 or maybe even 1.
No, it was 2.
2, yeah.
End of the over.
End of the over, 189 for 7.
We've got quite a few messages here. So we have got, just let it load. So hooves, you need a cucumber sandwich with a couple of white wines. Sutu off the sandwiches at the minute. Brian Campanelli, I know nothing about cricket, but I accidentally bet England. How long will this last, and am I cooked?
What did you get? I want to know what odds you got on England, because England were 4-1 when they were out yesterday. You got a good chance on England, I still reckon, at 216 lead.
Yep. Anyway, Nathan Smith to continue to Ollie Robinson.
Jay Grover.
And that's flicked.
When Axel is out, scores 100, he always looks like he needs a hug.
Well, yes, he always looks like he needs a hug. Full stop. That was nicely clipped by Robinson.
Was clipped, but it's straight at the man.
Timed.
Straight at the man. He didn't have to move. It was straight into his hands on the bounce. Is that Ravindra at mid wicket?
Could well be.
He looked like a lefty. Fielding.
He's got boofy hair. Yeah, it is Ravindra.
He seems to have drawn a short straw for the man in the Lidvert job as well. And that's a big bosh from Robinson over the top of mid on. It's plugged a little bit. Is he going to get to the boundary? It is going to get to the boundary. So I think Robinson has decided if it's there, he's going to go. And he's hit that for 4.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, everyone's up, aren't they? So as soon as you can get it over the infield. Does he play Blast for Surrey? Does he play T20? I presume he does, doesn't
Ollie
he?
Robinson plays for Sussex.
Sussex, I mean.
But he does play. He does play Blast. I think
He does play a bit. Yeah. He's played. I've seen him play a couple of games for Sussex. Yeah.
Wide and in, and he's gone for another one. That's gone straight up in the air, but there's nobody back there. That has plugged just about 5 yards inside the boundary. O'Rourke chases after it, lumbers after it, really, and then has a slightly laboured throw back to the wickets.
Do you think he's been told to do this by Stokesy?
Well, maybe. Attack is the best form of defence.
Maybe they want to have a bowl at them tonight. Maybe they want another hour in the field and try and get another 100 runs, and which seems unlikely.
And have 2 bites of the cherry late tonight and early tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
I still think I want runs on the board before anything else.
Yeah.
So if you can't get them now, make sure you get them later. Anyway, Smith bustling in, short, and he's cobbed him.
I think he got under edge,
That's
didn't he?
mid-wickets, in his mid-wicket, that's Ollie Robinson's mid-wicket, and he's crumpled on the floor. He's grinning, but I think that's hurting, and it's a no ball.
Free hit! Oh shit, wrong score. Yeah, I think he got under edge, didn't he? Yeah, right into his nuts. Which then poleaxed him onto the floor.
There's no protection against that. You know, you can. The worst ones are always the deflections into the general area because they hit in odd angles, and the very bearded Kane Williamson.
There's a little bit of grey turning up in that beard
and
now.
they sent a man out to the scouting to the boundary now, having seen Ollie Robinson's first 3 balls. So if he's got any sense at all, he'll just drop it and run a single now.
Well, you'd have thought so, but I'm not sure he has that much in him.
Nope, that's been smashed, and it's on the bounce to that man. So 5 yards in, and he probably would doing a catch. Latham.
That was pretty brainless by Ollie, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, fine, try and smash it out there, but keep it on the deck. Unless you're certain you're going to get it into the crowd.
But I think they've been told to baseball it now, to play with their own expressions.
Well, I'd imagine so. I mean, 224 isn't a great score, but